But first of மட்டும் இது ரெண்டுமே இதுல இருக்கு ஏன்னா அது வந்து நம்ம ஸ்பிரிட்டர் வரல ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் மட்டும் இதுல ஸ்பிரிட்டர் பாடி ஜாக்கு அப்படியே ரெண்டு பிளான பிரிக்கிறது பற்றி இதுல அந்த சப்போர்ட் அந்த ஸ்பைஸ் இருக்குது ஸோ அதனால ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் மட்டும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் இதில் பண்ணிட்டு இன்னோவேஷன் பிரான்ச் இதில் பண்ணிட்டு அதுலேயே இருக்கும் அது இப்போதைக்கு யாரும் கிடையாது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் அப்புறம் காட்டு கட்டுன்னு வரோம் ஸ்டாக் கிடைக்கும் அதை எடுத்து வந்தோடனே தென் வில் ஸ்பிரிட்டட் அதுக்கப்புறம் மஞ்சள் மேம் இப்போ நாங்கள் எதாவது லேப்டாப் உட்காந்து இந்த 4 டேபிள் எதாவது வந்து வைஃபை இருக்கு கனெக்ட் கூட்டியா வயர் ரெடி பண்ணலாம் ஒரு லேண்ட்
Health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses. In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted, building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu, at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture, management, health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses. At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given point, there are 15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal, and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population.
நீ கனெக்டடா அந்த லேப்டாப்ல உட்கார். Hello. Audio check.
Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural hub that has students gaining expertise in a wide range of fields.
My speaker quality.
Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge in all contemporary fields of study. This is strengthened by state-of-the-art infrastructure.
கேக்கலடா.
Hello.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Noise cancellation இருக்கா? Noise cancellation enable பண்ணுங்க. லைட் ஏதாவது. Speed is 16 காலைல பார்த்துட்டேன்.
Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University is known for its courses in dentistry, pharmacy, homeopathy, nursing, allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students. For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping students with the edge to compete anywhere in the world. Collaborative programs with foreign universities, study abroad programs, international student exchange programs, faculty exchange programs are a few of the initiatives of the university to empower students with this global perspective.
Vision for tomorrow, the mission of today, VMU. Bringing minds together in search of endless wisdom, VMU. Building individuals to build a world, building hopes and dreams on earth at VMU. Let's just stay VMU. Enjoyment and learn, showing the way ahead. At VMU.
Vinayaka Missions University. It is where futures are built. Come and experience it.
At VMU.
Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal, and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture, management, health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses. At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given point, there are 15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population. Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural hub that has students gaining expertise in a wide range of fields. Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge in all contemporary fields of study. This is strengthened by state-of-the-art infrastructure. Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University is known for its courses in dentistry, pharmacy, homeopathy, nursing, allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping students.
Oh, good morning. I can
to
still see the
compete
introduction.
anywhere in the world.
Yes, ma'am.
Collaborative
Just a second.
programs with
Mr.
foreign
Karthik?
universities,
Yes, sir.
study
Okay.
abroad
Mr. Karthik, can you
programs,
stop the video, please?
international student exchange programs,
Sir.
faculty exchange programs are a few.
अब मेन बैनर लगा दो.
हाँ.
Right.
Yes. Good morning, all. We'll be starting the conference shortly. Just a few minutes for the last technical glitches check. Then we will go on air.
Dr. Frank, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
You may start now, sir.
Yes.
Oh, was that told to me? Am I supposed to be starting?
No, ma'am. Just a second.
Oh, okay.
Just a second.
I don't know. This is very good morning to all.
Good morning, ma'am.
May I introduce speaker?
Ma'am, I will let you know, ma'am. Kindly hold on, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Is
Hi,
this Dr. Lisa?
Hi, good morning, all. Myself, I'm Dr. Frank, Associate Professor, Department of Physiology, Riparivi Medical College. I welcome every one and all gathered here for the 5th International E-Conference of BMSECON, unveiling the future of basic medical sciences at global perspective. And with a lot of enthusiasm, we are starting our continuous of 5th International Conference. We are very happy about it. And without any further delay, I would like to start the conference. So I would like to invite Dr. Ilankadir, the organizing secretary for this 5th International E-Conference of BMSECON, and also the head of the Department of Anatomy at Riparivi Medical College, to take over the conference to start the talk. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Frank. Much awaited BMSECON 2024. Without any delay, we'll go straight away for the first talk for today. We have our renowned anatomist as chairperson. I'm very much happy to welcome our first chairperson for today's session, Dr. Vidya CS, Professor and Head from JSS Medical College, Mysore. We also have the second chairperson for today, Dr. Manisha Nakate, Professor from Department of Anatomy, Dr. DY Patil Medical College, Mumbai. Happy to have you both in our first session now. We welcome you on behalf of BMSECON. The stage is yours. Dr. Vidya ma'am, Dr. Manisha ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning,
Yes.
everyone.
Good morning. With your permission, can I introduce the chairperson, sir? Sorry, today's speaker.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am,
you can introduce the speaker.
Very good morning to one and all. It is so excited to be a part of this 5th International Conference, BMSCon. Very renowned anatomist, Dr. Shibi Stephens. She's a clinical anatomist with MPhil that studied the tendon variations in the hand of the musicians and currently enrolled to study a part of PhD on medical pedagogy. As a part of this research, she's focusing on the linguistic skills of medical students and correlate in what manner this influences other skills such as verbal and spatial intelligence and examination performance. And key qualifications are Senior Fellow Higher Education Authority in UK, Fellow Chartered Institute of Education Assessors, Fellow Academy of Medical Educators UK, Fellow Higher Education Authority, and postgraduate certificate in university teaching and learning. She did her MBBS in Karnataka, India, and got training in clinical anatomy and anatomical society programs at UK. Our main roles and appointments are, she is the first female examiner from Anatomy Department, Royal College of Surgeons, University, Honorary Professor, Society of Clinical Anatomists, India, Deputy Coordinator as a Federative International Program for Anatomical Education, and Editor-in-Chief for Plexus Newsletter. We warm welcome for the speaker on behalf of organizing committee and as a chairperson. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for your kind words.
Good
Thank
morning,
you.
Dr. Shibi.
Good
I'm
morning.
Dr. Manisha. I am a second chairperson. I have privilege to welcome you here, and you can start your session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words. Let me share my screen.
Yes. Before that, one small request to all the delegates who have joined the session. If you've got any queries with the presentation, kindly add your questions to the chat box. We'll be very happy to share it to our resource person today.
Could I check my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay,
And,
okay.
yes,
So could
ma'am.
I start?
Yes, ma'am. Before that, it's not a chat box, it's a question and a box so that they can only put questions. Only the host can see it, and then the host will answer at the end of the session. So any queries, all the delegates, please feel free to put the questions in the question and answer box. Ma'am, you are good to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and very good morning from the other side of the globe. It's a bit too early for me. It's like half 3 in the morning. But good to be here. Before I start my presentation, could I start by saying a huge thank you to the Vinayaka Foundation and the Basic Sciences Department, which has put together this amazing conference, and it's really kind of them to invite me to be their guest of honor. So I have been observing as I have been an anatomist for the last 20 years, and what I have seen is even though the lectures or the teaching materials that we give the students, they're very inclusive. Not all students perform well in anatomy. So it always made me wonder there might be something beyond the teaching that is influencing how students perform in anatomy. So what I was thinking is one of the external factors, could it be that if the student is multilingual, so if they speak more than 2 languages, could that give them an edge in anatomy exams? So what is the introduction to my talk? So let me start by saying what is the difference between multilingualism and monolingualism. So approximately 50% of the world's population is bilingual or multilingual. So when somebody says bilingual, by definition, that means that person can speak or the person is fluent and proficient in 2 languages, while multilingual means that individual is proficient in 2 or more languages. So how does these language get processed? So these language get processed in Wernicke's and Broca's area that are in the brain. So that's in the temporal and the frontal lobes of the brain. So there is an interconnection between how the language is processed. And there is a functional MRI on the right. So the tab A or the table A or the figure A shows a multilingual individual's brain that gets stimulated or lights up compared to a monolingual brain. So you can see that the multilingual, there are lots of regions that get stimulated, while in a monolingual, the regions are limited. Or in short, the multilinguals, they use a larger neural profile. And because they use a larger neural profile, there's a high chance that the regions overlap. So when the regions overlap, that might contribute for the multilinguals being better at both spatial and verbal intelligence. So what is spatial intelligence? Spatial intelligence is an ability of a person to understand and interpret complex 3-dimensional structures, and verbal intelligence is how well they can interpret a written language or a spoken language. So what were my hypotheses? So what we started to figure out is if medical students would have higher spatial and verbal intelligence, to prove the stereotypical belief that female medical students or female students perform better verbally than spatially. And if a student is multilingual, and if we have proven that they have higher spatial and verbal intelligence, would they perform better at anatomy examinations? So what was the method that we followed? So we took questions, so 10 questions on verbal intelligence and 10 questions on spatial intelligence from the British Mensa website. So the Mensa website is a website that looks after or that tests IQ throughout the world. So I took questions from them. Once the questionnaire was ready, it was distributed to all second-year medical students at Cardiff University. Then to see how reliable and valid the questionnaires were, these questionnaires were given to 20 feeder stream students who didn't make or didn't form part of the following further study. And these questionnaires were repeated 3 weeks apart, and their answers were checked. If the answers were same, it was concluded that these questionnaires were reliable and valid. Each student who filled the questionnaire, a score of 0 to 10 was assigned for spatial and verbal intelligence answers. So because there were 10 questions, if the question was right, 1 mark was given to every correct question. Then once we had the results, the students were categorized into 8 groups. So the group A was the students who had prior knowledge of Greek and Latin in their pre-GCSE. So pre-GCSE is before 10th standard. And the students who had taken the first public exam or GCSE exam equivalent to 10th standard in India was Group B. The most fascinating group was Group D, who were our international students. So these international students are the students who come to Cardiff to study medicine, and they come from countries like China and Malaysia and Thailand. Then, depending on their verbal and spatial scores, they were divided into 3 categories. So if they scored between 8 and 10, they were category 1. 5 to 7 was category 2, and less than 4 was category 3. So what were our results? So we had a good response rate. 173 students participated. That was a 63% response rate. A Cronbach alpha, which tells about the reliability of the method undertaken, was quite high. It was 0.79. So anything above 0.60 is considered very reliable. We did an Anderson-Darlington normality test, and the p-value is quite good. So this test tells the best fit for all the results. So you can see the best fit is the number of results that lie close to this line here. So that test gave a very good positive result. For verbal and spatial intelligence to study males versus females, you can see here the females did better in both verbal and spatial questionnaires. So that can be seen in the graph here. Then we went on to see how reliable or how good statistically this result is. To find the statistical significance, we did a test called the Kruskal-Wallis test, and we found the test that there was no significant difference between the performance of male and female students. Then we went on to see the relationship between multilingualism and monolingualism. We did a test called Whitney-Manu test, which showed that monolinguals who showed less verbal and spatial intelligence compared to the multilingual group. So that was a very significant result that we found. Then we went on to see if there was significance between the groups. So from the histogram, we figured it out that the group D, so the international students, they did very well, or they had very high verbal and spatial intelligence. And there was a statistical difference when compared between the other groups. Another thing we noticed was that in all the categories, the students did better in verbal tests than in spatial tests, which made us believe that that might be because the verbal part of the questionnaire was much simpler because of the use of simple English. We tried to figure out if there was a relationship between verbal spatial intelligence and anatomy examination scores. So that's a graph there. And we saw that the students who have got spatial intelligence less than or equal to 4, they performed quite badly in the formative exam. Formative is the mock exam or the trial run compared to the summative exam, which is the real exam. So they did all right in this real exam, but they performed very badly in the formative or mock exam. So with this assumption, we did a Kruskal-Wallis test, and we found that this was a significant finding. So what is a discussion? Why was there no gender difference in spatial and verbal intelligence? So it is thought that the male and the female brain, although in male brain, the size might be slightly larger, but female brains might be a bit more denser. So the proportional size of regions related to the total volume of the hemisphere are similar. Thus, the representation of different centers in both the genders are similar. So there was no influence on gender, on verbal and spatial intelligence. Now, why did our international students do so much better in verbal and spatial intelligence? So, as I said, they come from Thailand, China, and Malaysia. And if you look at the alphabet system, it's very complex. So, some alphabets has got 48 strokes compared to just one or two in English. So, because they have been trained to undertake such a complex language system, they develop the skill to interpret complex visual spatial arrangements at a very early age. So, that helps them to process such complex images or anatomies orientations very quickly. Because of this, they are able to make networks within the brain, and they are going to have a very advanced spatial intelligence, which help them in their anatomy exams. Now, why did the group which got less than 4 in their formative exam, but they were fine with the summative exam? Okay, so how in Cardiff it happens is the formative or the mock exam. So there's two exams, the mock exam, which is formative, and the real exam, which is summative. The mock exam, we use spotters on prosections. So prosections are pre-dissected anatomy specimen, multiple choice questions, and single bust answers. So because the formative has got spotters, they need spatial intelligence to understand that part of the exam. And because they are poor in spatial awareness, they didn't perform well in the formative exam, while the summative exam is factual recognition. So they are trying to understand, and it is just factual recognition. That's why they did better in summative exam. So what was the conclusion? So we concluded that there is no gender difference in spatial and verbal intelligence. Multilingualism did not influence anatomy performance because the formative and summative exams are different. So what were the recommendations? So one thing we didn't know is how these students acquired these languages. If we know that, it would be better for us to practice it or to spread the word so that everybody can understand how they acquired the languages. We didn't look at the psycholinguistic aspect of multilingualism, and that's what we figured out. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have from the panel or otherwise. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you for the uh, exposure to new topic and such an innovative thing. We had a very informative session. Now the session is open for discussion. Participants, anyone will you like to ask questions on the same? Anybody has questions?
My name is Parthi. Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So actually, when I was listening to the talk, what was running at the back of my mind when I heard the term multilingualism? Say, for instance, multilingualism. I mean, need not. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. So just it is a casual thought. Multilingualism, the definition of it should it be constrained to like Kannada, Tamil, Greek, Latin, and so on? Because most of the medical students, the moment when they see any of the mathematical terms, they get little panic. So there is when we say the multilingualisms, there are some people who do the aerospace engineering and then go into zoology and then finally end up in medicine and so on and so forth. So that itself, even for a technical person, understanding the accounts and finance itself is a new language, very hard to understand. So can we look at, because if any correlation comes up in this, will that be just a correlation, not necessarily a causation? So if somebody puts a point, I'm just trying to get more insights from you. So I'm just trying to put the thought, like should it be constrained to looking at Greek, Latin, Hindi, and so on and so forth? Or can this be there is a possibility the factors which would be influencing could be the background of the person. So who could be good in accountancy, at the same time, he is good in mathematics as well as in the medicine. So that itself could be a multilingualism. Will that, when that influences your conclusion, will that not affect your actual study? So that's my question.
Oh, thank you for the question. Very interesting question. So what I think is I just looked at languages, but coming to your point of acquiring any new skill, it could be accountancy or anything. Maybe we have to look at what centers in the brain is stimulated when they do maths or art or drawing. So if there is an overlap of these, or if there's a larger neural profile, I think this is just my thinking. I think it might work in the same way as learning a new language is what I'm thinking.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
I will like to ask one question, ma'am.
Yes, please.
When you said the performance was poor in the formative exams and the
Yes.
prosections were given.
Yes.
So basically, prosection and dissections, these are the skills which are involved. So how does it relate to multilinguistic this thing or something?
So
Like this is a
prosections,
skill.
no, we are not asking them to dissect. We are giving them dissected specimen and asking them to answer questions on that. So they have to have good three-dimensional orientation. So we are not testing a skill. The exam is set on already dissected specimens.
Yeah, but the practice which we already give them the practice to dissect, isn't it?
Yes.
Dissect. So the prosected specimen is one of the some different variety of the same thing what they were doing.
Okay. So because they are multilingual, they have developed how to interpret the prosections better compared to a monolingual.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I, sir? With the permission of moderator?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, I had posted in the chat box also. Nowadays, the NMC guidelines, I think 2023, they've asked us to teach our students in multi languages. So what is your suggestion for an Indian scenario, ma'am?
It is a very good thing. If we can do multilingualism, that's the best you can give to your students. But India has got an advantage that most of the students speak more than one languages. So I think that advantage is already inherent compared to UK, where they don't tend to speak so fluently any other European languages. So I would encourage any university which can provide multiple languages, just go for it. It makes a huge difference.
Okay, but the time here is just only 9 to 10 months, maximum 10 months. So in this tight schedule, we will be rushing through only to the must for their summative exams as well as formative. Usually only the dissection hours, I think we can implement, and you can start a study also after seeing your study. I thought my thought provoking was like we can start a study by doing a local language, Kannada, and few very like 70% are from North, maybe Hindi also.
Yes.
So that may help for the even clinical postings also, because local language is very much
Very
required for the
important. Yes.
That's what
Yes.
my thought.
Yes. So in India, they dissect for much longer. You'll be very surprised. We dissect we dissect only for what, 8 weeks or 10 weeks. So we
No.
dissect much shorter.
We have 14 hours per week, ma'am.
Yes. So that's so much compared to what we do. So we have got a rolling dissection where each student is in the anatomy center only for 3 hours. So compared to that, in India is doing lots of dissection. So what we try to do is we give them free courses where students can enroll into it, but it's optional courses. So because it's optional, not many students go into it. So maybe integrating languages into the curriculum might be one way of doing it. if you've got any research, I'm happy to be part of it as well.
Sure, I will need to collaborate with you. That's what I was thinking. Because this is a need of the hour, and to stimulate, as you told, spatial intelligence and verbal intelligence, we need to stimulate them because otherwise, once they come to this environment, some few people actually I've observed 10 to 20% they go for depression also.
Yes.
Maybe for the adjustment of the adaptation of the environment.
Yes. That is true because I did the study goes into personality as well. So
Yeah.
we have figured out that medical students are more prone for being very neurotic or being very nervous. So how can we handle it is, through their teachers or tutors or lecturers, we tell them, we give them methods to handle the stress. So that might be one thing we could look into.
Thank you so much for your
time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Ma'am, I think your talk has made all the anatomists to think, or it has just provoked all the anatomists to think in a different dimension. We'll also
thank
give
you.
it a try, and if anything strikes us, if we are in a doubt, we'll try to contact you, ma'am.
Yes, please. So if you have got any queries or if you'd like to sort of continue with the studies, please let me know and I'll be very happy to help out.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Kind of you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
I think it's time to honor our resource person today with a certificate of appreciation and a memento.
Oh, thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Karthik.
I'm also happy to greet our chairperson for today, Dr. Vidya CS, with certificate of appreciation and the memento. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Dr. Manisha, ma'am, here is a certificate of appreciation and the memento. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Just wonder, would it be possible to email this over to me, please? The
Definitely,
certificate?
we'll do it from our end, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Dr. Frank.
Thank you, sir. And to all the delegates who have joined us through this virtual platform for this 5th International E-Conference of BMSECON 2024, I invite you all for the inaugural program, which will be happening shortly. And there was a lot of queries and a lot of people. I just wanted to clarify things because a lot of delegates who contacted us personally about the cyclone and the rain. I'm sorry, I'm talking about that, but because we had many queries about it, and to all those delegates who have called us personally and asked how we were, and we thank you all those delegates, and with the wishes of the Almighty and with our prayers, our conferences has started very well, and it will continue to go so in that manner. And we will shortly have the inauguration. And I would request now Mr. Karthik to continue to play the video for a few minutes till we arrange for the inauguration. Mr. Karthik from M&M.
Yes, sir. Putting the college video.
Yes.
After
thank
college
you.
videos.
Yes, thank you.
In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted, building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines.
Mr. Karthik? Mr. Karthik?
medicine, engineering,
Mr.
architecture,
Karthik?
Yes, sir.
management,
I
Yes,
want,
sir.
I
health
want you to
sciences,
add Mr. Abhishek, Dr.
dentistry,
Abhishek and Dr. Dean
measuring up to
HP.
135 courses of study, all covered across
Mr. Abhishek has
sprawling
added,
and
sir, the
student-friendly
underline word.
campuses.
Dean HP.
Let me check this.
At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given
Dr.
point,
Naveen, you
there
said,
are
no?
15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population.
Karthik,
Yes, sir.
please add Dr. R. Sehgal into the panelist. R.
Okay,
Sehgal,
ma'am.
that is the Dean, Dr. R. Sehgal.
Okay, ma'am.
Then Dean HP AVMC. Dean HP AVMC.
Hello, ma'am.
Dean HP at AVMC. Please add
Done,
that
ma'am.
also.
Yes, ma'am.
Added,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
we have made you also co-host.
Okay, that is okay. So these
Yeah.
two people. Now, Dr. R. Sehgal is not being.
Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural
Added, ma'am.
hub,
Added.
with students
Added.
gaining
Added.
expertise in a wide range of fields. Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge
Dr.
in
R.
all
Sehgal.
contemporary fields of
Ma'am,
study.
send the request
This
to
is
him. ma'am.
strengthened by state-of-the-art
What is it?
infrastructure.
I have sent the request to him to
Okay,
add.
okay. Thank you.
Manju ma'am, are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yeah, tell me.
Ma'am, are you able to hear me, ma'am?
Nothing.
Dr. R. Sehgal has denied the request. Can you please ask him? Okay, now he's rejoining. He's joining now. Dr. R. Sehgal is in now.
Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University
Okay, thank
is
you.
known for
Thank-
its courses in dentistry, pharmacy,
Ma'am, Manju ma'am, are you able to hear me? Hello?
homeopathy,
Hello? Manju ma'am,
Hello.
are you able to hear me, ma'am?
nursing,
We are just waiting for Suresh Samal sir to join, sir.
Okay.
Dean madam has joined. Dean sir has joined. We are just waiting for Suresh Samal sir to join. Okay.
Okay, and I asked your wife.
allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students. For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping students with the edge to compete anywhere in the world. Collaborative programs with foreign universities, study abroad programs, international student exchange programs, faculty exchange programs are a few of the initiatives of the university to empower students with this global perspective.
Vision for tomorrow, the mission of today. VMU. Bringing minds together in search of endless wisdom. VMU. Building individuals to build a world, building hopes and dreams on heart at VMU. Friends to stay, VMU. Enjoyment to learn and play, showing the way ahead each day at VMU.
Vinayaka Missions University. It is where futures are built. Come and experience it. In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted, building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal, and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture,
Karthik, can we stop the videos?
health sciences,
After,
dentistry,
stop the video, please.
Team sir and team Sam sir will join with the dates at the start now, and Sir said he will be joining.
No problem, Rajan. We'll go ahead.
Okay, okay. Team sir. Shall we start now, sir?
You can start, please, because I have to leave for the campus also.
Okay, sir. So they're starting now. Dr. Manju ma'am, Dr. Langadit, please start.
Yes, sir.
Dear all, kindly hold. We'll be shortly, very shortly, starting the inaugural program. Just few seconds more. Kindly hold on.
Yes. Yes. Okay, no problem. We are out.
So, Dr. Rajan, sir. Rajan, sir.
Frank, we can start.
Yes, sir. We will start, sir.
Uh, I once again welcome everyone for this fifth international e-conference of BMSECON 2024. We are starting the inauguration program. Mr. Karthik, I would request you to play the invocation song for the inauguration.
Sir, after.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः.
Okay. Now I request Dr. Ilankadir, the organizing secretary for this BMSECON 2024, and also the head of the Department of Anatomy, Arupadi Medical College, to give the welcome address. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. A very good morning to one and all. With the divine blessings of God Almighty and the nature around us, our founder chancellor, Dr. Shanmugha Sundaram sir, and the benevolence of our beloved trustee, Mrs. Annapurni Shanmugha Sundaram madam, our beloved chancellor, Dr. A.S. Ganesan sir, and Vice President VMRF, Dr. Anuradha Ganesan ma'am, I, Dr. S. Ilankadir, Organizing Secretary, on behalf of the organizing team, take pride in welcoming you all for the inaugural ceremony of BMSECON 24, organized by Preclinical Department of Arupadi Medical College and Hospital, Puducherry. We as ABMC family are very much honored and delighted to host this international conference for the 5th year in a row upon the theme Unveiling the Future of Basic Medical Sciences, a Global Perspective for this current year 2024. The conference has the distinction of bringing together such a large number of resource faculty and delegates across the globe for a vibrant and intense exchange of views, knowledge, and experience on the theme. This year too, we had an overwhelming response of nearly 540 registration and around 200 plus abstracts. On this momentous occasion, wholeheartedly welcome our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. A.S. Ganesan sir, in absentia, a visionary who has been constantly supporting us in all our endeavors. His wishes and blessings are always with us. It's my honor to welcome our Honorable Madam Chancellor, Vice President VMRF, Dr. Anuradha Ganesan ma'am, in absentia, whose valuable guidance motivates us in organizing such academic programs. The organizing committee is extremely delighted to welcome the keynote speaker for today, Dr. Shibi G. Stephens. We just heard her enlightening keynote address. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. We wholeheartedly welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.K. Sudhir sir, in absentia, a man with great wisdom, vast experience, and has always been a support for us. The organizing team also takes pride in welcoming Mr. Suresh Samuel sir, member, Board of Management, VMRF, a man of great insight and the one who always encourages us to come up with more innovative ideas and supports us in all our academic requests. Especially our team bow down before you for guiding us through the hardships we have come across for the last 24 hours in particular. It's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our beloved Dean, Dr. Rakesh Sehgal sir. He is an embodiment of simplicity and efficiency, a strong pillar for all of us here who are supported in each and every step starting from the planning stage until it's been executed today. Welcome you, sir. We warmly welcome our TNMC observer for today, Dr. T. Prasad, for this conference. Welcome, sir. I welcome our energetic and dynamic Dean HPE ma'am, Dr. V.N. Mahalakshmi, who has been very supportive and was kind enough to offer help every time for structuring this conference. We wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am. We also welcome all our honored advisors, Dr. Sarman Singh sir, Director Medical Research, Dr. K. Damodaran, Medical Superintendent, Dr. K. Jayasingh, Dr. T. Rajan, VP Admin and Student Progress, Dr. Lakshmi Jatia, VP Students Academics, Dr. Lata, VP Academics, Dr. Arunachalam, Deputy Medical Superintendent, for all our outspoken and eloquent resource persons and chairpersons today. I also welcome the deans of other medical colleges under VMRF, heads of institutions of other colleges within AVMC campus, university officials, members of STB, HODs of other department, other faculty members of AVMC, friends from press and media on this auspicious occasion. We welcome our most enthusiastic delegates who are joining us from far and wide. Without your support and encouragement, this conference would not have been possible today. We sincerely hope you all will enjoy today and the next 2 days to come of deliberations and networking. I once again welcome you all for the inaugural ceremony of BMSECON 2024. Wish you a great learning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that heartfelt welcome address from the deep down. And thank you so much, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Rajan, Vice Principal Admin and Student Progression. He is one of our robust professor in the Department of Anatomy. Sir has been a pillar for many of things and been a personal guide and support for everyone. Sir, now I welcome you to share about a few things of the history and the growth of this International E-Conference of BMSECON. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. It's audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Very good morning to all. I am Dr. Rajan here, Professor of Anatomy, Orthopedics, as well as holding the post of Vice Principal. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing team for considering me to give the overview of the growth and history of the BMSECON. Let me share to have a better orientation about the growth of this conference. This is the slide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's received.
Okay. Actually, this conference, which is started with a state level conference at Harvard College.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to disturb, sir. Can you use your mic a little bit closer, sir?
Okay.
And I would request all other host persons to mute their mic when sir is speaking. Thank you.
Is it audible now? Better?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In 2003, Dr. K.R. Srinivas, a renowned anatomist who started I started at the state level conference, and it was organized with a grand success, and there were 6 speakers and 450 participants were there, and it was a physical conference. And followed by that, there was another conference organized which is also physical conference, state level conference in the year of 2007. Around 600 participants were during that. It was having all the oral post. In the year of 2018, then the Department of Anatomy, which was headed by myself, were thinking. So, in the beginning of our institute, when they can organize the state level conference after around 18 or 10 to 15 years, why don't we start here international? Why don't we initiate international conference? So that's the thought behind that we conducted our international conference at Dhaka. The picture shows all the resources, which was also organized a physical conference. Around 12 speakers, the resource persons were there, and the 12 participants were there. So by seeing this enthusiastic response from all the delegates, then we plan to organize another conference, and then consequently the next year, the 2020, we have planned it as an international conference, physical conference, but because of the COVID, we could not do it as a physical conference. So we have organized as an online conference, e-conference. So that is the first conference we have e-conference we have organized. And here we have combined with anatomy conference system changed into a basic medical science conference. So we have improved the physiology and biochemistry department as well as Department of Biomedical Research also. So all the 4 departments were doing this program successfully. By seeing the response, and many of the delegates keep on telling that related to go as the only e-conference, because many of them from various places can join. So based on the request, we are considering this as another e-conference. It is also organized by myself in both conferences are organized. Then we have referred to the Department of Physiology, the collections that are organized in 2022, the BMSECON. Then so it was around 800 speakers, the 16 speakers were there and 800 participants were there to the conference. Then in 2023, Dr. Manju, the Department of Biochemistry organized conference. Now the turn has come to the Department of Anatomy. Dr. Ilangadri is hosting the present conference. So this will be continuing as a e-conference till the feedback which are from all the delegates. At present, we are getting more requests to conduct it as a e-conference. And these are all the glimpses which from the various conferences organized by the Department of Anatomy as well as by the basic society. So at the time of 2003, our institute, that's the PonCon 2007, our chancellor lights the lamp, our chancellor addressing the audience. Dr. K.R. Srinivasan honoring the chair. Our Dean C.F. Kotur, myself during the organizing the conference, and Dr. Lakshya, who organized the conference 2002, Dr. Manju, who organized 2003, and this is a souvenir release by the conference released by team. These are all the resource persons to the physical conference. These are the resource persons during the conference mobile R8, given the keynote address. These are all the delegates who participated during the physical conference. The delegates who participated in the e-conference, chit-chat of our faculties, and our team. Present avians. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the history of how the BMSECON International Conference started in a small note of physical form, to which now it has grown into a large banyan tree with lots of roots and shoots to an international level. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. M. Gopinath, Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, Arupade Vide Medical College, and my own personal mentor to deliver the theme of the conference for 2024. Sir, over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. A very pleasant morning to all the invited speakers, judges, chairperson, and esteemed delegates for this international conference, BMSECON 2024. As Aristotle said, well begun is half done. With the start of well-organized inaugural ceremony, our academic feast is about to launch. At this juncture, I want to quote Henry Ford's words: anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. The greatest thing in our life is to keep your young mind happy learning. Theme of the conference is Unveiling the Future of Basic Medical Science, a Global Perspective. As we gather in this forum of learning and exchange, we are united by our shared passion for advancing the fundamental sciences. The basic medical sciences are the pillars of modern medicine, where they stand and make us the human body's complex mechanism. Each of these disciplines plays a critical role in shaping how we study health and disease, and how we develop treatments that can transform lives. Moreover, this conference serves as an exceptional platform that brings together experts and other thought leaders from in and around the world to engage in meaningful discussions on wide varied topics. The theme, Unveiling the Future of Basic Medical Sciences, a Global Perspective, suggests a focus on the evolving landscape of fundamental medical research and its potential impact on healthcare worldwide. Over the course of this conference, we have the unique opportunity to explore cutting edge research, innovative methodologies, and the latest breakthroughs across these interconnected faculties. So the theme suggests a focus on the evolving landscape of fundamental medical research and its potential impact on healthcare worldwide, which can ignite new conversations, spark collaborations, and inspire the next generation of medical scientists and clinicians on new exploring areas like simulation, automation, and artificial intelligence in medical science. The diversity of topics and expertise represented here, uh, they explore global collaboration and research, technological innovations, global healthcare challenges, and interdisciplinary approaches. They promise rich discussion, the forging of valuable partnership, and the emerging of novel solutions of pressing global health challenges. And hereby, on a whole, this theme of our conference established the collaborative and interdisciplinary research approach and innovation to address both local and global health challenges, pushing our boundaries of knowledge and improving the quality of care and healthcare worldwide. We are proud to conduct this conference successfully for the fifth consecutive year on virtual platform without any hassle. Indeed, it attracts the attention of many recurrent participants and delegates, which we feel as a success. Thank you for being a part of this remarkable gathering, and thank you. I wish everyone an inspiring and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite all the delegates and all our special invitees virtually to have the lighting of the lamp. Mr. Karthik, can we have the lighting of the lamp? With the blessings of the Almighty, this auspicious morning, since we have started our inauguration and with lighting of lamp, now I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Samuel, sir, our member of board, Arupade Medical College, to declare the conference open and also to release the e-souvenir. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I welcome all the delegates and participants of the 5th International BMSC Conference and at Vinayaga Missions Research Foundation, Arupade Medical College. I declare this conference open.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request you to release the e-souvenirs, sir. Mr. Karthik, be ready.
I'm very happy to release this Unveiling the Future of Basic Medical Sciences, a global perspective e-conference. This conference.
This is our credit hours accepted by the TNMC. This is our founder chancellor. This is our conference committee, and these are the messages from our chancellor and madam chancellor, and from our vice chancellor, from Sam sir, and our registrar, and from our dean sir. And this message is from our MS sir and our vice principals. And messages from the organizing secretary and the organizing chairpersons. Then we have the inaugural schedule. Then we have about the conference. Then we have said about the conference of lives in ABMC, with each department facilities. And all 3 days entire program schedule is being followed with the speaker details and their CVs. Thank you, sir. Thank you for declaring the conference open and also for releasing the e-souvenirs, sir. Now I request you to share a few words about the 5th International Conference of BMSECON 2024, sir.
Thank you. I welcome all the delegates and participants globally once again for this conference. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, in whichever part of the globe you are. The future of basic medicine is incredibly promising, with several key areas poised to drive significant advancement. So I would like to leave few thoughts and trends what we see in this current medical sciences trajectory. Personalized medicine is one area where we see things are improving with advances in genomics and biotechnology, which enables in terms of personalized medicine. The improved diagnostic tools allows for early detection and targeted treatment and diseases. Said that, the second area, what I see as a great trend is with regard to the system medicine, the holistic approach that system medicine integrates with biological, clinical, and environmental data to understand diseases comprehensively and collaborate across scientific disciplines will also enhance the ongoing research and treatment strategies. The third, one of the favorite topic for me, and we are also focusing very much in AVMC and also in Vinayaga missions, is with regard to the digital medicine. In fact, as you're all aware, we are one of the early adopters in terms of implementing artificial intelligence in medicine. In fact, we are taking this as a program with our undergraduate students and also with postgraduate students. The big data and AI is going to, and the machine learning will revolutionize the medical research and the patient care going forward. I think the digital platforms are expanding, which facilitates in terms of remote consulting, remote patient monitoring. All these things we see as a big trend with regard to the technology intervention with regard to medical and health sciences. The fourth trend, which is also picking up more and we are seeing a direct impact, is with regard to the environmental health. The climate change impact has really put a lot of us in a different type of new pressures, which helps in terms of research to focus on understanding the health impacts of climate changes and developing strategies to mitigate them. The sustainable goal, what has been come up by the UN, I think it's very relevant in terms of adoption at the beginning itself, so that we are able to emphasize on sustainable and eco-friendly practices in medical research and healthcare delivery. I also have seen a very focused trend with regard to robotics and nanorobotics. In fact, in one of my earlier panel discussions, I spoke about endoluminal surgery, where things are getting developed more in terms of how surgery is getting enhanced with robotics with the aid of artificial intelligence. And the last topic that I also wanted to touch as a trend is with regard to the genetic engineering, where the gene therapy will become one of the important area in our future medicine with the new treatment options and previously incurable diseases. So said that, I would leave your thoughts to further explore and innovate in terms of this 6 areas: personalized medicine, system medicine, digital medicine, environmental health, advanced technologies, and also with genetic engineering for you to further explore during this conference. I wish you all the very best and happy learning. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such words of wisdom, and thank you for taking AVMC to a level where the artificial intelligence has been incorporated to the undergraduate and to the postgraduate level, sir. Thank you for supporting us, and thanks for taking us also to be a part of it, sir. And that was such a wonderful felicitation address, and thank you once again from my heart, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite our Dean, sir, Dr. R. Rakesh Segal, to deliver the presidential address for this conference.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me properly.
Yes, sir, you are well audible, sir.
Because I am sitting somewhere in the periphery, as you all know. And I would like to, at the outset, thank the management, our founder chancellor in his memory, and our chancellor and madam chancellor, and Mr. Suresh Samuel, who, in spite of what difficulties we are facing, have all helped and encouraged the BMSC Con, which is there today from today till 6th of December. And this is the fifth conference, international conference, which is being held by our college. And I congratulate the three departments and the other all people of the organizing committee and their teams that they have organized this conference in spite of all the problems we have faced, and they have shifted from the campus to some hotel to actually so that they do not cut short this conference. I am really obliged to them for all the efforts they have taken. And I know that, yes, and I know that with their efforts of the team headed by Dr. Linkatir and Dr. Gopinath, Dr. Manju, Dr. Rajan, and obviously Frank, and all the other team members, this conference will be a very great success, much more than what it was in previous times. And I think we can have retrospection and see that what can be done further for the next conference. In addition, Mr. Samuel has very well taken out what is the areas where basic medical sciences can actually progress. When certainly progression has been made, at one time even pathology was considered to be sort of dying, but you see the how it has changed with the diagnostic advancement. So there is an advancement in the basic medical sciences, and as talked by our people also, this is the pillar on which our MBBS teaching is standing. Say without anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, you cannot go on to the clinical side. These are the basics. For example, if you want to know the problem faced in certain biochemical tests like say increased sugar, these are all taught at the time when we are taught biochemistry. So that is the pillar on which we stand. Like that also we are standing for anatomy and physiology. If we don't know the anatomy of the human body, well, surgery would be not easy. So that is the problem we face if we don't teach the basic medical sciences. People think that, oh, what is basic medical sciences? And however, they are progressing, and I think that there is a big future for them. And as mentioned already, artificial intelligence also is one of the areas where we need to have like inputs for the basic medical sciences. And I still remember talking to the department at me and discussing with them like the digital sort of dissection table and all and software which we can develop. And here also AI and other things can help. So that is area which we can seriously look at and advance the knowledge for the students also. So this is a digital era, and I think having a digital conference or online conference is really great. And seeing the number of participants, it is really wonderful to see so many participants. I still remember in PGI we had a parasitology conference online during COVID. However, they did not continue on that, but you people have done a great job continuing on that. And I also thank like people like Dean HP and others who have really encouraged for this online conferences. And I hope that this goes on for quite a long time. And I wish all the success for this conference. And I'm sure you are going to have good, very good plenary sections, academics, and enjoy the academics of the conference. Thank you very much.
Uh, Thank you so much, sir, for such encouraging words. Sir, to tell the truth, if it was not for you, this conference would have not been happening for today. In spite
No,
of
it is
all
it's
the
a team effort. One person cannot do anything.
Yes, sir, but without you being so supportive, in spite of everything happening down there, you being in a remote place now, and I think that's the advantage of having this e-conference where, in spite of
Yes,
all the
absolutely.
hurdles, we are
Hmm.
going ahead. Thank you for such encouraging words, sir, and thank you for being supportive and for this lovely and wonderful presidential address where pointing out the importance of the basic sciences. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite our dynamic Dean Health Profession Education, Dr. V. N. Mahalakshmi, to address the gathering, as she's being one of our earlier and still the mentor of our conference. She has been always helpful, and she has never denied any help for anyone who has approached her for her knowledge of wisdom. So, ma'am, I would like you to deliver your mentor address. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Morning, Frank. Good morning, all the delegates, panelists, and other dignitaries present. I'm very happy to be here as a part of this fifth successive BMSECON. In this occasion, I'd like to share three thoughts with you. One is what Mr. Suresh Samuel started with, the three pillars of modern medicine. Earlier, it used to be two pillars, clinical medicine and basic medical sciences. Now, currently, with the way in which we practice medicine, it is three pillars, basic medical sciences, clinical sciences, as well as health system sciences. How do we deliver care? How do we deliver care depends on what care we are delivering, that is clinical medicine. To understand clinical medicine, we need to understand the basic biomedical processes in the body and what goes wrong and how to put it right. So only then the knowledge becomes very comprehensive and we can improve the patient care outcomes. So it is important that the clinicians are made aware of the progresses in the basic medical sciences. And the basic medical scientists understand what is the problems which are facing the clinicians. So both are going hand in hand. So that's the first thing. And that is why interdisciplinary conferences of such nature are of tremendous impact in the current scenario. And the second one is a very, very favorite quote of mine. I told it often enough from Aristotle. It is, excellence is not a virtue. Excellence is a habit. We are what we do repeatedly. And if we repeatedly do things well, then we become virtuous. It is not that we are virtuous, so we do things well. So repeatedly doing this conference for the fifth time, actually involving all the basic science departments, is a big achievement by itself. And I really appreciate all the three departments from the first year who are taking it up, and the people behind the scenes for getting this conference going. Kudos to you, and well done. Then the third point I want to make is, it's nice if you have a set plan. It's nice you actually do according to your very systematic approach, according to your plan, checklist, etc. But what marks events is not only whether you are able to follow your plan, whether you are adaptable. So, that is the most important thing. Adaptability, when the circumstances demand, are you agile enough to adapt to what are the challenges which are being raised? And this team has shown that they are very agile. In fact, they have built the plane when they were actually flying in the air. So that is what they have done in the last 2 days. And they very nicely put together this program despite all the natural calamities and hardships which have happened in the last 2 or 3 days. So I wish you all very successful conference and hope the learning continues. All the very best. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you for pointing out all those 3 points. And also thank you for mentoring and bringing out us our agilities to conduct this conference. Thank you, ma'am. As Oscar Wilde said, the smallest act of kindness is worth more than the grandest intention. Without thanking others of how this happened, this conference would not go on a high note. So now I request Dr. M. Manju, Professor and Department of Head Biochemistry, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Frank. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Dr. Manju, the organizing chairperson of BMSECON 2024. I feel very humble and privileged for being given this opportunity to present the vote of thanks today. Thank you, Team BMSECON 2024. First and foremost, I thank God Almighty for the blessing showered upon us for the ever success of our conference previous years and making us conduct it this year. Next, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our founder chancellor, late Dr. A. Shanmugasundaram sir, Annapurni Shanmugasundaram ma'am, whose blessings have made this mega conference happen. I would like to thank our beloved Honorable Chancellor Dr. A.S. Ganeshan sir, Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan, the Vice President of VMRF in absentia. They are the visionaries who are behind the success of all the academic programs which are conducted in our institute. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Your wishes will guide us for the smooth conduct of this conference. My sincere thanks to our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.K. Sudhir sir, and other VMRF administrators who have always shown keen interest and supported us in conducting our conference. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. J. Suresh Samuel, Member, Board of Management. He has been the driving force behind all the academic events and innovations in our institute. He has always supported BMSECON in the last 4 years and this year too. We thank you wholeheartedly, sir, for your constant encouragement and support in organizing this conference. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our beloved Dean, Dr. P.F. Rakesh Sehgal, sir, for his constant and unwavering support in organizing this conference and for his presidential address and today. Anytime we walk into his chamber for the conference-related help, he is wholeheartedly ready to help us. Your support has given us the framework upon which we have planned and executed this program. Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt, sincere thanks to our dynamic Dean, Health Professionals Education, Dr. V.N. Mahalakshmi ma'am, for gracing this occasion and addressing the gathering. She has always offered us constant support whenever we have stumbled. Even this conference, we stumbled. Ma'am knows that. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the instantaneous support you have offered on time. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. T. Rajan, Vice Principal Admin and Student Progression AVMC, for making us to recollect the path we walked through to reach where we are today through the history and growth of our conference. Thank you, sir. I extend my gratitude next to our VP Academics, Dr. Lata, and Dr. Lakshmi Japtia, VP Student Affairs, for their support offered. Thank you. I would now like to extend my sincere thanks to all our advisory members, Dr. Sarman Singh, Director Research, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt sir, ex-Director Research, who has always helped us in publishing our proceedings in JCDR, Dr. Jay Singh sir, the Director of HEOS, MS Dr. Damodaran sir, DMS Dr. Arunachalam sir, and all other administrators for their constant support. I also would like to thank the head and staff of other colleges and other institutes inside our university for their valuable support, including offering us a lot of the technical support also. I also would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers from various parts of the globe and chairpersons and judges who have consented to support us in this venture. Thank you all. I sincerely thank our TNMC observer for our conference, Dr. T. Prasad, for being with us today. And more than all, I also thank all our enthusiastic delegates who have dedicated their valuable time by showing their interest upon registering for our conference, participating live today, and making our conference a benchmark in history. Thank you all. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the team BMSECON 2024. In spite of all the hurdles we have faced in the last 2 to 3 days, we are here today. Thank you all. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for delivering such an brief and not missing anyone. I think we have covered everyone. If we have missed anyone, it's not by intention. And now we would like to conclude our inaugural program by having the national anthem. I would request everyone to stand for the national anthem. Mr. Karthik.
Sir.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. We would be resuming our scientific programs shortly in 5 minutes. Please take a short break for an restroom break of 5 minutes. We'll be resuming our scientific talks in 5 minutes.
In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted, building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture, management,
Karthik.
health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given point, there are 15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population. Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural hub that has students gaining expertise in a wide range of fields. Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge in all contemporary fields of study. This is strengthened by state-of-the-art infrastructure. Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University is known for its courses in dentistry, pharmacy, homeopathy, nursing, allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students. For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping
Karthik?
students with the edge to compete
Karthik,
anywhere
can you
in the
stop
world.
the video?
Collaborate.
Good morning and welcome back all. We are about to resume our scientific talks. The second talk, actually the first talk we can say that because the earlier was a keynote address. The first talk of the scientific session today is from the Department of Biochemistry. Now I request our organizing chairperson and head Department of Biochemistry, Dr. Manju, to take over to continue the scientific session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Frank. Varnali ma'am, welcome ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sir, Mohanty sir, can you just switch on your video, sir? Mohanty sir. Mohanty sir. Am I audible, sir?
Switch it on.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah. No, Mohanty sir, the chairperson. Mohanty sir.
Just a minute. Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me? Huh? But thank you. Yeah, video is on, but somehow it's not coming. I don't know.
Sir, when you joined, did you keep your video on, sir? Or you joined with your video off or something, sir?
Now, I don't know. It's not coming.
So you want to rejoin or shall we continue, sir? It will be nice if you can just switch on your video, sir. Can you just check that video symbol down? Is it on or not, sir?
Start video, no?
Start video, sir. There
Yeah.
नीचे audio के बगल में एक video है ना, sir. Video का एक ये उसमें on that you can just switch it on, sir.
I have switched it on, but not coming. But anyways, it's okay. Without that also, if you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
continue.
If it's
Yeah.
okay, we'll start, sir. We
Yeah.
would have loved to see you, sir, after such a long time.
It's not important.
Okay.
It is important. Is there. It's
Okay.
so wonderful to meet you all. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir, I would thank you very much for joining us, sir, and accepting our invitation. Now, I would like to request our today's moderator for your session, none other than your old friend, Dr. Gautam Sarkar, sir, who is a professor here in AVMC, sir. So, over to you, sir.
It's a real privilege for me to introduce the chairperson, my good old friend, Dr. Biswajit Mohanty, who is the Managing Director, Gen X Diagnostics Limited, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Mohanty got his MBBS from VSS Medical College, Burla, Odisha, and MD Biochemistry from SCB Medical College, Cuttack, Odisha. He worked under various designations from SR to Professor at Nepal Medical College, Kathmandu, MGMC, and AVMC, Pondicherry. He is an NABH assessor from 2001, HOD in Laboratory Services, Apollo Hospitals, Bhubaneswar, 2009 to 2018. Publications in national level. He has written a book, Practical in Clinical Chemistry, 2002, guided 4 MD and 2 PhD students. He has special training in 6 Sigma Green Belt, that is from ISI, New Delhi.
We don't hear from you, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's come back, sir. It's come back, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Yeah.
Sorry for this interruption, sir.
Doesn't matter. We used to it since COVID days.
No, here because of the very bad weather. I'm very sorry. Sir, please, Sarkar, sir, you can continue, sir. Just a minute. Just all of you, please wait for a minute. We are joining. Am I audible?
Yeah, Manju.
Can you just again display the slide that was here? We'll continue now. Wait. Yes. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Dr. Sarkar.
Okay. So
Please, yeah.
to pick up the strings from where I left, Dr. Mohanty has special training in Six Sigma Green Belt, that is ISI New Delhi, and Six Sigma Black Belt. Sounds more like karate degrees. Okay. ISI Hyderabad. So presently he has his own setup as Gen X Diagnostic Limited with 10 labs across Odisha, including services such as clinical biochemistry, hematology, clinical pathology, flow cytometry, molecular biology, fish, and karyotyping, and specializing in clinical genomics. So that was the short introduction to my friend, Dr. Vishwanath Mohanty, my good old friend. So, Dr. Mohanty, it's all yours now to introduce the speaker.
Manjur?
Dr. Mohanty, are you audible? Please kindly, it is over to you to introduce the speaker for today. Dr. Bhandari Das.
Yeah. Very good morning to all of you. I mean, I have the opportunity to be in Pondicherry for a very short while. But then I did my senior residency. I have been seeing Vinayaka missions since its inception. It's a wonderful growth they have in between. And let's start the business. I'm here to introduce a renowned clinical biochemist, well known across India and abroad as well, Dr. Barnali Das. He is at present working in Kokilaben, Dhirubhai Hospital Medical Research Institute, a fellow of Association of for Diagnostics and Laboratory Medicine, AACC, and chair of Indian sections of the same, the member of APHCB and NABL assessor and College of American Pathology Inspectors, the review editors for very well-known journals across the world, and member of ICMR task force for establishment of reference intervals in Indian populations. Executive member, Scientific Division, IFCC 2018-2002 till 2023. A very eminent clinical biochemist. He has many publications and a wonderful personality. I have seen her for a very long time, though we haven't met each other. But then I have seen her in various conferences and various forums. So I'm looking forward to listen to Dr. Barnali. What about the lab automations and artificial intelligence in clinical biochemistry? So it's over to Dr. Barnali, the wonderful personality. So it's over to Barnali.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind introduction. So since my MD days, I actually saw you as a mentor, and Dr. Gautam Sarkar sir also. I am audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for the kind introduction, sir. And now my heartfelt thanks to Vinayaka Mission University and ABMC for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk in front of this esteemed delegates. And since the morning, I'm listening to inaugural functions. So BMSECON 2024 is unveiling the future of basic medical science conference. So with this amazing thought process, thank you, Dr. Manju, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Sarkar, Gautam Sarkar sir, for inviting me. So now I'll share my slide. Here, actually, sharing sound is not working.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, but I want to play some video. Okay, let's see if it.
Yeah, it has come.
Yes. So today my talk is I will share our journey about lab automation, artificial intelligence in biochemistry lab. So when we talk about automation and artificial intelligence, so how, before that, as I got the invitation from the biochemistry department, because this is the conference for basic medical sciences. So when, long years back, we used to think basic medical sciences and clinical science as separate portfolio, but now when everything is clubbed together, because when we talk about in any hospital setup, any medical college setup, or lab setup, so we talk about patient safety, we talk about patient's outcome. So when it comes to the outcome, so basic medical science or the clinical science all become if each one of us provide the role as a healer. So here I actually acknowledge the organizing committee and organizing chairman and organizing secretaries for the showing this resilience, because yesterday Manju ma'am has sent me this picture along with some videos. So how they have shifted to hotel and they are conducting this BMSECON. So from all the organizing team of the BMSECon for this resilience, I kudos to you. So with that, let me start my talk, Road to Sustainable Operational and Clinical Excellence, Innovation, Leveraging Automation and Digital Solution. Let's see. So this is our lab and let's see our journey. So for us diagnosticians or biochemists, pathologists, microbiologists, or any one from the basic medical science, every blood sample tells us a story. Let's see how. So this is the video, actually, this is a movie clip I wanted to show, but because of, I think this video is not working. So this is the story of one cub reporter, Susanna Kahlan. She wrote in her book, Brain on Fire, My Month of Madness. So one day I woke up in a strange hospital room, strapped to my bed, under guard and unable to move or speak. Only weeks earlier, I had been a healthy 24-year-old beginning a career as a cub reporter at the New York Post. As weeks ticked by and I moved inexplicably from violence to catatonia, around $1 million worth of blood tests and brain scan revealed nothing. The exhausted doctors were ready to commit me to the psychiatric ward, in effect condemning me to lifetime of institution or death, until Dr. Sohail Nazar joined my team. So this is her story, Brain on Fire, My Month of Madness. So who is Dr. Sohail Nazar? So Dr. Sohail Nazar is you or me. We as a basic medical scientist, we as a biochemist, immunologist, and other diagnostic or other basic medical science faculty, we play a very significant, very significant role in evidence-based medicine. Let's see how. So this Dr. Sohail Nazar is immunologist, like how we play the role. So because of that, I want to start like what biochemistry means, what immunology means, and how the basic medical science, clinical science become together. Like we work hand in hand. No one can work in silos when it comes to the patient safety, patient's outcome. So this is one case, 1 year, 8-month-old male child admitted in 2018, apparently asymptomatic till first week of July. Since July first week, child started having limping of the left leg. Next, he developed weakness of the left upper and lower limbs. Then he developed weakness of all 4 limbs with inability to walk, stand, or sit. Developed drooling from the mouth, had thrashing movements of all 4 limbs. No history of seizures. So developmental history of full-term normal vaginal delivery, 3.5 kg uneventful. On admission, neurological examination showed continuous chorioethetoid thrashing movements of all 4 limbs, altered sensorium. So we have neurological journal club every Tuesday. So there we all of us, like neurologists, neurosurgeon, neuroradiologists, then biochemists, and if required, other basic medical science faculty, we joined together. And then when we discussed the case, so this is in Neurology Journal Club. So when they were presenting this case in 2018, so that time we started the neuroimmune markers. So in biochemistry department, we started the neuroimmune markers. So it came clinical features, thrashing movements of all 4 limbs. So what can be the cause? Is it structural, or is it paraneoplastic or autoimmune? But here the neurological examination showed chorioethitoid thrashing movements with altered sensorium, but everything here, the MRI was normal, the imaging, everything were normal. So then when we were discussing that case, so that time we started some of the neuroimmune markers, and then I suggested, can you please go for the NMDA receptor autoantibodies. It seems that NMDA receptor autoantibodies, it may be the autoimmune encephalitis. So like Dr. Sohail Nazar, immunologist, changed that case where they used the $1 million worth of blood stain and brain scan, and they were institutionalized that lady, Susanna Kahlan. So here comes our role to play as a basic medical scientist. So when I suggested that please go for the neuroimmune markers for autoimmune encephalitis, then see, the CSF shows this anti-NMDA receptor autoimmune encephalitis panel, the positive 3+, strong positive, and even serum showed 3+ positivity. So one simple test when MRI and many other markers, there was no clue about that case. So this actually the CSF and serum anti-NMDA receptor antibody showed positivity. So anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis is a synaptic autoimmune disorder that was first characterized in 2007. So since then, the definition evolved to include a wide spectrum of ages and presentation. But why there was a lot of confusion? Because in children, most commonly reported clinical manifestation include abnormal behavior, movement disorders, and seizures. Although around 40% of all reported cases with anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis are children, however, the number of the studies that report infant and toddlers below 36 months of age with anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis are rare, not exceeding 20 cases. So our may be one of the earliest presentation, that case. So because of that, neurologists, because all the neuroimmune markers, every year there is a neuroimmune marker. So it is evolving. So for that, it's not neurologists many a times are well aware about the new markers. So it's our duty to make that awareness, which test we should order and how our interpretative comments will help them. So this this is our role as a biochemist, how we play significant role in clinical scenario. So with that, I will come to this clinical lab operations. So as we know, pandemic has taught us a lot of resilience. So it exacerbated existing challenges, added new ones. Pre-COVID era, if you see, the existing challenges were process efficiency, workforce, patient outcome, overhead cost burden, then reputation, standardized across network. We used to face a lot of challenges for standardization and harmonization. But navigating lab operations post-COVID era or during COVID era, what we saw, how we faced that challenge, test volume fluctuation. Maybe we were reporting so many tests, maybe 1,000 tests, 2,000 tests per day. But suddenly during the COVID, we saw the cases, chronic cases decreasing. So they were not coming to the hospital. So test volume fluctuation, lab data management and digitalization played a very, very significant role. Staff safety, staff skill, overall biosafety. So that time we realized the staff safety, all the staff took that charge of their safety. then inventory and supply chain. So how digitization play a significant role? I remember I was a part of COVID task force, international COVID task force. So one night I got call from Leh, Ladakh, like, they want to establish the lab. And they were asking for how, if there is any help from they can establish. So they were like, because of that digitalization, inventory and supply chain. So it was made available. So how it was the part of even my own lab. I remember in 2020, February, there was a case, one clinician from another hospital, he was having cytokine storm. And morning, I was making pancake for my family. So that time around 6:30, I got a call from our intensivist and the infectious disease specialist that Barnali, we want to start for this patient tocilizumab. So for tocilizumab interleukin 6 receptor blockade, so we want to do basic interleukin 6 and then we want to monitor that. So that time we were not doing interleukin 6. And then I checked with all the labs because this is just COVID has started. So most of the labs are, no one in Mumbai was doing, only one lab used to do, that was on Thursday. So I can't wait in the Sunday morning, 7 a.m. till Thursday for that patient, because patient is on cytokine storm and he's deteriorating. So it is cytokine storm is raging. So then I called the vendor and asked them to supply the kit. And then immediately everyone rushed to the hospital and we did emergency validation. But our validation protocol is minimum 5 days, maximum 20 days. So how can I report in 3 hours time that interleukin 6 for that patient, or maybe 1 hour or 2 hours time? Then I called College of American Pathologist and I was part of IFCC. So scientific division, I called everyone in IFCC. So how to validate, how to do pandemic situation validation. So then they suggested you do intra-assay and then start reporting that. So I just run check the precision intra-assay and then reported that, did the pandemic validation for interleukin 6 and reported in 2 hours time. So this is we realized during inventory and supply chain and how the role of each one of us played a significant role in COVID. Then expanding menu and faster reporting of critical results, that we realized this is the example of interleukin 6 or ferritin or any for MI, high sensitive troponin I, then acute kidney injury alert. So this, the first turnaround time, I think during the COVID, each and every lab, for small lab to medium-sized lab to the high-volume lab, we realize the role of faster turnaround time. So the driving challenge in the clinical lab, growing demand, then expanding the menu, then clamoring faster accurate result, proactive health wellness management, and then reduce the overhead and hidden cost. So average skill of the medtechs and staff motivation. So this where we have seen the volume, effort, resources. So these are the driving change in the clinical lab we saw in the post-COVID era. So this is reacting to immediate need to proactive planning towards the future continuous improvement journey. So this when we talk about lab, so we talk about the pre-examination or pre-analytical to pre-analytical, then analytical, then post-analytical or post-analytical or post examination. So this is the total testing process. So or Ludenberg loop or brain-to-brain loop. So it starts from the patient, then clinician ordering the test, and we reporting the results, and then patients again going to the clinicians. The whole brain-to-brain loop. So we required the turnaround time is not only the turnaround time is the therapeutic turnaround time. Time for clinician, patient experience and cycle time. So from here, from collection to registration and identification, transportation, in-lab sample sorting, preparation, then processing, then review and validation, then final reporting. for validated report and clinical action. So reducing the non-value-added tasks and lean thinking. So that's are very important. So when we think in terms of lean thinking and Six Sigma metrics, so this SIPOC tree becomes very important. The input to output, how we can reduce the therapeutic turnaround time. So this minimize sample touches for staff safety and efficiency. So we identify and reduce the bottleneck, promise for operational excellence through automation and digitalization. Then reduce or combine automate manual tasks in the pre-analytical or post-analytical area, then identify, eliminate, or automate error-prone steps. So use Sigma performance essay. So I will show that. So there is one term, net performance score, NPS. So NPS become very important in continuous improvement. So how to do? By lean thinking, by doing more with existing resources, by reducing non-value-added steps. And what technology can do? Automation and digitalization leverage innovation to deliver more. So this is the clinical value stream. So we need to do from current to the future value stream, and after lean and technology improvements using automation and digital solution. So these are like operational clinical excellence quality indicator, which inspires a data-driven continuous improvement process, like speed and efficiency, like turnaround time, production, 95% production service level agreement with the clinicians, turnaround time, CV percentage, predictability of turnaround time critical assess, faster clinical actions, then quality or errors, inappropriate samples like HIL, we can immediately see when we are reporting, ruled out at pre-analytical step, inadequate sample for analysis ruled out at pre-analytical steps, because there is a image analysis in the automated instrument where we can check that in the middleware. Productivity or cost, number of the tests reported per technologies, number of the sample reported per technologies, number of the tests reported per square meter of space occupied, number of the tests and patients auto-verified, critical results alert notified to clinicians within 10 minutes, net promoter score, employee satisfaction, happier staff, attrition rate of the employee, clinician satisfaction, happier clinicians. So that's very important from pre-analytical to post-analytical steps, the digitization and automation. So we see sample flow, data flow, material flow by total lab automation, middleware, logical automation, clinical decision support, inventory management system. So all the sample flow to data flow to material flow, all these things are important in driving automations in lab. So these were our goal, like 75% of the lab managers demand a faster and more consistent and predictable TAD, 250% clinical chemistry menu increase by 2.5 times, then to 200% volume increase, inventory mismanagement can be reduced, because many times we see wasteful and costly inventory management. So because of that, we want to work on that, like labor cost, space inventory typically account for 30 to 40% of the lab total operational cost. Then 82% of the lab managers are concerned about increasing their staff's productivity and motivation. Then lab works, area safety, overtime, and pressing points for staff and decreased staff satisfaction. Lack of access to updated assays and latest equipment causes stress from clinical decision maker. So these all the areas of operational excellence we want as a goal or challenges driving us for the automation and digitization. So these are like, more than 70% of the clinical decisions are based on the lab test results. 34% of the lab managers report that laboratory errors are still a major concern, mainly the pre-analytical or pre-examination errors. Esoteric testing market grows 18%, but routine testing only 8% per year over year. So errors, whether due to pre-analytical factors, up to 68%, post-analytical factors, 47%, or that occur in the analytical phase, is decreasing day by day, but pre-analytical errors still challenge. So 95% of the lab managers see cost pressure or reduced budget. Hospitals have large budget gaps with mainly related to medical equipment. Quality of patient care is becoming increasingly transparent and measurable. And patient safety surveys increase pressure on the institution's service level. So these are driving change in the clinical lab, like volume of the test, changing demand for tests with high clinical value, faster diagnosis, burden of accreditation, NABL must, CAP, and more corporate hospital going for College of American Pathologists and NABA, JCI, all those. So burden of accreditation, certification, regulation, digitalization, improving productivity, build reputation, stay ahead of competition. So this is the driving change in the lab. Then transformation journey for continuous improvement, ushering automation with minimum disruptive, cost-effective, principled manner, labor-intensive lab. So integrated robotic and informatics-driven lab. So we can actually, it's not required that any lab go for the total lab automation. So we can actually implement phase-wise manner based on our gap analysis, based on our business case in our lab. So advantages and planning with automation and digitalization. So clear, detailed understanding of the workflow process and workflow, how lab will manage major change, clear IT implementation and integration plan, alignment with the clinician and hospital management, and how lab automation will expand and accommodate future growth, and how will consolidation affect and pre-analytical process, and how will lab determine pre and post delta. Why? So here how the consolidation of tube. So one tube can be used for microbiology, from biochemistry, from pathology, if there is a pathological test. So similarly, so the advantages are lower cost, lower the risk of the operators, improve the efficiency, improve turnaround time, standardization, and happiness of the staff, and efficient integration of the test results. So I remember that time we used to use Kaizen. So Kaizen is a Japanese philosophy to implement incremental improvement, even in our day-to-day life. So we started implementing that in our lab staff. So lab digitalization at your fingertips. It's not only one area, it's not only biochemistry, it's the whole lab. Microbiology, biochemistry, point of care, hematology, sample work area, urine analysis, coagulation, pre and post analytics, everything together, molecular, precision medicine, everything together, cytogenetics, all together. So this is like personalized automations, then Lean and Six Sigma. So I believe in the philosophical lines of Albert Einstein, life is like riding bicycle. To harmonize, to have the balance, to harmonize our lab results. So these two wheels of the bicycles are very important. What are the two wheels? One is the wheel of quality, one is the wheel of cost. Wheel of quality depends on what? Wheel of quality depends on accuracy, precision, sensitivity, specificity, reference interval, and cutoff limit. And wheel of cost, when we are actually submitting our proposal, for suppose you are submitting for the mass spec. So wheel of cost plays a very significant, these three magic ends, man, machine, and materials. So what will, who will do that balance between these two wheels? Our clinicians are not bothered which wasteguard rule we are implementing in our lab. They are not bothered, are you following Six Sigma or 8 Sigma or 4 Sigma. They are not bothered about that. They want target results. They want accurate results. So it's our role as a basic medical scientist to how to harmonize and standardize our lab. So this Albert Einstein philosophical quote is very important in our lab life, to have smooth ride in our life, in our lab life or academic life. So this is very important to balance between these two wheels. Suppose I'm submitting one research project. Yesterday I submitted one research, grant. We got one grant from IIT. So I submitted the interim report. So I realized this wheel, for research project also, these wheels of two wheels are so important, because we need to harmonize. We need to harmonize between the cost cycle and the quality cycle. Let's see how. So when we talk about the voice of customer, who is our customer? Our patient, our customer, our clinicians, our customer, our executives in executive health checkup, our customers. So VOC are very important. What are the issues? What are the CTQs? CTQs is critical to quality. So these are the management term. So we need to think about our voice of customers and our critical to quality CTQs. So this can be processed, and we can actually, when the process improvement, we can implement the define, measure, analyze, improve, control, and transfer. So DMAX management principle we can implement in our lab life or any research project. We can go through the DMAC implementation, and then we can transfer into the translational research. So suppose this I want to tell with a coffee cup. So what is Lean and Six Sigma with this coffee cup? So when we are making the coffee, so making a mug of coffee, what is important? The coffee mug, sugar, the brand, the catering supplier, milk supplier, customer, power company, society, the staff who is making coffee. Suppose you are having a coffee from Starbucks or coffee from Cafe Coffee Day or any other. So the steps, different steps, process steps. So how to make this mug of coffee? So it's not important that mug of coffee, or suppose you are making the first coffee of your day. After getting up, you are making that coffee. So that, like where my cup is kept, where my coffee machine is kept, where everything should be in the lean. So the morning, after getting up, I go to the kitchen and I make my first cup of coffee with half open eye. So that's lean thinking. So everything together, and I'm just making the coffee. Is it sufficient? No, it should be tasty. So this, what make that tasty? That is the Sigma metrics. To making the quality of the supplier, quality of the coffee, it's very important. The milk, everything, the person making the coffee. So that when we talk about Lean and Six Sigma, Lean is reduce inventory, reduce lead time, improve on-time delivery, and increase sales. And when we call about Six Sigma, so 3 Sigma is, if you can see, these are the defect per million opportunities. 3 Sigma is 66,000 defects per million opportunities. And when we are at Six Sigma, there are only 3.4 defects per million opportunities. Our accuracy or compliance is 99.9997%. So it's metric, it's method, it's organization, it's benchmark and strategy. So that's total implementation is quality. So how to calculate that? Total allowable error minus bias divided by CB. So inaccuracy expressed as bias percentage, imprecision expressed as CB percentage. So then we can take total allowable error goal from the clinical, decision limit or biological variations or CLIA, RCPA, different sites. We can take the total allowable error. So with that, we can estimate the imprecision, CB percentage, estimate the bias, and then we can estimate the Sigma matrix. So Sigma matrix is total allowable error minus bias divided by CB. So by that, okay, we have achieved that. So what is, how it is helpful in our lab life? Suppose this is the glucose. So clear total allowable error is 10% at the decision level, 125 milligram per deciliter. Our CV is 1%, bias is 0%. So what is the Sigma metric? Sigma is 10. So then we can implement our rule, different waste guard rules. So most of the lab use all the multi-rules, which may be the waste in terms of Sigma metrics, because we can see our process. It may be very improved process. So we don't need to use all the multi-rules of waste guard. So then come the maximize, the implementation part. So this is the process metric or Sigma scale, how we see, where our results are. So, and this is the method decision chart. So this is world class. If it is Six Sigma, this is world class. And if it is excellent, good, marginal, poor, unacceptable is 1 Sigma. 3 Sigma is marginal. So what is the role? So what is the action plan? So we see the CB percentage and Sigma metrics of all the biochemistry and immunology tests. Based on that, we can decide which tests need to be, we need to focus on, which test the quality is challenging. So this is our Sigma metrics in lab. Now coming to the lean in healthcare and lab. So value-added steps we have in diagnostic, we have value-added steps like diagnostic time, active care time, passive care time, like patient under observation, no intervention, then waiting time. So, and there are non-value-added steps also, like superfluous time, not needed in diagnosis, and patients are waiting time, passive waiting time, no change in patient condition and expected, negative waiting time, patient condition is deteriorating. So to check, so this is our total flow from specimen collection to specimen report. So then we check each and every steps, what are the value-added times and what are the non-value-added times. We try to decrease the bottleneck in lean thinking. And then we want to calculate the DPMO or defect per million opportunities by number of defects divided by number of opportunities for error per unit into number of units, and this is million opportunities. So defect per million opportunities we calculate. So this is one example of Sigma rating and lean thinking in for high sensitive troponin I critical test in our lab. So August 2024 we started, and then we have taken subgroup of population. We have seen therapeutic turnaround time or turnaround time when we started, you see the compliance, very low. 74.7% of patients were reported within 1 hour. So then Sigma metrics were 3.14. So just by monitoring, it improved to 91.1 in 2015, 4.1. And this is the percentage compliance in November 2016, 99.3% and 4.75% Sigma rating. So these are our CTQs. So why this is important? So this is a nurse busy with consultant round. Consultant round takes long time, delay in the process of sending requisition, slow our lab information system or HIS system, delaying the sample transport. So these are defects in terms of CTQs or critical to quality. Then authentication delay. Suppose people has reported, but I am taking my time in authentication or authorization. Delay in report information. There is a critical results, but staff is taking their own sweet time at night to inform the world about the critical report. Then no proper information to phlebotomists regarding other sample collection in the same ward. So phlebotomist rounds are taking multiple, multiple rounds. Delay in sample sorting or accessioning department. So these are different challenges in hired for turnaround time or high turnaround time CTQs. So why errors do occurs in lab? Misplaced target, choosing benchmark, reactive versus proactive. So when there is an incident, when there is a clinician feedback or patient feedback or error, when I have to amend my report, then I become proactive or reactive. So then this is the challenge. Slow to change, one size fits all approach. Suppose whatever fits in my lab, it will not fit in your lab. So each and every lab needs to have their business case. Each and every project need to have the business case and how we should, or that cycle tree, how we should implement that. So here we have seen percentage compliance of turnaround time improved in 98.1%. Now coming to the harmonization, identify the gap, the pre-analytical patient safety, harmonized reporting units and test terminology, patient safety. How? Glycated hemoglobin, HbA1c. See the NGSP or our endocrinologists, they prefer NGSP percentage reporting. And IFCC recommends millimole per mole. So many times the patient comes with millimole per mole report from some other. So then our endocrinologist calling us that you please convert it for NGSP percentage. So then whose role? It is whose role? Because I have not made them aware that millimole per mole and percentage NGSP percentage. So then we started reporting both IFCC millimole per mole and NGSP percentage. of HbA1c reporting. Then method harmonization, immunoassay analyze, cutoff, clinical decision limits. See the lipid reporting. Let us go back to our simple lipid reporting in our lab life. So how we are reporting? We are still reporting NCP ATP3 guidelines. So where we are high sensitive troponin I reporting. Second, see, just check what is the current guidelines and how we are reporting. So the clinical everywhere, like when we started that ICMR task force for establishing the reference interval, and then we saw, like, there is no demarcation between clinical decision limits and reference interval. Everywhere we don't need reference interval. Many, like high sensitive troponin I, we don't need reference interval. We need the clinical decision limit or cutoff. So patient safety is important. Next is harmonized reference interval and decision limit. Consistent patient interpretation. How I am reporting in my lab, your lab also should report in the same reporting unit or same, like I said about millimole per mole of IFCC reporting for HbA1c and NGSP percentage. We should all come together and there should be harmonized reporting pattern. Then critical test values and their communication. So we saw major challenge in the critical call out, informing the clinicians or informing the ward or informing the patient about their critical results. Then education, and like I shared about the neurological consultation. So it's not that we are basic medical scientists, we can't give input. So here, that neurology case, why I have shown, because harmonization is very important. We know what new markers has come in that field. Neurologists may not be aware about that. So this is like right test, right time, and right patient. So patient safety, method harmonization. So you have the instrument for simple tests like TSH. And I have another instrument, another method. You may be having ECLIA and I may be having CMIA. So there are 10 to 40% in variation of the reporting of TSH results. It can be seen around 10 to 40% variation in reporting of simple TSH test in between your lab and my lab. Then harmonized reference interval and decision limit, consistent patient interpretation. So what Six Sigma based QC metrics I showed: less QC retestings, less recalibration, reduced system downtime, no wrong result. I will not say no wrong result, but because of the reinforced QC rules, the bad performing tests are reduced. And Lean and Six Sigma, very few defects, much less rework, workarounds or wasted efforts and resources, reduced cost, improved turnaround time, space redesign. So now I will give one example of artificial intelligence in my lab, one case study. So this is acute kidney injury alert. So this acute kidney injury alert, so how artificial intelligence play a very significant role, because this time the patient safety, the Vision World Health Organization World Patient Safety Day, it was get it right, make it safe. Improving diagnosis for patient safety. So it's all about diagnosis. So it's all about our role, what we play in the Department of Biochemistry and Immunology, Department of Pathology, Microbiology, Department of Anatomy, Pharmacology. So it's all our role of the basic scientist, how we play. So this is acute kidney injury and how we develop the electronic alert. So this is the recent publications of clinical validations and comparative study between KDIGO 2012 and AKI criteria and AACC guidance document 2020. So we try to implement the machine learning based AKI alert, because we all know acute kidney injury is abrupt decrease of kidney function, which results in the accumulation of the metabolic waste products as well as dysregulation of the volume status. And this condition is so common, 5 to 20% of all hospitalized patients carries a significant independent risk of mortality, and sometimes up to 20% in some studies. So this is our paper. So the electronic health record can modify patient outcomes, contribute to the greater resource utilization and decrease healthcare cost and financial burden. Let's see how. So this is KDIGO criteria. We all know serum creatinine by 0.3 milligram per deciliter within 48 hours, or increase in serum creatinine 1.5 times in 7 days. And these are different stages, stage 1, 2, 3. So this is our objectives where we need to implement that alert. So we have taken 20 days, the pre-implementation stage. So then we have taken total patient 4708. So excluded through 69, included around 4,000, and AKI alerts were raised in 273. So 6.1% cases, AKI electronic alerts were raised. And then we have done clinical validation by nephrologists. It was 239 cases where true AKI alerts, and false AKI alerts were 34. So now coming to, this is the graphical representation of the same. And these were the stage 1, we see stage 2 and stage 3 AKI alert. Now coming to this subgroup, see this number of AKI alerts in 2000 patient subgroup was 143. But when we check the file, the discharge summary and the medical record, so number of the patients with documented AKI diagnosis by clinicians, only 46. Because why? Because 0.3 milligram per deciliter rise of creatinine in 48 hours many times are missed by clinicians, or many times missed by us diagnosticians. So see the difference, 46 and 143. So around 100 cases because of the acute kidney injury alert were detected in 2,000 patients. So this why? It's not only the acute kidney injury alert coming from the nephrology unit or medicine unit, it's from critical care, oncology, cardiology, heterogeneous population, heterogeneous wards are we are seeing this acute kidney injury alert. So this where our machine learning based model for acute kidney injury alert, and this is the flow, how we have defined the algorithm for KDIGO 2012. So how it is coming in the patient, like for the clinicians. So how the electronic alert are sent. So alert by 48 hours, then this is the age, location, current value, baseline value, alert by 365 days baseline. So what stages of AKI it is reported, then alert by 7 days baseline. So by, like here it is stage 3, here it is stage 1. So this is data collection form, and then the accuracy of the data were 98%, and 76% of the incidents of AKI were documented in the medical records and discharge summaries, only 76%. And 90% of the AKI patients were clinically managed, and 94% of the AKI patients were reviewed by nephrology team. So these are testimonials after implementation of the alert. So these are also very important to have, getting the data. EHR combines with test and numeric data and available data sources. We apply the algorithms, machine learning based or deep learning based rules, and then we deliver high quality care with patient-centric insights, reduce variability through consistent guideline-driven recommendations, improve workflow and efficiency. So what is the benefits to our hospital or any healthcare setup? It improves revenues, it improves quality, it improves patient satisfaction. It provides patient-specific interpretation and next steps. So this is the alert firing protocol, and the algorithm will be integrated with the formula described in the previous slides in patient database software. So these are the machine learning based algorithm. Now we saw there are multiple defining bodies like RIFLE, ECIN, KDIGO 2012, and now AACC came with 2020 guidance document. Which one to implement? So we started with KDIGO 2012 because clinicians are more comfortable with that. Then we did the risk prediction ML model for the Indian diaspora. So then how the flagging? So we use the retrospective data from the electronic health record, and then we have utilized 3 ML models and 1 DL models. So the machine learning based models or ML models, these include the random forest, XGBoost, kernel support vector machines, kernel SVM, all of which were sourced from the Python library. And for the deep learning based, we used artificial neural network, ANN, from the TensorFlow library or Python. And the hyperparameter tuning was done for all the above models and using the grid value, and then different hyperparameters were considered. So what we checked, so it's not only using the all those ML models or DL models to check their accuracy, precision, recall or sensitivity, specificity, false positive rate or F1 score. So these are different, and SHAP values, Shapley additive explanations. SHAP values mean absolute SHAP values of different SVM, random forest, XGBoost. And these are like recently published. So with IIT Bombay, we have done that paper. So this is SVM, random forest, XGBoost, and different accuracy, precision scores, F1 scores. So this is again with Koitia Center of Digital Health, different variables of non-AKI and AKI. This is with IIT Bombay. So these are the different SHAP values to see what acute kidney injury. So what other biomarkers are important for that? See in acute kidney injury, the SHAP values of bicarbonate. So correlate with the bicarbonate, correlate with the other markers of the biochemistry or hematology. So that plays a very important role. Then this is our KDIGO algorithm and AACC algorithm. So two models, CAT-boost classifier. So we implemented that and we saw true positive in AACC algorithm. And this is the KDIGO algorithm, the true positive, false positive, true negatives, and false negatives. So the sensitivity and specificity by the heat map. So this is the heat map for KDIGO and this is the AACC. So, and then we have checked the ROC curve and we saw which one is better. So this is again the SHAP values. So this is why AI is required. The drivers of the transforming healthcare ecosystem when we talk, one is AI, one is emerging technologies like omics, 4D omics, POCT, then remote monitoring, teleconsultation, data sharing, infrastructures, these are all important. So when we talk about AI is not about lab or diagnostic implementation or turnaround time or facilitating automation. It's about starts from education, empowering educations, empowerment, early risk assessment, digital phenotyping, equitable solution, affordable solution, connection and interaction with the HCPs and care teams, teleconcentration, then reduce travel and environmental benefits, then patient-reported outcomes, digital clinical trials, improvement of clinical outcomes, counseling, support and contextual communication, faster and real monitoring and predictive alerts, and control of wearables and devices. So this is different methods for symptoms random tracking, like this is for endometriosis, like how the traditional methods and smartphone technology, wearable technology, and future digital technology systems. So similarly, so all POCTs, rapid diagnosis, care delivery, clinical decision supports, intelligent alerts, smart documentations, tailored treatment, smart reporting, enhanced management, and risk stratifications in high-risk population, data-driven consultation, and insights and rationalization of tests, minimum testing interval, or rational test prescription is very much important. So when we talk about disruptive technology and innovations, so POCT plays a very important role. So many of us have seen the creator. So can you relate with this talk, the role of AI and digitalization, that Star Wars story? So this AI in environment and health, actual medical data, financial data, patient-generated reported data, research data, then healthcare practitioners, healthcare payers, medical research, and as a patient, citizen, taxpayers, it plays a very significant role. So this is an acute kidney injury. This is the smart lab, how AI support system play a very significant role in smart lab. So this is a simple thyroid case I told, like how then ChatGPT. So this is a very interesting paper on ChatGPT potential and pitfalls of ChatGPT and natural language artificial intelligence models. You can read that paper of working group of artificial intelligence. So
Dr. Barnali,
yes, sir,
we have run out of time. I mean,
yes,
we have.
yes. So this is
if
my
we could-
last slide. Like we want
Okay.
to go for the SDG goal, sustainable clinical lab services, where social dimension and economical dimension of our role plays a very significant role. So this, along with that, I want to end with this painting of mine. Yes, we see clinicians, but if you see this hand, that healing hand, that is ours. So we all basic medical scientists play a significant role. Thank you.
Dr. Barnali, we are in profound appreciation of the remarkable talk that you really delivered. I mean, it's wonderful. I was just wondering how this wonderful work that is being done in the tertiary care, or should I say quaternary care hospitals, can be even slightly trickled down to the primary care. I'm just wondering, just maybe sharing a thought process. Then number two is, I realized that pretty often your IL-6 adventure that started, you pretty often starts with pancakes. I noticed that. So I appreciated the role of pancakes in the entire story. And yeah, and now I request Dr. Mohanty, in case you would like to add a word or two. Dr. Mohanty, are you around?
Yeah, I'm very much listening to Dr. Banali. It's a wonderful talk. I mean, she has in fact one of my papers I presented in a conference, My Lab, My Quality, where I used the benchmark, the Six Sigma benchmark, and I said if my Sigma value is more than 6, why should I go for NABL or NABH? Because it's already Six Sigma, and I won't agree with the two quality L1 and L2 or L3 twice. Why should I do that if my Sigma value is more than 6? So that's what I proposed in the conference. But then those days, it was in 2018. I was in a conference, and I was talking about the DPM of CS, correctly said. Then one thing is that at present there is no benchmark for clinical biochemistry or pathology as such. But then 4.5, above 4.5 is fairly good enough. She has mentioned more than 99%. That's fairly good Six Sigma values. In fact, if you look into the documentations, no, it is mostly qualitative data analysis or qualitative assessment. But what she told is the quantitative assessment. That's the ultimate. If we can really reach that sigma values in quantifying your errors, that's the whole. It's a big change. The second thing you said towards the last, you said the POCT. Yes, POCT will be a game changer. Dr. Sarkar sir said he was my boss, in fact. He is a very nice man. Yes, miniaturization of the equipments, miniaturization that says about POCT, because there are certain advantages as per the wave test. Most of the tests are wave in POCT as per TL 188. So if that is the case, no, now some of the companies in India, they have started health kiosks. In that health kiosk, ATM kiosk, health kiosk, that POCT machine is inbuilt into it. So not many things can be captured. Your demographic data, your anthropometric data, some of the test parameters. And AI is being used to create a kit for the patient, and the patient can happily take a case sheet. And wherever he goes, with a differential diagnosis, he can go and get the treatment. So that's my comment, and it was a wonderful talk by Dr. Badal. Yes, over to sir.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Barnali, and as well as Dr. Mohanty, for both of your wonderful presence.
So any queries, sir? Anybody has in the chat box?
If there is any question and answers in the chat box, the presenter can look into it to answer the question.
I can't see any questions, but I can answer sir's, Gautam Sarkar sir's questions. So like coming to implementations, whenever we implement anything, like for example, AKI ELR, now we started that project as Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So along with IIT Bombay, because it is very simple. So once the rule is established and creatinine is done, if any lab in the periphery, so they have to just monitor that. So if once the algorithm is done, implementation part becomes very easy. So now we started implemented the implementation part as a part of AVDM. So this is one thing which is very much possible. Second thing, the implementation in a periphery like Sigma metric. We always think Sigma is like only for the corporate labs or anything. Sigma metrics is like when we come to the management principle of the Sigma metrics. Yes, even with the mopping floor, we can use that as a HCA's mopping floor. We can take that projects also to implementation, that define, measure, DMAC principles, and just we have to check the turnaround time. All the labs are reporting. So just when we started the turnaround time, like Mohanty sir said, we implemented that, and it's just vigilance. With vigilance, we have implemented, check the value-added and non-value-added steps, and then we implemented. We started from 74 to it improved to the 98. So I think it's able to, we can implement that in the periphery.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that wonderful explanation, which was raised by our beloved Sarkar sir. If there are any further anything, sir, I think we can go on for the felicitation.
Yeah. I would like to honor the resource person.
Karthik?
Yes, sir.
Karthik? Yes. Felicitation
Yes, sir.
of the resource person, please, with an E-memento.
It is ready, sir.
Yes, please display. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, BMSECON, all the organizing team, and Manju ma'am and Gautam sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining.
Now we'd like to honor the chairperson, Dr. Mohanty.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. It's a wonderful thing that I have got it from my college, where I used to be there for maybe 2006 to 2009. It has grown up. Yes.
Thank you, Monty sir. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thank you, Manju.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sarkar sir, I'll be talking to you after some time.
Sure. Okay, sure. Most certainly. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Team Biochemistry. Now we will be continuing with our scientific talks. For the next talk, the second talk of today's day one session. Now I welcome again Dr. Elankatha, the organizing secretary and the head department of anatomy, to continue with the scientific talk. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. Mr. Karthik.
Sir.
You can add the next slide, sir.
Sir.
I once again welcome all the delegates for the next session in anatomy. Here we have with us the first chairperson, Dr. T. Sivagami ma'am, Professor and Head Department of Anatomy from Thanjavur Government Medical College. We welcome you, ma'am. We also welcome our second chairperson for today's session. So the next slide. Dr. Girija Sivakumar, Professor and Head Department of Anatomy, as well as Academic Director, University of Peace, International MBBS Program, Delhi, Timor, LS. We welcome you, ma'am. May I request both the chairpersons so that I can introduce the speaker for today?
Yes, sir. Good
Thank
morning.
you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Karthik, the next slide. And the resource person for today's anatomic talk, we have with us Dr. Doris George Johanan. Sir has successfully completed his undergraduate in Trivandrum Medical College, University of Kerala. Sir has also completed his postgraduate in Trivandrum Medical College, Kerala University of Health Sciences, Thrissur. Sir has got the credit of holding the first rank in Kerala State Public Service Commission examination for Assistant Professor of Anatomy. Is the recipient of International Travel Support Travel Grant Award by the Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India, to present a paper at the 10th Asia Pacific International Congress of Anatomists on the 20th annual meeting of Australian and New Zealand Association of Clinical Embryologists, Anatomists at University of Otago, New Zealand. Sir has received Dr. K.R. Pandalai Memorial Award for the Best Paper Presentation Sir has received Dr. Saramma Joseph Memorial Award and has published more than 18 research original articles in both national and international indexed journal. We welcome you, sir. May I request the chairperson to start the session? Dr. Girija ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Now it is clear, ma'am.
Thank you. So, a very good morning to one and all. It's my great pleasure to be the chairperson of this session, which is going to be a wonderful feast for the day. And I welcome one and all the delegates and the guest speaker. And it's our honor to welcome you, sir, for our program today, for the session. And this platform is over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Karthik, the session can be played.
After Dr. Doris' presentation, please, video.
Request to all the delegates, if there is any query, kindly add your queries to the Q&A box. Our speaker will be very happy to address the query.
Everyone, thank you so much for having me here to the BMSECON 5th International E-Conference. I'm Dr. Doris George. I'm Assistant Professor of Anatomy from the Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram. The topic that I would be talking about in the next few minutes would be innovating anatomy education, a contemporary approach to a classic discipline. Now, all of the people who are hearing me know that anatomy is one of the most ancient of the basic medical sciences. It has been taught for around 500 years in the world using this modern approach. And it's time for us to think what are the contemporary methods, how anatomy can be taught in a much relevant and in a much refocused way in a time when basic medical courses the time schedule is reduced and at a time when their relevance is much more higher. All of the people who are present here, though they are from the basic medical sciences or from other sciences, know the value of basic medical science and its relevance in whatever discipline they go into. So I would be going through my topic under these 4 headings. I first think about explaining about the tradition of anatomy, which is the traditional aspect that, as I said before, it is a classic science. And the next is I'll go through how gross anatomy is being taught in the traditional way, as well as what are the contemporary ways. Then I would club both these together, neuroanatomy and radiological anatomy, together under one heading, because I've worked in that way in a couple of projects. And next I'll explain on how histology was taught and it can be taught. So first I'll go to the tradition of anatomy. As I said before, anatomy is one of the classic sciences. So let us have a glance into the past. Andreas Vesalius, who lived at the time 1514 to 1564, is considered as the father of modern anatomy, and a title that is a title that fits a person of this stature, because he is a person who brought about the understanding that dissection should be at the heart of anatomy. As you can see in this image where Andreas Vesalius is holding a dissected specimen of the forearm and the hand, you can see all the tendons and all the details can be seen in this figure. It shows he showed how the dissection held a central importance within the science of anatomy teaching and learning. And a couple of months back, on October 15th, is considered as World Anatomy Day, which is actually the day of death of Andreas Vesalius in 1564. And it was remembered like that by the IFAA. So the International Federation of Association of Anatomists recollects this great great person who brought dissection into the heart and soul of anatomy, and honored him by entitling the World Anatomy Day on his death anniversary. So this all highlights how Andreas Vesalius, this approach of Andreas Vesalius, holds an importance in how anatomy is being learned and taught. So in this modern age, we should think whether is dissection alone the heart of anatomy? Is dissection the only way to learn anatomy? Now, the story of Andreas Vesalius should not be taught in that way. Or how we have to think is that Andreas Vesalius actually emphasized more on observation than knowledge. Okay, not just understanding or amassing knowledge, but observing things, interpreting things were all considered as important under Andreas Vesalius. To understand this aspect better, let us have a look at what happened before Vesalius times. It's known as the pre-Vesalian times. In the pre-Vesalian times, this is an image that shows how anatomy was being taught. That means before that 16th century time, anatomy was taught like this. We had three people. I want you to pay your attention on this figure, and you can see three people in this. And I highlight those names. The first is a professor who will read on the lector. Okay, he will read. That is called that seat is called a lector seat, and that's why this person is called as a reader. And he will be reading from the books of Galen. Now, if you know the history of medicine, you know that Galen was an anatomist who lived very long before. Okay, this was in 16th century when Vesalius lived, but long back in the first, second century, at those times, Galen's books started becoming popular, and people all followed that for almost 1500 years. And that was the legacy of Galen. And Galen's book was being followed by the professor who just read these out. This is the reason why we have the word like lecture even now, because lecture is basically reading something from a textbook. That was the actual meaning of the word lecture. And the next person that I want you to pay attention is on this person. This highlighted as a red. That person is called as a sector, also known as the barber surgeon. If you know, surgeons were from a common community of barber surgeons at that time, and that person's job was to dissect. So there was a reader who would read from Galen's textbook, and there was a dissector who would dissect the bodies, mostly executed bodies. And then there will be an assistant, who is this person, who is holding a rod. You can see that person is holding a rod in his hand. And that person is called as the ostensor, which is almost equivalent to what is now the term used as demonstrator, because that person will be demonstrating many structures based on what is being taught and what has been dissected by the dissector. So this was basically essentially a three-man approach. So this three-man approach was how anatomy was being taught at the time before Vesalius. Now, what did Vesalius do? Vesalius brought a scientific approach to this, because Vesalius understood that many of the things that are being read are not actually being seen. Or, as you see here, Galen's books are being read. Many things are being dissected, but they are not being able to be demonstrated. Many of the things read are not correlating with what is being seen. So that's how Vesalius brought out a revolution in that approach and made it into what is called as a one-man show instead of a three-man show. So what he did was that he learned anatomy by observation, not just by based on something that was taught or something that was read, but he focused more on what was being seen and to dissect directly and to demonstrate it in front of the people, and to correlate whether it fits what is being known. If it is not fitting what is being known, then he attempted or he was bold enough to change it. Now, that is the tradition of the scientific approach of anatomy. And actually, in fact, Vesalius then published in 1543 the famous book called De Humani Corporis Fabrica in 7 volumes, which means the fabric of the human body in 7 volumes. And it's a revolutionary textbook where he had conducted many public dissections. As you can see here, there is a dissection going on, and all over that he through all these methods, he brought the focus onto showing and learning anatomy by dissection. So it was a revolutionary approach. It was not based on the convention till that time. Now, De Humani Corporis Fabrica, as you can see, was a very comprehensive treatise, because as you can see in this image, it showed so much clarity, much much different from what was known before that. As you can see here, the middle meningeal artery over the dura, or the two lobes of the cerebrum with the corpus callosum inside it, or you can see this beautiful section of the brain where you can see the internal capsule and the putamen, almost with the same clarity that you see in a T1 weighted image. You can see the internal capsule here, and here also you can see the internal capsule with the lentiform nucleus here. Here also you can see the lentiform nucleus with the caudate, and the putamen and the globus pallidus. Everything was very, very clearly shown when he attempted the scientific approach of dissecting and showing the structures instead of what was being taught. Many of these structures were actually not even named at the time when Vesalius dissected it. Actually, the names of corpus striatum were all named only around 100 years later. So that much astute he was in dissection and in observation and interpretation of the things that he learned. This is the tradition of anatomy. And a beautiful coincidence is that in 1543 itself, Nicholas Copernicus challenged the till known what was called as the geocentric theory, where people thought that the Earth was in the center of the solar system, but Nicholas Copernicus said that no, it's not like that. It is actually the sun. The sun is in the center, and all the planets are surrounding it. Now that was again a revolutionary treatise that was published by Nicholas Copernicus, coincidentally in the same year when De Humani Corporis Fabrica was taught. So what is the lessons from all these events in the Renaissance? As you know, the 16th century is the time of the European Renaissance, when the civilization, the human civilization, woke up from the Dark Ages. So what is the common thing from what we learn from Vesalius or Copernicus? And the common thing is to think out of the box, think beyond the conventions, and give more importance to observation than on the dogma. So that is the approach that we need to take from this tradition, this great legacy that anatomy holds. This legacy is what is being passed on to the science of medicine. Into any branch that you take, the modern medicine is based on observation, based on interpretation, based on critical thinking. This is all being contributed from a basic subject like anatomy. So let us now have a look from this tradition, from this great legacy of anatomy. Let us now have a look at how gross anatomy is being taught, neuroanatomy is being taught, and radiological anatomy is being incorporated, on how histology is being taught. First, we will go on to gross anatomy. So coming to gross anatomy, as you know, we had dissection in the heart. Okay, this is a 1632 famous painting called The Anatomy Lesson by Dr. Nicholas Tulp. It is a painting by Rembrandt. But recently, in the one of the anatomical science education cover had this figure. This is at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, where Dr. Dongmei Suyu and Dr. Chen are teaching using 3D virtual stereoscopic modeling. And you can see here that they are teaching the anatomy of they are teaching the anatomy of the paranasal sinuses using 3D glasses. All of the audience here and the teachers are using 3D glasses to show this in 3D stereoscopic space. Now that is how things have evolved over this 400 years. Okay, so this gives us a time to think about how relevant is the gross anatomy through dissection. So let us have a look at one of the most classic methods how gross anatomy can be taught, dissection. So let us have a look at the process of the dissection. Of course, they will give us clear anatomic understanding. That is actually many anatomists agree to the fact that there is nothing that can teach anatomy as clear as doing a perfect dissection of the body. And another thing is, it will give very, very clear tissue plane delineation. That makes it very important especially for surgical anatomy training. So whatever methods we have for gross anatomy learning, maybe for undergraduates, but for surgical anatomy training, there is maybe nothing comparable to a properly dissected specimen, because of the tissue planes and the importance of surgical planes in a surgery. And the next is the process of learning by haptic and tactile methods. Haptic methods is the pressure that you get when you touch something, and tactile is the touch sensation that you get. Both of these are actually very subtle but very important modes by which one can learn. Another point is that it promotes inquisitiveness, which has a great impact on learning. If you are inquisitive to learn something, then your learning will improve. Okay, if you are not inquisitive to learn something, it will definitely affect your learning. And another thing is it will help you to appreciate anatomic variation. Anatomic variation is a very, very important concept that is one of the things that falls short when you use a standard anatomical model. Because students fail to realize the fact that every human body is different from another one, and they would appreciate, a student needs to appreciate variations, not only neurovascular variations but also muscular variations or organ variations. They need to appreciate it, that every person is different. But let us have a look at the cons of the dissection procedure. We need skillful dissectors. Skillful methods are needed for dissection. It is, of course, it is time consuming. We need a very good time frame to schedule a proper dissection schedule. It is obviously a destructive process, because once you take the thyroid gland from here, then you can't place it properly. Whatever you do, that relation is completely lost. So it is kind of a semi-destructive process. Once you cut and remove structures, placing it back will be very, very difficult. Cadaver scarcity is something that is greatly crunching many of the medical institutions throughout India, especially private institutions and also allied health science institutes. Another thing is of concern is the formalin exposure. As we know, there is more and more stringent rules on the need of cadavers in medical colleges. That also brings us to a problem of increased formalin exposure, not only for students but also for faculty who are year-round exposed to formalin. It causes irritation, potentially allergic reactions in many parts of the body. Many people are suffering from many allergies due to formalin exposure, due to irritations. There's also potentially carcinogenic. Then maintenance of the tissue and personnel and the costs related to that are all concerns when we think about a dissection based course. Now, what are the alternatives other than dissection? We know that in the world, different parts of the world now adopt many other methods than this dissection method alone, at least partly, if not completely, at least partly. Virtual methods are being a norm in many parts of the world now. For example, this is one of the classic steps that was taken in the US by the Stanford University, which developed this product called Anatomage. Anatomage was developed from radiological DICOM image sources, from where an anatomy model could be created, which could be dissected digitally or virtually, and which could be used to teach and learn anatomy as a group or as individually. So this is called Anatomage, and Anatomage, as you wonderful teaching tool. As you can see from this Anatomage website, they have showed how Anatomage can be used. As you see, here is a bell ringer or a spotter examination, and students are taking an examination using Anatomage table as specimens. Now, another method that is being used, Anatomage is being used, is a more easier method that how it can be used is to blend it with the available cadaveric teaching. For example, you are seeing cadavers here. Here all the tables you are seeing that, and you can see an instructor, an anatomy instructor is teaching using a digital resource blended with the cadaveric resources. So that blending can be done if we have an infrastructure that provides a support of both physical as well as virtual methods of teaching. This is something that had been developed in the last couple of decades. It's called the Holo Anatomy software suite. It was developed by the Cleveland University and the Case Western Reserve University. And here they were using the Microsoft HoloLens, which provide a mixed reality platform. That means you see the surroundings, and on that you see the 3D models, and that could be overlapped on it, and we could learn anatomy, and many of the people could stand together around the model, and it is actually giving an experience almost like a physical model, but again it's virtual and people can walk around it. So that creates a great resource to be used in a place where cadaveric dissection is being faced off. Now, this is being increasingly used in many parts in the West, especially in the US. This is a recently created method. It's called photogrammetry. It is gaining more and more popularity in these days, where 3D models, for example, a three-dimensional specimen. For example, here you're seeing a skull specimen. That skull specimen is being photographed in a peculiar way. It is being photographed through different angles with sufficient light source, and after that it is thus being created into a 3D model, a 3D virtual model. For example, here you are seeing neuroanatomical models which can be used to train neurosurgeons on neurosurgical approaches. Now, all those models can be created using photogrammetry, not only bone specimens that you see here, but also soft specimens. For example, brain specimens can all be created into a 3D model virtual resource library, which can be used according to need, without exposing to all of the specimens, without going through the hassle of arranging that specimen to go through this to learn or to train using these resources. For example, we can have a photogrammetry model over here. It looks like a picture, but it's actually a 3D model. Now, let us have a look at what this model is. I'll just go back and I'll just click on this. Yeah. You can see that this is a photogrammetry model of the clavicle. It looks like a picture, but it's actually not a picture. I can click on this clavicle and I can move it in the 3D space. And you can understand that you can move it from the lateral. You can view it from the lateral side, or you can view it from the medial side. I can use this bone as a virtual resource in my PowerPoint presentation itself. I've actually downloaded this from the Sketchfab University of North Carolina library, and from there I can use this on a PowerPoint itself. And if I give a few bone specimens to students, I can ask them to feel this tubercle. This tubercle is the conoid tubercle or the trapezoid line. I can tell them that here you will have the acromioclavicular joint. Here you will have the sternoclavicular joint, and I would ask them to feel the rough surface here and the smooth surface here. All this is possible without a bone in my hand. Now, this is all possible, and the beauty of this is that this was an actual physical 3D, physical bone model, an actual human bone model, which have been made into a virtual specimen. Now, this has a lot of impact because this adds to the a better ethical use of a human specimen, because the ethical use of many human tissues is something of concern of of anthropologists or anatomists who are concerning or using these tissues. So this creates such a viable and a scalable resource which can be used to a group of people where not only bone specimens but also soft specimen. For example, brain specimens, as you know, is very difficult to maintain a specimen beyond a few years. Now, you handle it a few times, then it becomes disintegrated. But once you create 3D photogrammetric models, then it can be used for a longer and longer time. So that all creates a greater opportunity and greater possibility for anatomy to be used beyond its own limits. Now, this is again a specimen of the brain. And you can see that how beautifully you can understand the depth. If this is projected in a stereoscopic visualization framework, then you can understand the depth very, very easily. You can understand that this is the corpus callosum here, lateral side, the cortex is removed. You can see the subcortical white matter. You can see the pons here. You can see the depth. You can also see the spaces. You can see the lateral ventricle here. You can see how deep these structures are, the subsplenial space, the great cerebral vein of Galen, the pineal gland, the 3D ventricular space are all visible in these models. Once you move it, once you can rotate it in a photograph, or in rotate a photogrammetry created model. Now, this is another upcoming method which has a great potential not only for anatomy teaching but also surgical planning, as well as in patient education, or educating patient or making aware of patients about some procedures that are being done. For example, you have an imaging source here. And this is a virtual 3D model of the pancreas and the spleen that was created from it. And here you are seeing a 3D printed model. Now, this was being used for better comprehension of surgical anatomy. And this 3D models can be, there are places where 3D models of a tumor is being used where, before the surgical resection of that tumor is being done for patient education. So these are all happening around the world right at this time. Now, another area that I've focused on in my last couple of years was in using gestures in anatomy. As you know, many of these methods that I've told here has a great financial constraint, and many of our institutions has financial constraints are very, very high. So many of these models will require a lot of economical support, will need a lot of economic requirement for these purposes. But that is the time when I've worked on something that almost everyone who use anatomy use, that is called gestures. Gestures means using when we talk, when we use our language, when we use our words. For example, you are describing something that has a spatial element in it. For example, you are talking about a ball or talking about a way to your home, then you almost always you use your hand gestures to direct or to convey that spatial element. That is called that is the importance of having gestures. And the gestures, as I understand in my research, I understood it as a no-cost method, a low-tech environment where gestures can be used to teach a lot of matters. For example, here I'm using my hand gestures to teach the shape of the orbit. Okay, I'm just showing the lateral wall and the medial wall here with my hands, my superior wall and the inferior wall with my hands. Here I'm showing the eyeball, and I'm showing the eyeball movements, the abduction and the adduction using my hands. These are all possibilities using the simple no-cost technique called gestures. Now, these are a series of gestures that I use to teach, for example, heart chambers or the thalamus. I'm teaching the shape of the thalamus here, the rounded end and the coronal cut. I can also teach the axilla. Many of the spatially complex structures I can teach with these simple methods. Now, this is not a technologically high-tech environment, high-tech resource needed method. This is a low-tech method. So that shows us how important it is to blend both technology as well as traditional methods while we teach. Now, this was the result of one of my research, where I did a comparison between a control group and an intervention group. Both had approximately 49 students. What I did was the intervention group I used what is called this gestures. I call this gestures as air anatomy. And when I used gestures to teach, I found that the scores had a significant increase in basic recall when compared to the control group, which was 76.2. Here you can see 91.2 was the mean. So there was a significant increase in basic recall as well as in applied knowledge. Both of them was the p-value was statistically significant. And when I measured about the cognitive loads, I understood that the extrinsic load was very, very less compared to that in the control group, and the germane load was very high. Germane load shows the interest, or a good teaching method will have a higher germane load, and a poorer teaching method will have a lower germane load. So these both of these I found to be statistically significant and also highly effective to make teaching much better. So this shows that technology need not always be the solution. You can have solutions at your doorstep, in your hands. Okay, there may be very, very simple solutions for the complex problem of teaching spatial anatomy, or the complex problem of teaching anatomy in a time-constrained, resource-constrained environments. And what we need is an open mind and an open heart to experiment newer methods. So this work was awarded a cover feature in the Anatomical Sciences Education in 2022, and it was one of the top cited articles in Anatomical Science Education in 2022. Now, with that, I complete gross anatomy, and I'm going on to the neuroanatomy and radiological anatomy component. Now, I'll do this together because I've actually worked on a project between our institute, that is Government Medical College Thiruvananthapuram, as well as Sri Chitra Institute, which has a radiology wing specialized in neuroimaging. and IIIT Hyderabad, which has technical support, which gave a resource for visualization. Now, this project was funded by the SCRB, Government of India, and what this project worked on was to create a three-dimensional resource for teaching neuroanatomy, which could be projected in stereoscopic space. So we resourced 3 Tesla structural MRI, DTI, as well as DSA images from volunteers, and that was used to create two projectors were stacked one upon the other, and using that projected onto a silver screen, a stereoscopic model was created. Now, this was our project, and for example, if you look at these two images, this image number 1 and image number 2 looks very similar, but they are actually slightly different. You can see that difference if you look at this green component. This green component, you can see this and this are very close together, but this and this are farther away here. Now, that is the stereoscopic pair. This is the same same principle that is used when you see a 3D model. When you see a 3D model, the same principle is being used, where both of these are projected onto a silver screen, and you use a 3D glass to fuse this in your brain, and you see a three-dimensionally complex spatial model. Now, these are how we annotated, or we segmented different parts of the brain from this MRI image. We segmented the brainstem, for instance. Here you can see that this is the spinal cord, this is the medulla, this is the pons, and this is the midbrain, and different parts and the subnuclei of these parts were all segmented. And here one of this advantage of this tool is that we could go through all of these segments, and this sections we could move through. We can move proximally or distally, and we can learn how these sections would appear in a sectional anatomy view. So we could use this to teach very minor features that you see on the surface on a large screen. Instead of teaching using a small specimen to a small group, this gives the room for creating a large screen and teaching like that, along with the radiology correlation. And you can see here 3D view, how a 3D view can be correlated with a 2D sectional view, along with radiological understanding. You can remove these colors, and you can teach them radiological anatomy, and very complex relations can be taught within anatomy. This gives us an advantage of teaching many things that is very difficult to teach using the brain specimen otherwise. I'll come to that examples later. Now, here I'm reducing the opacity of the midbrain, and I'm showing the subcomponent nuclei within the midbrain. For example, here you are seeing the superior colliculus, inferior colliculus, oculomotor nucleus. All this are being taught. And now this is the facility that is being installed at Sri Chitra Institute, Thiruvananthapuram. We have 2 HDMI projectors here installed in a projector cage, and 2 outputs are created from the computer, and it is being projected on a silver screen. And this was what we did. This is me teaching a group of students using the 3D glasses. They are all wearing 3D glasses. I am also wearing 3D glasses, and using that, we taught the neuroanatomy of the brainstem and its cranial nerve nuclei. Now, we did a small experiment here. We compared how it will appear in a stereoscopic mode, also a monoscopic mode, and also using chalkboard diagrams, which we called as control. Okay, since we all know chalkboard diagrams are the ones that many of us rely on for teaching the internal structure of the brainstem. Now, what we found out that it enhances basic recall and radiological anatomy understanding when it was taught using stereoscopic images. So that was our understanding when we did this work. Now, I would just this tool is now being marketed. This tool is now called AnaView for the terms anatomy and view for viewing. Okay, that's why this called AnaView. It is now being incubated, and it is starting to be marketed by a company with support from the IIIT Hyderabad. Okay, I'll quickly go through that tool over here. This is the AnaView tool. This is just a snippet view of this AnaView tool, just to show how much this can be used as a tool for teaching the complex radiological anatomy, 3D anatomy, and sectional anatomy, and correlate that with radiological anatomy. For example, here you can see, that basal ganglia is a complicated structure to teach, and the relationship with the ventricle is a little bit complicated. Now here I can just scroll over here and move this section plane anteriorly or posteriorly, and I can say that this is the ventricle. Okay, what you see here is the ventricle. Here you have the caudate nucleus. I click on it and the label comes up. This is the thalamus proper. This is the right putamen, and inside you have the globus pallidus. Now the relation is a little bit complex. I can zoom in a little bit, but more than that, I can just scroll this and show them how well it is arranged. You can see the pallidum over here, that is on the lateral aspect. I can click on it and I can reduce the opacity of the pallidum, and I can say that medial to that you have the I'm sorry, the putamen was on the lateral aspect. When the putamen opacity is reduced, you have the pallidum inside it. So here what you see is the right pallidum, and this will be the putamen. Okay, so the putamen and the pallidum, that complex relationship can be very clearly shown, and we can say that this is the thalamus. That green structure is the thalamus, and between that you have the internal capsule. So all this can be taught using this simple method of teaching using this images. Now another advantage is that if you remove this, all the color will be lost, and you can just use this images alone to teach students radiological anatomy as well. You can say that, tell them that this is the ventricle, and on the floor you have the bulge of the caudate. As you go anteriorly, you get the bulge of the head of the caudate more and more. So all this anatomy and correlating with radiological anatomy is possible. And as you know, most of the anatomy that we learn now will be learned by students later in their career in radiological images. So it is our duty to teach. In fact, NMC has stressed in one of its goal of anatomy is to teach radiological anatomy. So radiological anatomy is being increasingly important in our scenario, and it can be taught using this wonderful tool which correlates both 3D, 2D as well as radiological anatomy. Now another easier method of teaching sectional anatomy, another very easy method to teach sectional anatomy is when you use your lectures or during our dissection, hand over skiagrams to them. Also have a stack of images in your lecture presentations. For example, when you are teaching about the for example the knee joint, you can say that this is the tibia, this is the patella, this is the femur, distal end of femur, this is the proximal tibia, this is the patella overshadowing it, this is the fibula which is not taking part in the knee joint. But you also say that there is a radiological joint space here. These are the tibial spines. This is the soft tissue that you see. You can also have a stack of images to correlate that. You can say that this radiological joint space that you see here is actually filled with articular cartilage that you see here. This is the articular cartilage of the distal femoral articular surface, and this is the articular cartilage of the proximal femoral articular surface. You can say that if this articular cartilage is lost, for example, in an osteoarthritis, you will lose this radiological joint space. You can also teach about this ligaments. This is the ACL and the PCL. You can teach about how the ACL arises from here and goes to the lateral condyle, how the muscles will come and attach, how the muscles and tendons are different in a radiological image. So all this has a possibility to be taught right within anatomy and introduce to the student and create in the students an inquisitiveness with the resources that we have. An inquisitiveness to learn and to further their knowledge and not just learn the gross anatomical structure alone. In this scenario, I want to emphasize another upcoming method that is being increasingly used in many parts of the world. It's called integration of ultrasound into anatomy. How is ultrasound integrated into anatomy? Ultrasound is actually the only way how living anatomy can be taught. Let's just have a look at this image. This is actually the cover image of ASC in 2012. Okay, this is from Durham University in UK, and actually what they are using is that they are using an ultrasound examination on a volunteer or on a patient, and it is being used to teach anatomy or echocardiogram showing the heart. All this can be taught on patients and can be correlated, and living anatomy can be taught. Even the different positions of the organs in our body, even with respiration or with movements, can all be taught using ultrasound. And it doesn't have any radiation, and it makes anatomy teaching much more relevant and vital. Now, these are a couple of universities where it is being used, and I had a direct experience of visiting University of Otago last year and at the Asia Pacific Conference, where these are a couple of our friends. This is Dr. Dushyant Agarwal, is a professor in AIMS, and this is Dr. Suresh from Singapore Institute of Technology, and we were actually given a station with ultrasound, and we were examining. I'm actually the subject here. Okay, and Dr. Suresh is holding the probe. Probe holding is a very important skill in ultrasound, and Dr. Dushyant Agarwal is interpreting using that images. So this was a wonderful experience where we understood how it was actually a 3-hour workshop on how anatomy curriculum can be incorporated, how radiological examination, ultrasound anatomy can be incorporated into the anatomy curriculum to make anatomy learning much more effective. Now, this resource is a great game changer in our anatomy teaching scenario. This is another technique which we all know called tractography. As we know, white matter anatomy is very difficult to be taught. Doing a white matter dissection in the brain is very difficult, but having a tractography model like this may make understanding the corpus callosum in the sectional view and in the 3-dimensional view much more easier. So this is from one of my presentations in American Association of Anatomy poster presentations. Now, with that, I'll quickly go on to how histology is being taught and how histology teaching can be changed from just viewing glass slides. This is from one of our recent book chapters on how histology teaching is being changed around the world. Now, this is showing the University of Michigan slide box. We are all familiar, any of the anatomy teachers are familiar with a slide box during examinations. We will be taking slides from these box and placing them under microscopes for students or to conduct examinations, and we'll be asking students to focus the slides under the microscopes and all. So University of Michigan, if you look at this example, University of Michigan in 2005, they completely shifted into a virtual slide website. University of Michigan virtual slide box, that was what it is called. Now, this is the University of Michigan virtual slide box. This is showing an example of how University of Michigan has shifted in the US, has shifted the slide box from the physical slides to virtual slides. So this is why I showed University of Michigan as an example was because we actually collaborated with one of the faculty members of University of Michigan, Dr. Michael Hosch, who is one of the pioneers of popularizing virtual microscopy into the histology teaching scenario. Now, what is being done is here is that you're seeing a slide here. Now, the beauty of virtual slides is that you can zoom into this point and you will not lose the resolution. Okay, you are now looking at one of this villus, and that villus is now being enlarged here, and you are seeing all the cells around it, the columnar cells around it, even the microvilli and the nuclear arrangement can all be seen at the brush bordered or the striated microvilli, and all this can be seen in without losing resolution by focusing deep into it. So in the big picture, you are understanding the mucosa, the submucosa, the muscle and the serosa. But on the smaller picture, you are also understanding the cellular structure of a villus. So this gives us a freedom to zoom in and zoom out without resolution. It's almost like the Google Maps of histology. That's why virtual histology is called as the Google Maps of histology. For example, the college which is hosting this program is I understand that the college is in Puducherry. So I don't know where Puducherry is, but I know where the Indian map is. So I just zoom in into Tamil Nadu and I understand that Puducherry is over here, and I zoom in further and this is the medical college which hosts this BMSE conference. So just like that, I'm not losing the resolution here, and I'm not losing the resolution here also. So as I zoom in to this point, I'm not losing resolution. That is the beauty of Google Maps, as you all know. So that we all know, if we want to go to a place in this age, it's not like how we went to some place 20 years before. Now we can just take the Google Maps and we can the Google Voice will lead us to that place now. So just like that, a virtual slide box and the virtual microscopy technology gives us the freedom to zoom in and zoom out and to learn histology at your own pace, with much more clarity and much more understanding than using a slide box. The reason is that using a single virtual slide setup, you can teach a group of people, and even a group of students can interact together. That is the possibility of using a virtual slide. Now let us just have a look at the virtual slide to just show the potential of what it is. Now what you are seeing here, as you know, it is not an HND slide, so we know that this is actually a bone slide. Any of the histologists who are present in this audience know that this is a bone slide. So I'll just zoom in. We can understand that there is no loss of resolution here. I'm zooming in, and here I can understand that these are the osteonal systems. The Haversian canals are being seen. These black structures are all the Volkmann's canals, the Haversian canal. These are all the Haversian systems. And you can see small black dots on the sides. And I know that they are very small lacunae which contained osteocytes inside it. But I can also zoom inside, zoom more and more, and I can very clearly see that this is a Haversian system, this is a Haversian system, and in between you can see interstitial lamellae. And I can zoom in further, and I can see the beautiful lacunae here which contain the osteocytes, and I can even see thread-like canaliculae that are radiating from the Haversian canal in the center to the periphery. And I can teach how important Haversian canal and this canalicular system is important in maintaining diffusion of the nutrients from the periphery to the center, or from the center to the periphery. All this I can teach with a very high zoom or with very less zoom. So I can suppose I want to teach only about the Volkmann canals connecting two Haversian canals. I'll go to this view and I'll teach that this is one Haversian canal, this is one Haversian canal. It is being connected by a Volkmann's canal. So it gives us a freedom, much more freedom than using a traditional slide. And you can easily go through any of this slides and teach a group of students in this new technology. So it gives us a flexibility and freedom to teach us without being in the the cage of using a single glass slide to maybe one or two students. Expand and use this technology to teach a group of students, making it much more relevant in our current scenario. Now, with that, let us move on to how virtual slides is being used in many parts of the world. For example, this is the University of Ghana, and they are using one of the anatomage tables. And Dr. Kony is teaching histology on one of the anatomage tables in one of the universities in Ghana. And this is our my own institution, Government Medical College Tirunelveli. Here we are using this virtual slides as a demonstration to a group of students, and they are using traditional slides on their own. And again, I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Michael Hosh, who gave these virtual slides from the University of Michigan for our institution. First, I also want to mention at this point that there is a virtual microscopy database by the American Association for Anatomy, which faculties or researchers or postgraduate students can take access to, and they can download this virtual slides and they can have a look at it. They can teach it, and it can be implemented in our systems, in our Indian teaching scenario. It can greatly revolutionize how histology is being taught and make histology teaching much more interesting for students. Many of students' feedback says histology, they find it irrelevant or they find it very difficult for them. It is because of how it is being taught. That teaching method can be much improved if we use virtual slides as one of the resources. This is the virtual microscopy database by the American Association for Anatomy. You can become a VMD user. It's called VMD. Become a VMD user by gaining access for it. This is the website for it, and if you want to take one useful resource from this presentation, I would suggest all of you to join the virtual microscopy database, especially anatomy teachers, histology anatomy postgraduates, to use them in your curriculum, in your teaching. Okay, so some of the questions that I want to ask myself or you all would be, can we create a low-cost photogrammetry system, and can we digitize our anatomy specimen, maybe our bone specimens, maybe our brain specimens? Can we create a slide scanner, digitize our histology slides, a low-cost slide scanner system? Can we create a system where 3D printing can be used economically to create realistic teaching material? Can we have a low, simple stereoscopic visualization system like a one that we are using now in Chitra? Can we create self-sufficient IT infrastructure to support anatomy teaching in our medical colleges? Now, these are some questions that I've asking myself or asking you all. Let's find these answers in our further years. Let us make anatomy teaching much more relevant, much more clear, much more understandable for our students, and make it much more interesting, and bring back the focus of anatomy onto our medicine practice. It can be brought about by fruitful collaborations with technologists, academicians, creating very simple solutions for complex problems. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for your patient listening. This is my beautiful college. This is Medical College Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. I thank all the organizers, especially Dr. Muthukumaruvel sir, who invited me for presenting this talk. And I wish all the others the best for this conference. All the audience, thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
You're
you're
audible.
audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for the wonderful section. How are you, sir? Ilangadhi,
Fine,
sir.
ma'am. Fine, ma'am.
Yeah, it was a good presentation by Doris Judge, sir. Actually, I think he had added upon certain slides, upgraded this. I have heard this lecture previously also, and it was a very good upgradation. And convey my congratulations and best wishes to sir. Madam, Girija.
Yeah. Sir is there, ma'am. Sir is online.
Yes,
Doris, sir?
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
I've seen your
Thank you.
YouTube.
Thank you. Yeah,
I've
thank you.
seen
Thank
your
you. Thank you.
YouTube. I'm Dr. Shivagami. I've seen your YouTube, sir, and it was a very good. I think vaguely remember about your air anatomy, sir. That was
Yeah.
different video. It was good, and it was a very good mode of learning for the students also. Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So I think you have added on many slides. The previous presentation also I've seen, and I think you have added on many slides, sir.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir. Keep going.
Thank you so much.
Sir, let me thank you for such a wonderful session and exploring the multimodal or various ways of teaching anatomy. And your air anatomy is one classic. And in my understanding, most of our anatomists, we actually do a dancing on stage with your hands and the legs and your eyes and your face expressions, everything. We are actually teaching anatomy by all the ways possible with our body parts. Now you have brought it to the world as a exploration, as a part of, and you have given a very good title also as air anatomy. Very catchy. Thank you so much, sir, for that one. And you have made us to travel from the ancient olden days of teaching anatomy. Like we just had an imagination of lived there when you were talking about that Vesalius and all. We felt like we were living in that time period, and we felt like we were teaching or we are listening to the dissections and the teaching of anatomy in the olden days, ancient days. And from there to the digital and the hologram anatomy, you have brought us to such a most advanced level of teaching anatomy. So I have one question. You said the free access to the virtual histology slides from
Yes.
which is available from AAA, no? American Association of Anatomists.
That is
Yeah.
virtual microscopy database.
Virtual microscopy. So
request
to
for
access that one, do all we need to be the member of it, or we can freely access it?
No, you need not be member of AAA, but you need to request for access, and they need to confirm actually whether you are it is now given only for faculty or researchers, but any faculty of India, we can gain access, and it is a very wonderful tool, which I think because 20 years back I heard that many of the US institutes are completely removed traditional slides, and by understanding how students are finding anatomy, histology as very difficult.
That's what I just wanted to ask you, whether it is accessible for students.
No, it's not accessible for students. For the time being, it's not accessible. They have restricted it only for faculty and researchers. So postgraduate students can.
Postgraduates can
because
access.
they can
One
be
more
considered.
thing, if we are using the virtual microscopy as a teaching tool, then our assessment part also should be the same, no?
That is the problem for us.
Yes, in Indian system.
Yes, if you consider Michigan, how Michigan did that, they have their medical school is under their university, so they can decide their own assessment. So as you said, a very valid point. Our assessment needs to be if we
whatever we are teaching or the teaching methodologies we are using, assessment also should be aligned with it. And I feel NMC should accept it.
Yes,
we are doing the
I remember one incident because in 2020 when COVID came, we actually in Kerala, a few medical colleges now use virtual slides. When COVID came, we all went to a great problem of teaching, and even our examinations had a problem. At that time, one of our colleges took permission from the Kerala University Health Science to use virtual slides as for their
universities are accepting, even deemed universities now, even now, even after COVID, many deemed universities are doing the digital assessment. But I don't know whether NMC is accepting or not is the big question.
Yes, for
somebody
histology,
should
I think
clarify
it is time to think whether we can include this also as a mode of assessment.
Exactly. So even the anatomies also we can use for assessment.
Yes, true.
There's so many ways are there. Anyway, you have given such a wonderful enlightenment on various aspects of teaching anatomy, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, one more point that I wanted to add is that in PJ Chandigarh, I think the pathology department they gave webinars on histology and histopathology, and in that they had given important points about this virtual microscopy, sir. I vaguely remember that, sir. During COVID times in the webinar I saw, sir. So if you can enlighten us with us, that also will be very helpful. Thank you.
It's not only in histology, it is also virtual pathology is also there. Even slides are being digitized, like patient slides are being digitized, and it can be just like we have teleradiology. Telepathology also utilizes this point called a slide can be scanned in different resolutions. But this needs a slide scanner, which we don't have, which is actually very costly. Because they have to be taken, the images have to be taken in different zooms, in different and the resolution.
That's what I know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt. The time's up already, but there are a few questions in the chat box. If the speaker can answer to it, then we can move ahead because already we're running out of time. Yeah.
It's not it's about cost of the virtual slide box. Actually, I told about it, virtualmicroscopydatabase.org. Yes, that's it. Someone has typed it. Correct. That is the website that you need to get access. Because for the time being, it doesn't have a cost. Any faculty can get access. Then can we zoom to cell organelles? No, this is basically light microscopy itself. But you can, as we change the objective from 10x, 5x to 40x, just like that, we zoom till the light microscopy resolution. So we can't go further. But light microscopy resolution, you can get into the highest points. Then what are the websites available for virtual histology slides? One is virtual slide box by the University of Michigan. But what I suggest everyone is to get access, to ask for access at the virtual microscopy database by the American Association of Anatomy. It's a wonderful initiative done by them. That is made free of cost for any throughout the world. Anyone can get access. That is a great thing done by AAA. So I think it's time we should move on to that in our teaching. That's it.
Yes, sir. That's a wonderful presentation. I think everyone will accept with me that you are taking the academy of anatomy to the next level by using the technology in the right way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Karthik, it's time to honor our speaker for today. To with a certificate of appreciation and a memento. Mr. Karthik.
It's being displayed, Mr. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our chairperson for today, Dr. T. Sivagami, ma'am, with certificate of appreciation and memento.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Bindra Sivakumar, ma'am, with certificate of appreciation and the memento. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Dr. Frank.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, speakers. Next, we are running out of time. I think to lighten up the mood, I think we'll all accept all over the country. Anatomies always take our time, like especially our classes. So I think they have taken up little bit of our time also. Let's now move on to the next talk of physiology. Now I would request Dr. M. Gopinath, Professor Hen, Department of Physiology and Organizing Chairperson for BMSECON, to continue with the scientific talk. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. Let's move on to our next talk on physiology. For this wonderful session, we have two chairpersons with us. Dr. Ashok Jaril, our distinguished professor from AIIMS, New Delhi, and Dr. P. N. Ravindra, additional professor, Center for Consciousness Studies, NIMHANS, Bangalore. Very happy to have two chairpersons, renowned speakers in many of the conference and workshops, sir. And we are happy to have you here. It's our privilege to have you with us. And please, over to you, sir, to introduce our speaker for the day on neurobiology of dreams.
Yeah, so it's good afternoon, everybody, and it's good to see Dr. Ravindran. After a long time, I'm seeing him. It's a way. I mean, I met him maybe 10, 15 years ago in physical world. Now, good to see him in the virtual world. So great to see him, Dr. Ravindran.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah. So also again the issues of the small world and the big world. Dr. Sundar Nanavel, I did not know was at AIIMS. Was doing his psychiatry. So only we live in a very small 1 square kilometer, but high density of people, and we just don't come across people when they are there, and we get to know them when they're all around the world. So now it's good to have the technology bring us together, even though we could not see each other in the physical world. So, but I'll now request Dr. Ravindran to, I think, take over and introduce the speaker if you have the information with you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashok. So it's my privilege to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Sundar Gnanavel, who will be speaking on neurobiology of dream. He is a psychiatrist, MD by training from AIIMS, New Delhi, and specialized in child and adolescent psychiatry. And presently, he is a consultant child and adolescent psychiatry at Newcastle University. And so he has a immense contribution in the field of neuroscience and psychiatry in general, but child and adolescent psychiatry in particular. And also he has a special interest in medical education. So especially in focusing on implementing the neuroscience related changes in MRCP psychiatry curriculum. So that's amazing to know that a psychiatrist is also interested in medical education, and he's started implementing the basic concepts of neurosciences in MRCP. And also he's been a reviewer for many prestigious journals like Lancet, Psychiatry, Canadian Journal of Psychiatry. And in the child and adolescent psychiatry, he is much more interested in neurodevelopmental disorder, psychiatry imaging, and also in psychopharmacology. And he has many awards to his credit, but to name a few, he's been awarded as an Young Psychiatrist Award from European Psychiatric Association and World Federation of Societies of Biological Psychiatry, and also a Donald J. Cohen Fellowship Award for International Association of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Edward Jenner Award and NHS Leadership Academy, for his recognition of his as a leadership role in healthcare delivery system in NHS. And he has many publications in both international peer-reviewed high-indexed journal. So this is in brief with for Dr. Sundar, and I welcome Dr. Sundar, and Sundar does now the stage is yours.
Thanks for your kind introduction, Dr. Ravindra, and also, yeah, I don't think I have met Dr. Ashok when we were in AIM. So, yeah, as he said, it's a small world, but plenty of researchers, plenty of clinical, non-clinical, and academic departments. And also, thanks to Dr. Gopinath from the Department of Physiology for inviting me to this lecture. Yes, so I did my clinical training in psychiatry from AIMS, New Delhi, and then migrated to UK around 2015. And from thereafter, my job has been more of a clinical rather than a research job, because it's really quite compartmentalized here in UK. It's typically those who do PhD who do go on to embark on purely academic roles. But I have been doing in my research capacity, I have been doing other roles, like I have been an editor with the British Journal of Psychiatry. I have been doing a lot of peer reviews, and I have been doing as much as clinical research as possible. Though to start off with that AIMS, my interest was purely around neurosciences, and my postgraduate thesis was around magnetic resonance spectroscopic imaging of patients with OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, which I did with the basic medical departments and imaging departments when I was working in the All India Institute. Yes, with regards to the topic for today, I thought it's quite a radical departure from the previous lecture. It was a wonderful lecture previously by Dr. George Johannan around anatomy, and anatomy and psychiatry are probably the two farthest that you can think of in terms of disciplines. One is as concrete as you can get. You see the organs with your eyes, you dissect, you do histology, you view it through imaging. In psychiatry, the concept of mind itself is quite abstract. No one knows how it is. We always talk about hypothesis. Could this be this way? Could that be that way? We come up with a lot of hypotheses, and then we do a lot of research, and then we think probably this is one that's contributing to that. Is this interlinked? So it's quite an abstract field, and the topic I have chosen, dreams, is probably among the most abstract of concepts even within clinical psychiatry. But that's something that many of the psychiatrists, including myself, always have a fascination for. It's really quite difficult to conduct research on that. It's all around hypothesis and trying to imagine, could this be this or that. But it's good that the reason I chose this was it can bring together different facets like physiology, imaging, core clinical research, and clinical disorders. That is, in this case, it would be psychiatric disorders together, but it would be in an abstract way. It would not be in a more concrete way, like in anatomy or physiology, really. So I think we can make a start there, and I think we are running quite a bit behind time. Promise to keep it brief. Let me share the presentation and make a start there. Yes. Yes, the neurobiology of dreams. So at the moment, I'm working in Newcastle. So yes, so this is Newcastle during the day and night. It's really quite a lovely place, and yeah, it's quite early morning now, and yeah, the sunrise is quite delayed because it's
Sorry
winter,
to
really
interrupt.
quite
Please
cold at
put
the
in
moment.
slideshow mode.
Yeah, I think I'll start the slideshow. Just a second, please.
At the bottom right, sir.
Bottom right, is it? Okay.
There is after animations, design, transition, animations, and slideshow.
I think it's simply covered by the black box on the top. So I'm just trying to. Right, just give me a second. The start slideshow is covered by the box really there.
You could
at the right
go to
bottom.
the slideshow on the screen top itself.
Yeah. Or maybe at the right bottom, there is a boat type of icon. So it's little left towards little left.
Towards the left?
No, right side. And
Yes.
you go to the dreams, just at the bottom, there are 4 icons. Yeah, at the right bottom.
Yes, there are 4 icons. Yes, that's right. Oh, yes. Slide sorter.
Next to the right. No, to the next one. Next. No. Go to the right. Go
Last one.
Right.
Yeah.
Next one.
After this, sir.
Slideshow. Yeah. Yes, that's fine. Oh, yes. Is it all right now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can go ahead.
All right. Yes. So I think we have moved to the slideshow mode there. Yes. So yeah, it's the peak winter here, and it's really quite cold. Yes. So the intended learning outcomes, I think I was looking at the mix of the audience. So I also have a keen interest in medical education. So I was having the first thing you look for is who the target audience is. And as the previous presentation was going on, I was having a look at the audience. Of course, I do not know most of them, but it appears like there are quite a few medical students. There are quite a few postgraduate medical students, quite a few eminent faculty from the country, but also across the globe. So yes, the presentation is intended to be quite mixed with some target messages and take-home messages really for the range of audience that we have here, to reflect on the history of the study of dreams, to understand a little bit about the theoretical underpinnings of the neurobiology of dreams, including the neurochemicals that are involved, the neurocircuitry that's involved, and to gain some degree of insight into neuroscience techniques that can be used not just to study dreams, but in clinical psychiatry in general. And then finally, to go on to describe the clinical implications that we have regarding the neurobiology of dreams. So these are the intended learning outcomes. And yeah, and also there are quite a few medical students here. So wherever I go and talk, I also talk with an ulterior intention to spark a little bit of curiosity about considering psychiatry, clinical psychiatry as a career choice for medical students. So it's an interesting, fascinating field. I do agree it's really quite abstract when you compare it with other clinical disciplines like, say, cardiology or gastroenterology or other fields of medicine, wherein you deal with discrete organs, discrete systems, and disorders. But nevertheless, it's a very fascinating field where you can actually produce a significant difference in the life of the individual, but also the family around. So this is also to spark a little bit of curiosity amongst medical students who are still undecided. What is the career path that they would like to take going on forward? Some interesting facts like regarding the dreams to just act as an icebreaker and to get things moving on. So human beings spend around 6 years of dreaming in their lifespans. That's quite substantial. So around 5 to 10% of your lifespan you actually spend on dreaming. When I say dreaming is just about dreaming, it's not even the whole sleep. And every day out of the sleep, we hypothesize that approximately around 2 hours per day you do spend on dreaming, whether you do remember the content of dreams or you do not remember the content of dreams. And there were some interesting phenomenological studies that were done at some point of time, trying to find out what is the content of dreams commonly in different countries. And when it comes to aggression, the US ranked among the industrialized nation aggression in the dreams. Around half the US males reported of aggressive content in their dreams, whereas when you compare it with Netherlands, it was only 1/3. So what I'm trying to highlight here is there are cultural aspects, psychocultural aspects there in terms of the content of dreams and what you dream about. Men have more aggression portrayed in their dreams than women. That's not a very unsurprising fact. Children's dreams do not contain significant aggressive content until they reach the adolescent life. This is all quite telling. What it goes on to talk about is the relationship that between the unconscious processes and the conscious processes and the cultural context in which you grow. So all these have definite impact with regards to dreams and the content of dreams. These are just some interesting facts that were picked up through some phenomenological studies. And when you think about what dreams are, yes, it could be a sequence of images, sounds, ideas, physiological sensations that can happen during sleep, particularly during the REM sleep. And there is no specific neurobiological definition that you have for dreaming. For sleep, yes, you do have, but not necessarily for dreaming. And though dreams are typically associated with REM sleep, they can be associated with non-REM sleep as well. The only reason we always keep talking about dreams during the REM sleep, it's much more easier to recall because you are in a phase between deep sleep and a phase where you're awake actively. So it's just that you'd be able to recall much better. But sometimes dreams can be associated with non-REM sleep as well. So that's something that we need to be aware of. So these are just some dreams which Freud was talking about. So one about Jared who was drunk, talking in a mumbling, monotonous voice. And then he notices a baby girl standing near a fireplace. And then this boy goes to her and says, "You must be feeling very hot and uncomfortable," picking the girl up and moving the girl away from the fire. And there was another dream by another child that Freud talks about, where he was in a school at a play, and there were three new boys there. The oldest one gave him presents. They kept coming out of the box. And then there was a witch there who locked up the older boy inside a cage. And then there was a wind that came, and he was struggling for the key to unlock it. And then they went to a movie. And there were some people who sat 5 rows behind them. So it's all really quite interesting. The type of things that the conscious and the unconscious mind put together in forming the dreams. So Sigmund Freud was the one who talked about the importance of dreams and psychoanalysis and how to interpret dreams and what is the significance of that. So it all seems unconnected things that are coming together. And if we sometimes think about our dreams as well, you wouldn't necessarily make meaning of it immediately. There would be a variety of things that you dream about, which don't make sense, but they come together. So it's all, Freud believed it's all for a reason, and everything has a symbolic meaning, everything has a significance, and it is up to the interpretation of the psychoanalyst. So these are just some two dreams that Freud was talking about. So why do scientists and researchers and psychiatrists think we dream? So the dreams provide the neural stimulation for the newborns to form mature neuronal collections, and we believe it's necessary really for proper nervous system development. And so, which means, particularly for children and adolescents, it's really important. Dream as a process is really quite important. And something that most of them agree, including the neuroscientists, is that dreams are absolutely essential to process, to encode, and transfer the data from the temporary memory to the long term memory. So, this coding of memory involving the hippocampus, the transfer from temporary memory to long term memory, we believe happens during the time of sleep, in particular during the time that we dream. And sometimes what Freud and psychoanalysts believe is dreams are the places where we can express those unconscious thoughts which are dangerous, which are unacceptable. Say, for example, you feel aggressive at some point of time, you get mad at somebody for irritating you, you just want to go and slap them or assault them. You necessarily are not going to do it in real life because you know what the repercussions are. But it is there at your unconscious mind. So the dreams provide an avenue for opening up for these unacceptable thoughts, unacceptable wishes to come into the conscious mind stream. And the projections of parts of the self that have been ignored or rejected or suppressed. So those parts of you, say for example, you are a professional, you are a doctor, and you have a family to support. You are quite interested in really dangerous adventure sports like driving a Formula One car, or you want to do scuba diving into the deepest part of the ocean, or you want to do a bungee jumping from the highest top of the mountain. You necessarily are not going to do it in real life, but you might very well do it in a safe space. So dream is that safe space which provides a place for you to express yourself. And the dreams are the mechanism also to regulate your mood, to maintain the stability of your mood. And because sometimes you will notice that when you go to sleep, you are quite angry, you are quite frustrated. And when you wake up, you feel a little bit refreshed and relaxed. It's not just about the physical sleep and getting the energy to recoup, but it's also about regulating the mood at an emotional level. And sometimes you could have faced some really traumatic events in your life, and the dreams help you to reorganize all those thoughts and memories and provide some type of a closure. So there are, these are all different hypotheses that the scientists and the clinical psychiatrists have put forward as to why we necessarily dream. And if you look at the history of study of dreams, of course, we didn't have any imaging techniques or other techniques that we could potentially use long ago when Sigmund Freud was there. So Freud used to talk about dreams as the latent and the manifest content. So what he used to do was phenomenological analysis, which means talking to patients immediately after they wake up and getting the content of the dreams and then trying to correlate it with the life, the culture, the social context, the political context, and the personal context of the person, and any psychiatric illnesses and symptoms, and trying to link that up. So that's what Sigmund Freud was doing, and he believed very sincerely in the significance of dreams for normal life, but also for psychiatry. And later on, there were other hypotheses that were put forward, like the Aserensky and Kleitman's. So when we started to talk about REM sleep and non-REM sleep, and then sleep studies started to become part of mainstream research, REM sleep and equating the same to external manifestation of the subjective dream state, and then Jovet. So slowly we started to move towards thinking about the importance of brainstem in dreams. And there is a region of cells in the pons which stimulates the neuronal activity that is necessary for REM sleep and therefore for dreaming. So Jovet started to talk about the importance of the brainstem. And then gradually we started to move towards other models like the reciprocal interaction model and the activation synthesis model. So activation synthesis model talks about the brainstem activating the neuronal structures, and then the higher regions of the brain, like the cortical regions, passively trying to synthesize all that information, the emotional information, the memories, the repressed wishes, the unconscious desires, and trying to put everything up in the form of a story and then bringing it up across as a dream in a passive way, the activation synthesis model, or the reciprocal interaction model between serotonin and noradrenaline as neurotransmitters. And then we started to talk about by 1990s regarding the dissociation between different pathways that are responsible for REM sleep. We talked about the interaction between pons and the frontal lobe, that is the activation synthesis, but also the relationship between acetylcholine and dopamine. Acetylcholine, we know the importance of that with memory and memory processes, but what about dopamine? We know the importance of dopamine in illnesses like, say, Parkinsonism or schizophrenia and psychotic illnesses. But also dopamine is the neurotransmitter that is associated with pleasure, with gratification, with the sense of happiness. So the mesolimbic, the mesocortical tracts, and the importance of dopamine, and trying to bring about your unconscious and pleasurable desires in the form of dreams. So we started to talk about the importance of dopamine as well as the time went by. So this is quite an interesting picture that talks about the areas of brain which are switched on and which are switched off during the dreams. Again, it's a hypothetical model. What we believe is parts of the brain, so the sensory inputs and the motor outputs are blocked at that point. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the primary motor sensory cortex are all blocked. And what is activated? We talked about the brainstem and pons, which are active and start off the neuronal impulses, the visual association cortex, because dreams are highly visual. It's quite vivid, particularly the REM dreams. So the imagery and processing of information, and thalamus and hypothalamus, bringing in all the sensations together, the visual, the auditory, the tactile, the kinesthetic sensations together. And then the parietal cortex, the dream space, the fictional dream space, as the authors call it, where it's all organized spatially and it's all put forward together. And there are other parts of the brain like a basal ganglion associated with learning, behavioral control, frontal cortex as well, which help in organizing. We all know the importance of limbic system and amygdala, which are concerned with emotions and memory. And dreams are also a lot about emotions, trying to bring out those unconscious emotions and memories together. So the limbic system and the amygdala. Sometimes the nightmares are all about autonomic hyperarousal, is the flight or fright reaction where you sometimes wake up terrified. So what typically happens there is around again, an awareness of danger, even if it is in the dreams. So that can happen during the dream processes. So what we realize through this picture is a lot of parts of the brain are involved in contributing to the dream process, and there are some parts of the brain which are switched off during this process to help and facilitate. So this is quite an interesting way of looking at things from an anatomical physiological standpoint. If you are trying to think about dreams as a slightly more concrete concept, it's quite interesting. I'm talking on one side about Sigmund Freud and the psychoanalytic process, and talking about a very abstract concept of unconscious mind and repressed desires and impulses, and how that comes across as manifest content to the conscious mind. On another side, I'm trying to talk about anatomy and physiology in terms of neurotransmitters and neuroanatomical regions. So that is the fascination of psychiatry, really. You are trying to bring together something that's very abstract and hypothetical. There is no way to prove or disprove. On another side, there is the concrete side of things, imaging and anatomy and physiology. And psychiatry is probably the only clinical discipline that tries to bring together such abstract and concrete things at the same time. So that's the fascination here about psychiatry for me. And some of the medical students as well are quite fascinated as a result. The limbic and the paralimbic system, we talk about emotional memories, anxiety. Basal ganglion contributes again to some movements during the dreams, particularly during the REM sleep. And then the anterior cingulate cortex, the visual association cortex, obviously the vivid imagery that happens during the dreams, and the cerebellum, which deals with the perception of sensations again during movement during the dreams, and the parietal cortex, really quite important for all your symbolic imagery, which Freud is talking about. A lot of things in your dreams are symbolic. They are not really as it is. The way you interpret it is quite symbolic. So if you look at the neuroscience techniques used to study dreams, there isn't a whole body of research. This is not something that's that well researched, but we know sleep EEG is something that we have always used, particularly with REM sleep, the non-REM sleep. And for sleep disorders, we do use sleep EEG. And fMRI of brain can be used to identify those parts of the brain that are activated, those parts of the brain that are not active during specific parts of the sleep, including dreams. But a lot of findings, if you think about it, actually is around brain lesions after accidents. So it's a serendipitous findings. So people who are admitted with brain injury, some of them go on to talk about really quite vivid dreams of a different nature after the brain injury. And there are a few patients who have historically stopped dreaming after having brain injury affecting particular parts of the brain. So there are serendipitous findings that come out of brain injury patients. So that is how we get to know about the dreams and the neuroanatomy and the neurophysiology associated with it. This is not really a well-researched area. So it's more of hypothesis and less of research, really. But there are other methods which we could potentially use to study dreams as well, like the psychoanalytical techniques, which I was talking about, what Sigmund Freud used to do. So what he used to do was, his patients for psychoanalysis, he used to bring them after the night sleep and note down the content of the dreams, and then find out the personal and the social context, and also if they are suffering from any psychiatric disorders, the extent or the phenomenology of the psychiatric symptoms, and try to link them up and try to understand what it means. Effect of medication, this is really quite interesting, because there are some medications which after taking, the patients report of more vivid dreams. Like for example, there are medications like, say, melatonin, sertraline, that we use for depression. The common recognized side effects include more vivid dreams. So it's quite clear that the brain biochemicals, including dopamine, serotonin, noradrenaline, and acetylcholine, all the four neurotransmitters, definitely have a role to play. The reason we know this, whenever we use medication that affect these four, balance between these four biochemicals, dopamine, serotonin, noradrenaline, and acetylcholine, there are side effects in terms of, say, for example, more vivid dreams. So there definitely is a mechanism of correlation there. So what are the clinical implications? So yeah, it's quite fascinating, of course, yes. It's quite interesting to talk about, of course, yes. But what are the clinical implications really of talking about dreams? Is it just that it's fascinating, or is it really useful from a clinical perspective particularly? There are possible clinical implications. Studying consciousness, yes, including the pathology and other altered states, like say, for example, the awake state, the delirious state, the conscious state, the fully unconscious state. So studying the relationship between that. So one model that's proposed is at the two ends of the spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, you have the non-REM sleep. On the other end of the spectrum, you have the fully awake state. And right in between, you have the REM sleep and dreaming associated with the REM sleep. So it's sort of a spectrum. So studying the consciousness, including its pathology, altered states, what are the neural mechanisms anatomically but also physiologically. So we could use dreams as one part of that. Developing therapies for sleep disorders. Uh, yeah, it's really quite important that we talk about this. And recurrent nightmares, which are a common symptom of depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. So developing therapies for that clinically. So there are implications. And possibly we are thinking about a little bit into the future, allowing for motor imagery during dreaming and using that from a physical rehabilitation perspective after injuries or surgeries. So that's one way of looking at it. And psychiatric disorders and dreams, of course, we all know that in quite a few different psychiatric disorders, like anxiety disorders, say, for example, mood disorders, depression, it is associated with, say, for example, nightmares, night terrors, particularly traumatic disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, acute stress reaction. Even in children and adolescents, I find they do have really vivid and terrifying nightmares. So there are clinical implications in studying and trying to address this. Psychotropic medication and sleep. Using medication, how does it affect sleep? The psychiatric medication, we all know that a lot of psychiatric medication affects sleep. But also equally, when we talk about other physical health medication that affects sleep or medication that helps sleep, the medication that we prescribe for sleep, what is the implications they do have on the neurotransmitters in the brain and the neurophysiology? So there are quite a lot of clinical implications. Why there needs to be more research into it. It's a difficult area to research. Nevertheless, it has a lot of clinical implications. So yes, now, when I talk about this, there are some common questions that people ask me, which I have tried to summarize here. Yeah, people talk about depression. There are people who ask me, is it only about lack of sleep? No, sometimes in depression, you find increased levels of sleep called hypersomnia. It can be atypical, but there are patients who sleep a lot when they are depressed as a way of coping. Is it because it helps them to recoup, help in processing the memories better, provide a closure to traumatic events? So is it helping them? And people always, particularly from the COVID time onwards, people have been asking me regarding the effect that the screen time has on sleep disorders and sleep cycle in children. Of course, it's quite significant. And particularly in UK, I'm not sure, it's been a long time since I practiced psychiatry in India. In UK, we have been using a lot of melatonin recently. So people ask me about the implications for melatonin and sleep difficulties with ADHD and autism, and whether it's quite useful, and the importance of nightmares in children. So yes, because sometimes it could be physiological, but sometimes equally it could be pathological and suggestive of something else. So yes, there are quite a few implications for dreams, and there are reasons why we should study that more, and there are definite clinical implications. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a stop there, as I promise to keep it a brief presentation. So what the take-home messages here really are: yes, the clinical psychiatry is quite a fascinating field where we are trying to bring in concrete topics with also abstract hypotheses and trying to interlink. It's a lot of work for the brain. For a surgeon, a lot of work for the hands. For a psychiatrist, it's a lot of work for the brain in coming up with hypotheses and then linking it with accepted theoretical models in neuroanatomy and neurophysiology. So that's the challenge really in clinical psychiatry. This is one fascinating field within clinical psychiatry, talking about sleep and dreams in particular within sleep. So I think I'll end the talk there, and I'm happy to take any comments, questions, clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, over to the chairpersons.
Thank you, Dr. Gnanvil. for giving more, say, a general insight into psychological aspects of dreams. And of course, we at NIMHANS, we work a lot on sleep and dreams, and we have a very one of the largest repository of the dream reports and sleep report is there with the Department of Neurophysiology in the Center for Consciousness Studies. So just I just wanted to have, say, one a clarification from your side. When in one of your slides you mentioned that child dream does not have a significant aggression. What is the meaning of it?
Yeah, in terms of the sleep reports, as you are talking about, in terms of the phenomenological reports that Freud collected. For children and adolescents, the content of aggression in the dreams was not very significant, like the child going on to assault others or violent events in the dreams. When you compare it with adults, if you try to put it in context, what happens is typically is during the time of adolescence and after puberty and the effect of hormones and the social context that the content of violence and aggression starts to become more prevalent and common in dreams. But having said that, I think times have really changed. I think what people are noticing more is there is more content of violence and aggression even in children's dreams. And there are a lot of hypotheses. Children do play a lot of video games nowadays, having violent and aggressive content. And there are a lot of children who come from, particularly in European countries, people come from places like Yemen and Syria and Iraq or Ukraine, from war-torn countries. There is a lot of content of violence and aggression in the dreams of children now. Yeah, I think from the earlier studies, it was not really the case.
Yeah, right. Because if you
Yeah, hi, Ravindra. Just wanted to have I think since both of you are here, something which I was always curious. When people are dreaming, can we call them as being conscious? First to Sundar, and then maybe Ravindra can help it out.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. So as I was telling, there are different hypotheses. One way of looking at it is like a spectrum. Like when you are fully aware is one end of the spectrum. Like now we are all fully aware and fully conscious. The other end of the spectrum would be the non-REM sleep during the deeper phases of sleep, and the REM sleep would be somewhere in between. So most of the dreams, yeah, it's during the REM sleep phase, which is half aware phase, if you have to put it that way. You're not fully awake and conscious, but you are not entirely unconscious, like in the deeper phases of non-REM sleep either. But yeah, Dr. Ravindra might have a different take on that.
Yeah.
No, the reason why
Ashok, why you
is,
had this particular doubt? I mean, what is the? I just wanted to understand the background of this question. I mean,
yeah. So see, when we define clinically consciousness is a very different way. Okay. So if I ask a layperson that is the person who's dreaming conscious? So a clinical way would be, I mean, person is sleeping, it's not conscious. Okay. And but however, when we wake up from a dream, it's all real. Only we realize only when we wake up from a dream that it wasn't real.
Yeah.
So in that sense, during that period of time, as a person internally, there's a question: was the person conscious? Because you wake up sometimes sweating. People have all kinds of dream. People do sleepwalking. So the line between the clinically the way we think of consciousness, and so that's what I thought, and then of course the neurobiology of the whole way. So that was the idea.
Yeah. So I think it all depends on the context in which you have to define the consciousness. Suppose if you want to get into a behavioral manifestation of consciousness from the behavior perspective, right? And you say, okay, from the sleep, you don't have an overt behavior that the way that we see in the wake. In that context, we may say, okay, they are less behaviorally responsive for an environment. But it doesn't mean that they're not conscious. So they are conscious, right? And they're responding to an external environment because our brain network is not immune for the external stimuli during sleep. You have a physiological processing of the external stimuli. It happens during sleep, both during NREM sleep and the REM sleep, but it remains only as a signal processing. this information doesn't get into a over perception. When it comes to either an over perception, then okay, there is a behavior.
Yeah, no, I'm getting so because I mean I came across a concept through Nicholas Humphrey. He's maybe Sundar maybe got in context because he's in the UK. He's splitting away the sentience concept. He's come up with a different concept called sentience instead of perception and sensation, something in between. And our traditional thinking of perception from sensation to perception, he's contesting it. He's
Yes.
contesting everything. So in that context, since Sundar was here and I thought Ravindra is here, so let me ask the experts. So Sundar, anyway, this will be a long discussion, but thank you very much for sharing your expertise. And this is an idea which every person wants to hear about, whether you're a doctor or not, whether you are a scientist or not, anatomist, physiologist, architect. Everybody loves talking about dreams and knowing about dreams.
Yeah.
So thank you for giving some light on that idea.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok. Yes. I think there have been some questions
Are
from
we
the
taking any other
chat box
questions
as well. Yeah.
from the audience?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
There
think
is
there
a
have been some
question.
questions from the
Q&A,
chat
sir. You can
box.
answer to it.
Yeah, I think yeah, they have asked, does content of dreams of your patient direct patient management and course of management, particularly for post-traumatic stress disorder? Do you ask the patient to describe the dream, or do you ask the patient to ignore the content? It's a really nice question. I think for a trauma focused illnesses, trauma and stress related illnesses, we routinely do ask about the quality of the sleep to start off with, and the sleep onset and the duration of sleep. Is the sleep interrupted? Is it early morning awakening? What the sleep routine is? And we also routinely ask about nightmares. And if you look at the diagnostic criteria, the International Classification for Diseases, or the DSM criteria by the American Psychiatric Association, the nightmares are one of the core components really of the stress disorders, including post-traumatic stress disorders. So we do explore it in detail. We do ask the patient to um, not necessarily to describe very vividly or factually, but we do ask regarding what is the content of the dream. Usually we might not dig too much about it, but we do ask. And also we ask, does it happen on a routine basis or is it occasional? Because it is not going to really dictate what management we are going to offer, but it's good for prognosis. So when the patient goes on the next time to say that so I do still have nightmares, but it is less frequent and less severe or less distressing in content. We know that the treatment is working, whether it's a therapy or it's a medication. But however, if you are using a psychoanalytic approach, which is not very commonly used nowadays because it's quite resource intensive, you need to spend a lot of time with the patient. If you use psychoanalytic techniques, we do then try to ask the patient to describe the whole content of the dreams and note it down phenomenologically and try to work with the patient. But that's only if you are using a psychoanalytic approach, not otherwise routinely. Hope that answers the question.
So thank you for that answer, sir. But a small query from my side also, sir, as we are the upcoming parents. I think the parents who are there are already settled now because of this violent video games. So what would you suggest to the parents of the children playing about this violent video games? Because it's going to affect them in a way where they don't understand, or even where doctors don't understand, where neuropsychiatrists of especially the pediatric group has to step in to identify that there is such a problem exists. Would you comment
Absolutely.
something on that, sir?
Absolutely. I don't think there are any specific recommendations yet, but the only thing is, of course, all the video games have an age appropriateness and license for use from a particular age. Trying to stick to those recommendations is the minimum starting point, really. We do not have a wide body of research. It's all anecdotal clinical evidence based on what clinicians tell, based on what is being observed, but that it does affect quite a bit. There is an increase in levels of violence and aggression when you try to reenact what you do with video games. Because again, in video games, it's not that you play alone. It's typically online. Usually children play with other children. connecting through online and using guns and weapons and whatnot. And a lot of content is violent and aggressive, particularly if it's not age appropriate, if it's a 12 plus game, and if it's an 8-year-old boy playing it, and that too on a regular basis, it is expected by logic to have at least some degree of impact on his behavior. So some degree of parental control and use of age appropriateness in terms of what video games the children play. And it's all a question of harm minimization by limiting the time that the children spend. Screen time in general, but also the time spent on games like these, online games, is quite advisable. But I don't think from the Royal College we yet have a particular consensus statement on this. With smartphones, yes, I think there is evolving consensus. I think recently in Australia, they went on to legally say that smartphones cannot be used, I think below it was 14 years of age, and is going to kick in soon. In UK, there is a proposal for such a legislation at some point of time in the future, but that's with regards to smartphones. With the online games, there is no such recommendation or consensus statement yet, but it definitely does have an impact, yes.
Okay, sir, sorry, just to follow up on your things, is there any studies related which describes the limit of screen time, where they have any particular duration of screen time? Because we always say we have to limit the screen time, but we don't know where is the limit of screen time. What is the minimum time to be given? Because even if we limit them too much, they go in the other way around to look into it. So, like, is there any
Absolutely.
time frame, sir?
Yeah, again, it's based on the age, really, but for slightly older children, the general consensus is the 30 minutes to 60 minutes is acceptable. And anything beyond that on a regular day when the child goes to school would be considered excessive. Particularly what is recommended is, and even if screen time is given, not too late into the evenings. Particularly we notice that those children with psychiatric disorders or neurodevelopmental disorders like ADHD and autism, it definitely has an impact on the circadian rhythm and the sleep rhythm. So not beyond 30 minutes to 1 hour, and that too not in the late evening. So that's what is the general consensus. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now over to Dr. Gopinath, sir. If there are no more question and answers to be here, we can have felicitations, sir.
Okay. Having seen this very prospective discussion, I think we'll be very happy to have a separate guest lecture and a CME on sleep and dreams by having all our stalwarts in the field of research. Thank you, Dr. Sundar Jnanaveer. And thank you, Dr. Ravindra sir, for joining your busy schedule. And thank you, Dr. Ashok Zariel sir. In fact, he's traveling now, and very privileged to have you here, sir, even in your busy schedule. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to give our certificate of appreciation and memento.
Mr. Karthik.
Yeah, to our speaker, Dr. Sundar Jnanaveer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And at the outset, we'd like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Ashok Kumar Jariel, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Next slide.
And thank you, Dr. P.N. Ravindra, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for hosting this scientific meet. I think the certificates would be mailed to the particular email in a short duration. Thank you all for joining and sharing your knowledge on this particular topic. Thank you so much, sir.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a lunchtime.
Next, to all other delegates, it's our lunch time. I think it's 1:30. So we'll have a half an hour of break. We will reschedule at 2 o'clock for our scientific presentations on papers. Mr. Karthik, we can have the videos till then. Yeah, we can go ahead.
Of the college video.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Karthik. We'll reconvene after the lunch. Thank you.
In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted: building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture, management, health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses. At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given point, there are 15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population. Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural hub that has students gaining expertise in a wide range of fields. Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge in all contemporary fields of study. This is strengthened by state-of-the-art infrastructure. Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University is known for its courses in dentistry, pharmacy, homeopathy, nursing, allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students. For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping students with the edge to compete anywhere in the world. Collaborative programs with foreign universities, study abroad programs, international student exchange programs, faculty exchange programs are a few of the initiatives of the university to empower students with this global perspective.
Vision for tomorrow, the mission of today. VMU. Bringing minds together in search of endless wisdom. VMU. Building individuals to build a world, building hopes and dreams on heart at VMU. Friends to stay, VMU. Enjoyment and learn and play, showing the way ahead each day at VMU.
Vinayaka Missions University. It is where futures are built. Come and experience it. In an increasingly competitive world, the future will be owned by those who are powered by knowledge and wisdom that transcends time. There is one place where such wisdom is imparted, building individuals to build the world. Welcome to Vinayaka Missions University. Started in 1981, this hub of education has its colleges located across Tamil Nadu at Salem, Chennai, Karaikal and Puducherry, even in countries like Malaysia. The university, with 27 constituent colleges, delivers cutting-edge knowledge across various disciplines. Medicine, engineering, architecture, management, health sciences, dentistry, measuring up to 135 courses of study, all covered across sprawling and student-friendly campuses. At Vinayaka Missions University, students of various disciplines hone their knowledge right up to doctoral levels. At any given point, there are 15,000 students studying in the campuses. With the vision of creating medical professionals who can meet the needs of the Indian and international communities, Vinayaka Missions University has made a significant contribution to the field of medicine. Four colleges and hospitals in Salem, Karaikal and Puducherry not only groom students into medical professionals, but also ensure easy and affordable medical help to the local population. Beyond medicine, the university is a multicultural hub that has students gaining expertise in a wide range of fields. Our engineering courses are designed to give students comprehensive knowledge in all contemporary fields of study. This is strengthened by state-of-the-art infrastructure. Engineering and technology apart, Vinayaka Missions University is known for its courses in dentistry, pharmacy, homeopathy, nursing, allied health sciences, physiotherapy, architecture, arts and science, and management. Vinayaka Missions University relentlessly ensures that the students get the best in the world. Our libraries are well appointed and are a digital and physical resource for both students and faculty. Linked to the central online catalogue, students have access to over 145,000 books, 1,000 journals, and over 5,000 audiovisual aids. All the campuses are fully networked, providing students with Wi-Fi facilities so that they can open their minds to storehouses of information at a mere click of the mouse. The hostel facilities at the campuses spell absolute comfort and provide the right ambience for self-study for the students. For an alert mind, a supple body is a must. At Vinayaka Missions University, we ensure that the students get precisely that. Our students are thoroughly encouraged in sports and cultural activities. Besides successfully participating in inter-university sports contests, our students have also excelled in cultural meets and festivals. In a world that is swiftly turning into a village, the need to be internationally aligned is most important for any student, which is the reason why Vinayaka Missions University focuses on equipping students with the edge to compete anywhere in the world. Collaborative programs with foreign universities, study abroad programs, international student exchange programs, faculty exchange programs are a few of the initiatives of the university to empower students with this global perspective.
Vision for tomorrow, the mission of today. VMU. Bringing minds together in search of endless wisdom. VMU. Building individuals to build a world, building hopes and dreams on
আমি এটাকে অন করবো, পিছনে দেখা যাবে কিন্তু ওটা আমার নামে আসছে, ডক্টর রঞ্জন সিনহা নাম আসছে, চলবে? চেঞ্জ করে দিতে হবে। ডিসকানেক্ট করবো।
I welcome you all, dear participants and judges. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So now we will be starting the YRS faculty session. Dear participants, you will be having 3 judges, like one is from anatomy, one is from physiology, one is from biochemistry. So you'll be definitely having a subject expert to score your presentation. Let me first introduce our judges. Dr. Priyadarshini, who is professor in biochemistry, and she is from Sri Venkateshwara Medical College and Research Institute, Pondicherry. And the second judge is Dr. Meenakshi Sinha. She's professor in physiology at AIMS Raipur. And the third judge is Dr. Raj Prasad. He is assistant professor in anatomy in AIMS Madurai. Welcome, sir, and welcome, madam.
Thank you.
Dear participants, I hope you know the instructions very well. Please stick on to the time limits. You will be provided with 7 minutes for your presentation, followed by 2 minutes of discussion. So, shall we have the first presenter, Dr. Praveen? Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, I'm making you as a co-host so that you can can you please share your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing.
The monitor light page.
Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, you please proceed.
Sir, shall I start?
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Praveen Kumar from AIMS Bhubaneswar. My topic of the today's talk is could clinical eyelid transplantation be impacted by underestimating transplanted eyelid volume inside from a serial section study? We all know pancreas is an organ in which the islets are unevenly distributed throughout. So if we take a random sample from these pancreas, it will lead into the bias, quantification bias for any morphometric study. So the researchers are going for a whole pancreatic specimen crossing to do any morphometric study. In addition to this, if we examine only a selected region of the tissue under microscope, that also leads to quantification bias. So they're going for a whole slide image of all the tissue to do the morphometric study. So this is a zoomed view of a whole slide image. What we can able to see, larger islet and surrounded by many small islets also there. But whatever the smaller islet visible in this section may not be a smaller islet. It may be a terminal portion of larger islet also. So the same concept, let me explain here. Imagine this is a 3D block with having the larger and smaller islet. When we take a section from here, it will appear in a 2D. Whatever the plane the section passes, the size of the islet will appear. So see this section. So even though this is a larger islet, green represent larger islet, when the section passes through this, this larger and this one, as it passes through the terminal region, this also appears as a smaller islet only. So this is the thing many studies has reported, the underestimation of the islet dimension in a single paraffin section. When we see single paraffin section, this is a difficulty. So in our study, what we have done a serial section to determine which is the actual dimension, and we compared it with the subsequent section to see what is the level of underestimation happening within this. So this has not been done previously. So this we have done in the first part. Second part, we have calculated the islet equivalent. Islet equivalent is nothing but this is the unit of islet volume they measured during clinical islet transplantation. So one islet equivalent is equal to the volume of one eyelet which is equal to 150 micron in diameter. So what they will do, they will take the eyelet dimension of the whatever the eyelet present in the field, and they will put it in the formula. That is, mathematically they are converting into the eyelet equivalent. They will convert it into how many eyelets, which is equivalent to 150 micron. But here again, what is the limitation is, the eyelets are not exactly spherical, because this is a mathematical formula which is converting into exact spherical volume, but which is not in the case. So many studies here also documented the flaws in the eyelet equivalent, but none of them have measured it with the serial section with the actual volume. So we compared in this study with the serial section. We have seen what is the level of underestimation in the first half. In the second half, we measured the actual volume of the eyelet using serial section, and we compare it with the eyelet equivalent, which is done in a clinical eyelet transplantation. So moving to the methodology, we have collected the adult non-diabetic pancreas from the autopsy, which is done within 12 hours of death, then processed it and paraffin embedded. And we have done a serial section. So let me explain how we selected the islets which appear and ends within the serial section. Here you can see, for example, this is the first section. The islets which is visible in the first section, we should not take into consideration because it may have extension above also. So we selected starting from here, the islet which starts within the serial section and it should end within the serial section. So we won't include these islets which is still present in the last section also. So islet which is within the serial section we have taken. So we stained every fourth section for anti-synaptophysin antibody by using immunohistochemistry. And this is a representative large one large islet. So this is the same islet which appeared in a subsequent section. You can see the size is changing and gradually decreasing. So in each section, we have taken the dimension, the maximum and minimum and the average of it. So whatever is the maximum, with that we compared in the subsequent section, what is the underestimation happening in each section. So if we see all the group of islet in those cases we have taken, the actual islet dimension in the larger islet is 138, but the sectional is 88. So the average 35% underestimation in the larger islet and smaller islet 20%. This is more obvious because larger islet, it will be having more terminal region also, that will be more underestimated. So underestimation is more in the larger islet. So by using the mathematical formula, we have converted this underestimation percentage into a multiplication factor. So which will help us in the future research when we do a single paraffin section also with the mathematical conversion factor, we can convert into an actual dimension. Coming to the second part of the study, the islet volume. So we have calculated the islet by doing the serial section. So we will measure all this red line represents the fourth section where we stain. So we'll sum all the area of this subsequent section, then we'll multiply with the section thickness, that is 4 micron thickness, and the interval with every fourth section we have taken another 4. So if we take, we'll get the volume of a single islet in a cubic micron, that we will add all the volume which we included in the study. Then we'll divide it by 17.67 into 10 to the power of 5 is the volume of the single islet equivalent. So by doing this, we will get a islet equivalent of the islet based on the volume. Same way, like how they are doing in a clinical islet transplantation, we'll take a maximum islet dimension, we'll put it in the formula, we'll get the islet equivalent of based on the diameter. So when we compare this, the clinical islet transplantation, what they are doing is this, but this is the actual volume. So there is again overestimation is happening. So the larger islet is almost 100 times overestimated. That is double the amount. Actually 16, but we are getting 34 in the islet equivalent formula. Okay, so this also shows the volume is overestimated mainly in the cases of larger islet when compared to the smaller islet. So moving to the conclusion. So the single paraffin section analysis consistently underestimating the islet dimension, particularly when the islet size is more than 125 micron. Then applying the conversion factor assessed in this study will help us to accurately calculate the actual dimension. Then islet equivalent, we know it is overestimated when the islet size is larger. So when the larger islets are more, that is islet size index is more than 1, we need to titrate it to the higher range to avoid the rejection in the islet transplantation. So these are all my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen Kumar. You please stop your
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please stop screen sharing. Done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, done.
Now the session is open for comments and questions. Dear judges.
Hello, sir, Dr. Praveen.
Yes, sir.
So actually, this is a very good study. Okay, so I'm hearing it for the first time. So this is a very good study. So I have a small doubt.
Yes, sir.
Actually. So we are that measuring this islet volume, everything in the paraffin blocks, right? So how is it used for clinical islet transplantation? Can you just
Sir, actually, clinical islet transplantation, they are using the islet equivalent as a key parameter to assess whether the islet transplantation is successful or not. But here, there is a huge differences happening between the actual volume and the transplanted volume. And the islet size index also they are taking. So far, the studies are saying smaller islets are better. When the more amount of smaller islet is there, better the result. But with this, the concept is changing, because when the larger islands are more, there is a underestimation, more amount of overestimation is happening, so the actual volume transplanted is less. So we are suggesting, if the islet size index is nothing but the ratio between small islet and large islet. So if the islet size index is more than 1, that means larger islets are more in the transplantation, so they need to adjust it to the higher volume to get better result. So this will many studies have commented on quantification flaws, but they haven't given exactly what is the flaw. So here we try to address that.
Okay, good. It's a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Praveen, your
Yes,
work
sir.
is very interesting, actually, the study.
Yes.
What I wanted to, I was just wondering, because in India, hardly any transplant for islet of, islet surgery has been done successfully. Has it been done in India?
Ma'am, in India, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology in Hyderabad, they are doing islet transplantation.
Is it successfully?
In most of the other center, it is in research basis only, ma'am.
Yes,
They're
exactly.
still finalizing the various method which is influencing the outcome. So this is one of the factor. Islet the dimension and the volume is one of the key factor which they're still finalizing.
Yes, it's still in the experimental stage,
Yes.
and your study comes in at the very right time for this. And definitely I must congratulate you for this. And how are you getting the sample? I was just wondering, because it's a cadaveric sample and has to be a brain dead person.
Ma'am, we are getting it from the autopsy specimen, ma'am.
Yeah.
The autopsy should be done within 12 hours of the death. Then only the pancreas we can get without any autolytic changes.
Acha, till 12 hours efficacy is maintained?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
for other transplant surgeries, it is within 2-3 hours,
No, ma'am,
like,
this is not for the transplant purpose. Here we are
this is only
doing
for the research purpose.
for the research
I
purpose.
understand.
For that, we need to go for branded organ donor.
Exactly. Right. Okay, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any other queries? Dr. Praveen, I have a small question.
Yes, sir.
Whether this islet equivalent, apart from this transplantation, those things, because it is a measurement related to the pancreas, can it be used to assess the beta cell dysfunction? Even though we have a lot of indices for beta cell dysfunction, can this be used for diabetic research or diabetic any therapeutic diagnostic?
So diabetic research they are using this islet equivalent is if we take one single islet of 150 micron diameter, so that is one islet equivalent. So here they are using this as a volume unit to quantify what is the volume. There are several studies they are doing like dimension with the beta cell. What is the proportion of beta cell? So here it is actually a volume component, sir. But the exact beta cell we need to go for anti-insulin antibody or any other method of quantification to get into it.
Okay, sir.
This is for total islets.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
There is no other questions. We may go to the next presenter.
Thank
you. Dr. Shauri.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen, start your
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can start your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. Shauri, and today I'll be presenting my topic titled Micronucleus Frequency in Cervical Smears to Assess Genetic Damage in Polycystic Ovarian Syndrome, commonly called as PCOS. PCOS is a multifactorial endocrine disorder that has foremost influence in women of reproductive age group. Its global prevalence is said to be between 4 to 20%, and prevalence in India varies between 3.7 to 22.5%. The features of PCOS includes hyperandrogenism, irregular anovulatory cycles, polycystic ovaries, abdominal obesity, insulin resistance, and infertility. The complex etiology of PCOS is due to the interdependence between postnatal environmental parameters and genetic predisposition. A higher number of chromosomal aberrations are seen in PCOS, indicating genetic instability. Early genetic alterations and chromosomal aberrations are commonly detected by a biomarker called as micronucleus. Micronuclei are basically tiny structures that arise either from a fragment of chromosome lacking a centromere or whole chromosomes that fall behind during anaphase and fail to merge with the chief nucleus during telophase. A nuclear covering appears around it and resembles the main nucleus, except that it is reduced in size. Hence, the term micronucleus is given to it. It acts as a measure of chromosomal loss, breakage, and rise in carcinogen manifested cells. Micronucleus is frequently assessed in stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium as they are actively dividing and undergoing wear and tear. It is also assisted lymphocytes. In epithelium, micronuclei can be seen in buccal, nasal, and cervical mucosa, and it has also been linked in several studies to cause carcinogenic changes in these areas. And in lymphocytes, it is already used as a predictive biomarker of cancer risk. In PCOS women, it is seen that there is a threefold risk of endometrial cancer and a twofold risk of ovarian cancer. However, there is very few unsatisfactory data when it comes to a relationship between PCOS and cervical cancer. But there are many identical features of PCOS in cervical cancer, which includes high BMI, high blood pressure, high triglycerides, metabolic syndrome, and oxidative stress. The other important thing is that there is a high risk of cervical cancer in those who use oral contraceptive pills, and this is a first-line drug for PCOS women. So the need for the study is that if we score micronuclei in the cervical smear of PCOS women, it could be an important evidence suggesting genetic damage and susceptibility to cervical cancer in PCOS women. So the objectives of the present study was to compare and estimate the number of micronuclei in cervical smears of women with PCOS and controls, to compare and analyze the frequency of micronuclei with respect to BMI, menstrual cycles, and infertility in women with PCOS. So the materials and methods of this study are as follows. This is an observational case control study that was done in the OBG department after obtaining ethical clearance from an institution. And this was done after obtaining informed consent from all the subjects. The sample size was calculated using two-sided two-sample t-test, and this gave us a number of 38 subjects in each group. Both the subjects belonging to the test group and the control group had subjects aged between 18 to 40 years. And PCOS group subjects were selected based on the Rotterdam's criteria, which is the most commonly used criteria. And the control group subjects were the ones who were attending the OBG department for other problems other than PCOS. And we also made sure that the characteristics are not mimicking PCOS. So the data that were collected from every subject was weight and height to calculate the BMI, the menstrual history to see if they had regular, irregular cycles, if the subjects had infertility or not, and cervical smear specimens were also collected from all the subjects. The processing of cervical smear did not follow the usual routine pap smear method. We followed a method that will prevent clumping of cells, and also it will provide superior visualization of cells, where the last step will include a centrifuge, which is called a nanocyte centrifuge, that puts the cells only in the middle of the slide, which we'll see in the later slides. After processing the slides, it was stained with hematoxylin for 7 minutes and cytostain for 2 minutes, and later it was air dried and mounted on DPX. And this is how the slides appear after staining. And approximately 1,000 cells were counted in each slide in following a zigzag method. The criteria for identifying the micronuclei were as follows. The diameter of the micronuclei should be less than 1/3 of the main nucleus. It should have a similar texture and staining as the main nucleus. It should have a round, smooth perimeter suggestive of a membrane. It should be separated and should lie in the same focal plane as the main nucleus. The data was analyzed by using the frequency of micronuclei was expressed in the form of mean plus or minus standard deviation, and the differences between the two groups was analyzed using two sample independent t-tests. Anything the p-value less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. The results are as follows. This is how the cervical smears appears under 10x, and this is under 40x. This is when we start counting 1,000 cells in a zigzag manner. And once we identify the micronuclei, we zoom into it under 100x. And in this picture, we can see that the micronuclei are following all the criteria that I had mentioned previously. So we can also see that the mean micronuclei frequency were found to be increased in the PCOS group, and it was also statistically significant. And also in PCOS women with high BMI, menstrual irregularities, and infertility, they were also found to have a high micronuclei frequency when compared to those without these. Coming to the discussion, studies have concluded that micronuclei numbers frequency gradually increases with increasing grade of cervical cancer. In the present study, micronuclei was found to be increased in the PCOS group. The expression of genes in PCOS involved in chromosomal alignment, spindle dynamics, and sense cycle checkpoint in the oocyte, meiotic, and mitotic cell cycle is said to be disrupted in PCOS women. Studies have shown that higher genomic instability contributes to a variety of symptoms in PCOS, which could increase its probability to cancer development. According to a few studies, increased genomic instability is seen in PCOS women with higher BMI, which was the case in the present study also. Obesity affects the phenotypic manifestation of PCOS, which has a role in hyperandrogenism, anovulation, insulin resistance, and metabolic and reproductive factors. A study by Sundar et al. Demonstrated that micronuclei is increased in women with anovulation. We all know that anovulation leads to irregular menstrual cycles. In the present study, micronuclei number was increased in those with irregular menstrual cycles. 90 to 95% of anovulatory women seeking treatment for infertility have PCOS. And in the present study, those with infertility had a statistically significant higher number of micronuclei. So PCOS studies have shown that there is an increased genomic instability in the form of elevated micronuclei and chromosomal malsegregation.
Dr.
This
Shauri,
could
7
be,
minutes over.
yes, sir. I'm almost done. I'll just conclude it.
Yes, continue, please. Continue.
Yeah, so this could be due to insulin-resistant phenotype, which decreases the follicle-stimulating hormone, leading to anovulation and infertility. So to conclude my study, the present study shows that DNA damage and susceptibility to cervical cancerous changes is increased in women with PCOS as assessed by presence of micronuclei. Even though the sample size was quite small, the results obtained were statistically significant. Studies have shown that micronuclei is a predictive biomarker of carcinogenesis much prior to the actual manifestation of the cancer. So hence, this could be utilized in routine gynecological examinations as an additional criteria for early detection of cytogenetic damage. And the study also raises it covers an important vacuum for conducting further research in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shauri. Now the session is open for discussion.
Yeah, Dr. Shauri, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that is very study, but actually the same type of study has already been conducted, that is cervical smear with the micronucleus assay, and also the previous studies have been conducted measuring micronucleus in peripheral blood lymphocytes also, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what is the advantage of this measuring the micronucleus in the cervical smears compared to the peripheral blood lymphocytes? Is it having advantage, any advantage?
So the first thing is in PCOS women, mine is the first study, so nobody else has done it previously, except for in India, except there is only one study which was done in Turkey or somewhere. First thing. The next thing is since the cervical smear, it has been done for seeing gradual changes in cervical cancer, but not in PCOS. And other thing is between lymphocytes, it is already, there are many studies, but in cervical smear, it is like a direct, epithelial cells undergoing wear and tear. So that is one important feature as to why this was chosen.
Okay, good.
Dr. Shauri, I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any genetic analysis that can be, because you're attributing it to cancer, no? So is
Yes.
there like, you're just counting the micronucleus, right? So is there
Yes,
any
ma'am.
genetic?
So see, a presence of micronucleus itself indicates genetic instability. So wherever I mention, I don't directly say like it causes cervical cancer because this is a small study. It's not a large study. So so this is more like susceptibility. That's why I've taken various parameters. Since the time was limited to just 7 minutes, I chose only three constantly seen parameters. But I've also done a lot of other parameters and actually done that, ma'am. But as such, this is determining the genetic damage itself, the presence itself of micronuclei.
Thank you.
How much
Yes, ma'am.
was the sample size?
Sorry, ma'am?
Sample size, how many subjects you had taken?
38 in each group.
38 in each group.
Yes, ma'am.
And how were they selected? You did yourself or was it done at the gynae department?
No,
OBG?
I did it in the OBG department. So initially, the PGs helped me teach. They taught me how to collect. So after that, because it's a very busy OPD, so I used to do it myself.
Yeah, because I agree with the earlier judge who just said just now, Madam was telling, and I believe that saying this will be too far-fetched, like, it's carcinogenic and all, because for that you need much more parameters to be
Larger
studied.
studies.
Yeah,
Yes,
larger
ma'am.
studies.
So
So it
I
will be
always say
highly subjective.
susceptibility. So susceptibility to cervical cancerous changes.
Right. Okay, good.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any other question? Dr. Shauri, I am having a
Yes.
question.
Yes, sir.
Did you face any practical difficulty while counting the micronucleuses in either in low or in high magnification?
Yes, sir. Like meaning you have to keep looking at it for a long time. Counting 1,000 cells is not a easy thing. But I also looked for other softwares where it could be counted, but I couldn't find any something that actually for micronucleus as such. But for counting the number of cells, there are some softwares. But for micronucleus, there is no such software. Like so it is basically a research-based thing. It's not a diagnostic.
Maybe a pilot study.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
ma'am. Actually, what I was thinking is because this can either overestimate or underestimate the exact condition.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
The counting is mismatching.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll go to the next presenter, Dr. Grace.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Grace Suganya. Can you please share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Open your slide. Dr. Grace, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you please open your PPT and start your presentation?
I'm trying to share the screen.
Is there any difficulty for you?
Yes, sir. I couldn't share the screen.
We will troubleshoot it. By the time we can go to the next speaker, Dr. Renu. Dr. Renu. Dr. Alampalli. Whose screen is this?
Sorry, sir. stop sharing.
Okay, you can start your presentation if you are ready with your presentation. You can able to share your screen, you please start with the presentation. Okay.
Sir, can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible. You please open your PPT.
Is it visible, sir? I have opened my PPT.
Please check with your network, because we can able to see only the icon of your this Windows screen is only visible. We can't able to see your PPT.
Okay, sir. I'll stop the shares.
Okay. You please look.
Please, when you share the screen, you share the entire screen, not only a specific tab.
Oh.
Yes, it is visible now.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Can I start, sir?
Yes, yes, please continue. Start.
Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, I'm Dr. S. Grace Suganya, Senior Resident from the Department of Anatomy, AIMS Kalyani. My presentation today is about morphology and morphometry of pudendal nerve and its surgical implication. Pudendal nerve, it arises from the anterior division of S2, S3, and S4, and it is a prime source of innervation of muscles of pelvis and urethral and anal sphincters. So entrapment of the pudendal nerve clinically have a wide spectrum of presentation, like urinary to anorectal incontinence and sexual dysfunction. So far, there are no studies which would give the reference cross-sectional values of the pudendal nerve and trajectory distances to the pudendal nerve measured. So the caliber of the pudendal nerve is ideally necessary, and it should be matched with the caliber of the donor nerve for a successful nerve transfer. My primary objectives are to estimate the cross-sectional area of the pudendal nerve at various anatomical landmarks and to determine the trajectory to pudendal nerve based on the morphometric distances of pudendal nerve from various anatomical landmarks. My secondary objective is to compare the dimensions of pudendal nerve with gender and sites. Methodology, it is a descriptive study. The study was done in 10 cadaveric specimens with equal gender distribution. 5 male and 5 female cadaveric specimens were taken, and the cadaveric specimen without any gross abnormality were included, and the specimen with distorted anatomy were excluded from the study. Dissection steps, the pelvic organs were removed, and after dissecting the pelvic fascia, the pudendal nerve formation is identified from the root, and the variation in the formation were noted. After which the pudendal nerve is identified in the gluteal region below the piriformis. The nerve is then further traced into the ischianal fossa, and the branches were dissected, and the measurements from the necessary landmarks were taken, and further the dorsal nerve of penis and dorsal nerve of clitoris were dissected over the external genitalia, and the measurements were taken. The measurements were taken using digital vernier caliper. All the measurements were taken thrice, and the mean was taken as final. And in around 3 specimens, the measurements were repeated by another investigator to overcome inter-observer variability. And the measurements in 3 specimens were repeated by the principal investigator again after a month to overcome the intra-observer variability. Statistical analysis, Shapiro-Wilk test was used to find the normality distribution, and for statistical analysis between the gender and the sites, student T test was used for normally distributed data, and Mann-Whitney test was used for non-normally distributed data. The data were represented in mean standard deviation or median interquartile range. All statistical analysis were carried out at 95% confidence interval, and the p-value less than 0.05 was taken as significant. SPSS software version 19.0 was used for analysis. Coming to the parameters, first the cross-sectional area was determined at various anatomical sites like piriformis, sacrospinous ligament, sacrotuberous ligament, and at Alcock's canal. The formula used was transverse diameter into longitudinal diameter divided by 4 into pi, where pi was 3.14159. This is the schematic representation to show the trajectory distances from to the pudendal nerve where several anatomical landmarks were used. So this is the dorsal aspect of the penis. A represents the measurement from the inferior surface of the pubic symphysis to the dorsal nerve of penis, and B represents the measurement from the midpoint of the inferior pubic ramus to the dorsal nerve of penis. And in this B image, we can see the measurement from the ischial spine to the pudendal nerve, and here D represents the measurement from the upper end of the ischial tuberosity to the pudendal nerve. Coming to the results, first I would show the morphological variations that were documented. So this image shows the cadaveric image and the schematic representation in the formation variation. So here we can see the formation of the pudendal nerve contributed from S3 and S4. It is actually formed from S2, S3 and S4. This is the variation that we observed from S3 and S4. So these are the trunking variations that were observed during dissection. Figure A shows around 4 trunks of the pudendal nerve below the piriformis. Figure B shows 3 trunked pudendal nerve, and the figure C, we can see 2 trunks of the pudendal nerve, and this yellow arrow indicates the communication between the sciatic nerve and the pudendal nerve. Coming to the results of the cross-sectional area measured at various sites. So this table shows the results between the gender. In general, the cross-sectional area was decreasing from piriformis to the Alcock's canal. The cross-sectional area was maximum at the level of the piriformis, and all the measurements were found to be more in case of males than the females. So this is to show the difference in the cross-sectional area between the sites. So all the cross-sectional area were more on the right side except at the level of sacrotuberous ligament. So here the cross-sectional area was more on the left side. So these are the cadaveric images showing the, this is figure 1, A and B shows the diameter that is taken below the level of the piriformis. So figure 2 shows the diameters that was taken at the level of sacrospinous ligament. So this is to show the diameters that were taken at the level of sacrotuberous ligament. This is the cut end of the sacrotuberous ligament. The pudendal nerve was identified below the sacrotuberous ligament and the diameters were taken. And this is to show the measurement taken at the level of Alcock's canal. This is the comparison of the trajectory distances between the gender. So between the gender, it was noted that all the distances, like distance from the ischial tuberosity to the pudendal nerve and distance from the inferior border of pubic symphysis to dorsal nerve of penis or clitoris were more on the male, and distance between ischial spine to the pudendal nerve and distance between the midpoint of the inferior pubic ramus to the dorsal nerve of penis or clitoris were more on the female. On comparison between the sites, it was noted that all the trajectory distances were more on the right side, except for the one which was the distance from the midpoint of the inferior pubic ramus to the dorsal nerve of penis or clitoris. It was more on the left side. So these are the
7 minutes over. Continue.
Complete, sir. So these are the cadaveric images showing the distances measured. So this is the trajectory distance from the inferior border of the pubic symphysis to the dorsal nerve of penis and dorsal nerve of clitoris. And this is from the inferior pubic ramus to the dorsal nerve of clitoris and the dorsal nerve of penis. And this is the trajectory distance from the ischial spine and ischial tuberosity to the pudendal nerve. So far there were no studies conducted regarding the cross-sectional area of the pudendal nerve. And regarding the trajectory distances, we were able to find one previous study where they have conducted the study in the South African population and they have compared it with the European population. When we compared that with our study, the distance from the ischial spine to the pudendal nerve were larger in our study, and distance from the pubic symphysis to the pudendal nerve were smaller in our study, and distance from the inferior pubic ramus to the pudendal nerve were larger in the males of the African descent when compared to our study. The findings of this present study would help in various procedures like transvaginal sacrospinous colpopexy in the pudendal nerve block, neurotization of the pudendal nerve, in the placement of the neuroprosthesis, and in transobturator tape procedures, in clitoridoplasty, and in multi-contact nerve cuff at the level of sacrospinous ligament. These are my references. Thank you, sir.
Now the session is open for discussion.
I have one comment only to make. Otherwise, the presentation was clear. Dr. Grace, I think the sample size is too small to really, conclude anything as such.
Okay.
Don't you
Actually,
agree to this?
Initially, when we started, I wanted to take various landmarks to the whole course of the pudendal nerve. Pudendal nerve course, dissecting the whole course was taking a lot of time, and it was a time consuming process for me. So initially I stopped with 10 specimens, but after that, when I wanted to compare it with other studies, actually I didn't find any studies to compare, and I didn't have any reference values also. So I have, for now I have limited only with these landmarks. Maybe I would include some other landmarks in the other areas as well, ma'am.
Even the sample size, I would say only 5 males and 5 females.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right? 5 cadavers. Total
Yes,
10 cadavers you have
10
done.
cadavers.
So maybe you will need a larger sample size to conclude really.
Yes, ma'am.
Though
Yes,
it is normally distributed, you have done the Shapiro-Wilk test.
Yes, ma'am.
Still, maybe the sample size increase would help you.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll try to do that, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Grace.
Yes, sir.
So, apart from surgical implications, how this study can be used for pudendal nerve blocks procedures?
Pudendal nerve block procedures, sir. Usually, what was said in the textbook, it is like pudendal nerve is directly related to the ischial spine. And while giving the block, what they do is ultrasound, under ultrasound guidelines, they try to locate the pudendal nerve over the ischial spine, and they try to give the block. That is the main block that we have studied so far. But in this study, what I have noticed is the pudendal nerve was not actually lying over the ischial spine. It was lying at a distance from the ischial spine, and it is not exactly over the ischial spine, sir. So there was some distance. In none of the specimens that I have dissected and measured, it was not exactly over the ischial spine. And there was one study which was supporting this already. One Sagos and et al., he has conducted a study where he says that it is not exactly lying over the ischial spine. But in some other study, they have proposed that it is, we didn't find any distance. Like that also some controversy is there, sir. So I feel that it should be documented that there is a distance between ischial spine and pudendal nerve, and when they want to approach it for giving block, this should be considered, like where they can locate the pudendal nerve, and the diameter of the nerve as well is important, because to see radiologically, the nerve and their branches should be at least 4 millimeter in dimension to see that radiologically. So all these should be taken into account, I feel.
Okay. Good.
Okay, madam. Thank you. There
Thank
is no other question. Can we proceed to the next presenter?
Yeah, please.
Dr. Renu Meena.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Please
is my
share your
screen
slide.
visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Please share your slide.
Yes, sir.
Please share your slide.
No, that's it. One minute, sir.
Are you facing any difficulty? Dr. Renu, are you there?
Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sorry. Sir, is it visible, sir?
No, we can see only a wallpaper with sea and sun.
1 minute, sir. Now, sir?
Still, it is not visible.
Is it visible now, sir?
No, it is not visible. If you require some additional time, we will go for the next presenter. We can have your presentation later on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Next presenter is Alampalli Srisha. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Alampalli Srisha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir.
Please share
Should
your
I
screen.
Okay, sir. So is my PPT visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Please start presenting.
Okay, sir.
The phone from the rain
Should I start, sir? Hello. Should I start, sir?
Yes, madam. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Alampalli Srisha, Assistant Professor from Physiology Department, SV Medical College, Tirupati. And today I'm trying to present my topic on effect of sleeping in dark and light on cognition in undergraduate students. With the background of circadian rhythm being the most vulnerable aspect of our body, which changes our body's physical and mental states, and it also allows mood and behavioral changes. And one of the widely recognizable circadian rhythm is 24-hour sleep cycle. And there are some environmental time cues which will mainly changes this 24 sleep wake cycle. And one of them being the strongest factor being the light.
Yes, madam.
It's exposed.
Yes, madam.
Hello. Excuse me.
Oh, they told that they will open. Fine, ma'am. I'll sort it out. Ma'am.
I couldn't understand. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
No. What should I do? Should I continue the presentation or what should I do?
I think please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So, light being one of the strongest environmental time cue, and even though light is one of the important factor for maintaining the circadian rhythm, its exposure at inappropriate times can disturb this human circadian rhythm and also the sleep. As we all know that good night of sleep is very important for one's physical and mental well-being. Difficulty in falling asleep or waking up frequently in the night might cause feeling tiredness during the next day. This might lead to weaker attentional performance or memory, and also this drowsy effect might reduce thinking capacity as well as the reaction time. So this reduced sleep quality, there are studies which says that reduced sleep quality decreases cognitive performance, and this might be experienced more by undergraduate students because their attention is more required during the daytime when continuously sitting in the classes, and also that most of the undergraduates who stays in hostel does not have preference for changing the light settings, especially when they are sleeping in the hostels. Though there is light that causes disturbance in the sleep, the exact impact of sleeping with light on quality of sleep and cognitive performance is not clearly known. So with that objective, we tried to study the effect of sleeping in dark and also with light on the quality of sleep and cognition in undergraduate students. And we tried to observe that there is an association between sleep quality and the cognitive performance with light on. So coming to the planning of the study, this is a pre-post interventional study. It's conducted in undergraduate students who are 18 to 22 years age. And we have excluded students who are having any insomnia or people who are practicing medication and people who are taking any medication which alters their sleep physiology and people who have extreme fear for darkness like nyctophobia. And the study is approved by Institute Scientific and Ethics Committee and all have given informed consent. And it is also registered in Clinical Trial Registry of India. There are total 4 questionnaires we have studied in the study. 2 questionnaires which are mainly related to sleep habits and sleep quality. Sleep quality scale and Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index are used for assessing their sleep quality. They mainly, so these questions mainly based on how many times they were awake in the night and what made them awake in the night in the last 1 week or last 24 hours. And the higher the score is, the lower the or the poorer the sleep quality. And also we have two questionnaires based on the for their cognitive performance, which are digit span test and Montreal cognitive assessment. So for a digit span test, there is forward and reverse digit span test survey. There are series of numbers which will be told to the subject or the participant, and they were asked to repeat after a period of time. And Montreal cognitive assessment has different components like memory, attention, and based on their performance or assessment, the higher the score, the better the cognitive performance will be decided. So moving on to the procedure, totally we have screened around 157 participants, and there are 37 which are not willing to participate or their sleep habits were different. So we have excluded them from the study, and total 120 were recruited in the study. After a baseline data collection of a name, age, and other details, all the 4 questionnaires were filled by the participants, and then we have divided them broadly. Based on their preference in the sleep. There are 60 people who are sleeping in the dark, and there are 60 people who are already sleeping in the light. Now we have taken those people who are sleeping in the dark and we have divided them randomly into 2 groups. And we have asked one group not to change any sleep settings for 1 month. And we have asked another group to change their sleep settings to sleep with light on for 1 month. The same with light approach, and we have divided them into 2 groups. And one group we have asked not to change any sleep settings, and one group we have asked to sleep with keeping the room dark for 1 month. So after 1 month of all these sleep change settings of change sleeper, we have again conducted after the sleep settings, we have again asked the subjects to or the participants to fill all the 4 questionnaires, and then we have compared the data. So for the comparison of data, we have a student paired t-test and unpaired t-test based on the groups. And after intervention, all the 4 groups we have tried to do one way in ANOVA for changes in the comparison. And for association, we have tried to use Pearson correlation, and the p-value less than 0.05 is considered as statistically significant. And coming to the results, so this is the baseline data before the intervention. We tried to compare the people who are sleeping in the dark and people who are sleeping in the light. And here, if you see, all the people who are sleeping in the light have higher sleep quality and Pittsburgh sleep quality index score, which indicates the poorer sleep quality. And all the cognitive assessment scores have reduced in the light group, which indicates that there is poor cognitive performance. And this table shows that people who are in the dark, when we have asked them not to change their settings, there is no significant change. And in this table, we have seen that dark group people whom we have asked to change the sleep settings, again, there is no significant change. And the same appearance, the same data is followed with the light group participants when we have asked them to not to change any sleep setting. However, when the light group participants were asked to change their sleep settings to dark, there is a significant differences which are especially seen in the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index. There is reduction in the sleep quality index, which indicates that there is a better sleep quality, and all the cognitive assessment scores are also significantly improved after changing their sleep settings to dark for 1 month. And this data shows that post-intervention, all the groups from left light to dark to light we have assessed. And here when we see that when we compared with the people who are completely slept in the light without any exposure to dark have poorer sleep quality and also lesser cognitive performance when it is compared with all the other 3 groups. So with this, we could say that there is 23% increase in
7 minutes over.
I'm Dr. Sirisha, sir. And with this, there is an increased 23% increase in sleep quality index and 62%, which indicates that there is poor sleep quality, and which is concordance with Chalhion et al. And also, it might be because of reduction in melatonin production as per Brzezinski et al. So these light group participants have also shown reduced cognitive performance by reduction in digit span 7% and 12% MOCA scores. So after exposure for 1 month, they have shown that there is increase in sleep quality index, or also the significant improvements in the sleep quality and also significant improvement in the cognitive assessment. So from our findings, we state that in this sample of students, the people who are preferring to sleep in the light have poor sleep quality and impaired cognition. And when they were exposed to sleep in dark for 1 month, the quality of sleep and the cognition both were improved respectively. So these are my references, and with this I'm concluding. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Srisha. I know the session is open for discussion.
Yes, Dr. Shilja, interesting work, especially on the undergraduate student. I just have one or two questions for you. Did you consider the chronotype when you were selecting the subjects, the students? Because the chronotype would determine already what they prefer, whether they are morning type or evening type, and that would matter a lot for as far as the cognition is concerned.
Yes, ma'am. Because we could not actually completely decide on that factor, ma'am. Because people who are sleeping in the night, we don't want to change people who are already having some preference, ma'am. It is like at home we have not actually taken, ma'am. We have mainly taken the sample size from the hostel based because, like we tried that there is more homogeneity in this population rather than home settings because same light they are all exposed. So when we wanted to consider
I
this,
think
we
you
could
did not get my point. What I'm saying is the chronotype, morning type and evening chronotypes. And
yes,
among
ma'am.
the students, you will have a
Yes,
morning and evening.
Yes,
It is
ma'am. Yes,
already
ma'am. We
there.
do have.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and then because of the whatever liabilities and the schedule and all, they're
Yes,
forced to
ma'am.
follow a schedule, a
Yes,
routine.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But in any case, that innate, inherent quality or property of chronotype persists in the person, given the
Yes, ma'am.
preference. That would determine their cognitive level. That's
Yes,
first
ma'am.
thing. Second thing is, what time did you record the cognition of the day?
Yes, ma'am. Morning. The it is mostly in the post lunch session we have recorded.
Post lunch session.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that is another very, very important confounder. As far as confounders, this chronotype is concerned, not only chronotype, for rhythm, because you're talking of circadian rhythm.
Yes, ma'am.
Cognition
Yes,
has
ma'am.
a very typical circadian rhythm. And
ma'am.
post lunch, there is a dip in the cognition, which is a well-known phenomenon. It's a
Yes,
very
ma'am.
well-known phenomenon.
But whatever we have done the same settings for everyone, ma'am. Even for
I-
the dark
I-
group
I-
people, even from the light group people, we have done. And after 1 month settings change also, we have done in the same scenario, ma'am. We have not changed
I
any
understand.
settings.
I would suggest that in this group, if you can find these students' chronotypes and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
compare the grouping
Yes,
separately,
ma'am. Yes,
you will
ma'am.
find on the basis of the chronotype, their
There might be. Yes,
cognition
ma'am.
is changing, and you will
Yes,
find a different type of result altogether. Right?
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
very
Yes,
important.
ma'am.
Even for the MOCA, you have so many other components of MOCA. You've
Yes,
just
ma'am. Yes,
given
ma'am.
one particular score. But if you
Yes,
look
ma'am.
at their abstract,
Individual. Yes, ma'am.
individual, the verbal and other all components of indices of MOCA, you'll find difference there.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
suggest
Actually,
you get that information also and add into this. It will be an
yes, ma'am.
interesting
Sure.
work. Right?
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other question? Okay. Dr. Srisha, I'm having a
Yes,
question.
sir. Yes, sir.
So the parameters which you use to assess the cognition, like this digit span, those things, it falls
Yes.
under which order of this cognitive domain? Like to test the lower order or higher order skills?
Sir, MOCA is mostly lower order only I have taken, sir. Digit span, actually, I did not assess. I did not put it in NT criteria, sir. I have not checked that. But LOCA only lower order I have taken. Sir.
Okay, okay, Dr.
Yes,
Srisha,
sir.
thank you so much.
Oh,
Since there is no other question, I think
yes,
we can
sir.
proceed to the next presenter, Dr. Revant. Dr. Revant, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can share your screen.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes. We can able to see your screen.
Yes.
You can start presenting, please.
Very good afternoon to all. My presentation today focuses on understanding how gaseous pollutants of diesel engine exhaust modulate nociceptive cardiopulmonary reflex responses in rat models with specific emphasis on oxidant stress mechanisms. Air pollutants from vehicles pose a significant health risk, particularly in industrialized and urbanized cities. In particular, diesel engine-derived pollutants are rich in particulate matter as well as toxic gases like NO2, SO2, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and ozone. These gases, in addition to producing local respiratory effects, penetrate deep into the circulation, thereby causing systemic manifestations as well. Now, the cardiopulmonary area is richly innervated by nociceptive afferent nerves, majority of which are unmyelinated polymodal C fibers.
Yeah. Renua.
These are typically quiescent during eupnea, but are activated by nociceptive stimuli, including capsaicin and noxious heat. Once activated, it produces defensive physiological reflexes like cough, apnea, mucus secretion, bronchospasm, bradycardia, and hypotension in an attempt to protect the lungs and other vital organs from nociceptive damage. Therefore, if these reflexes fail, harmful effects of inflammation and infection ensures, causing widespread tissue damage. So the present study was designed to investigate how gaseous pollutants of diesel engine exhaust modulate these capsaicin-induced nociceptive cardiopulmonary reflex responses and the possible role of antioxidants in it. Now, after institutional ethical clearance, 18 rats were divided randomly into 3 groups of 6 rats each. So the first group is non-exposed groups, second is filtered diesel exhaust group, and third is N-acetylcysteine, which is an antioxidant, pre-treated filtered diesel exhaust exposed group. The FDE group, that is the filtered diesel exhaust exposed group, underwent an exposure paradigm of 5 hours a day for 5 days to the gaseous pollutants of diesel engine exhaust in an exposure chamber, following which on day 6 they were taken for experiments. The N-acetylcysteine pre-treated group underwent the same exposure paradigm, but in addition received 5 doses of N-acetylcysteine at a dose of 100 mg per kg, injected intraperitoneal, 1 on each exposure day 30 minutes before the exposure began. The non-exposed group were housed in their home cages during 5 days without any exposure. The exposure to filtered diesel exhaust was done using an animal whole body exposure chamber that was designed and standardized in our department with the collaboration of IIT New Delhi. So here the exhaust from diesel engine was passed through HEPA filter to remove the particulate matter and then mixed with clean to adjust the concentration of the gaseous pollutants comparable to those in gases that were sampled in different urban areas of Delhi. The concentration of the gases in the chamber and the temperature were monitored continuously. On day 6, the rats were anesthetized by an intraperitoneal injection of urethane. The left jugular vein was cannulated for injecting the capsaicin to elicit the nociceptive reflexes, and the right femoral artery was cannulated to record the blood pressure continuously. In addition, the respiratory movements were recorded using a needle and a thread connected to a force transducer, from which the respiratory rate and minute ventilation were computed. And the ECG was also recorded, which gave the heart rate. Now coming to the results, the original tracings are given on the left side. Here, red color indicates the non-exposed group and the blue color indicates the filtered diesel exhaust exposed group. The black line on the graph represents the responses with saline injection into the jugular vein. As compared to saline injection, capsaicin produced 41% and 217% increase in respiratory rate and respiratory minute volume in the non-exposed group, as we can see here. And in the filtered diesel exhaust exposed group, this is attenuated to 14 and 15% of the baseline respectively. Further, the initial apnea that was observed in the non-exposed rats was also completely absent in the filtered diesel exhaust exposed group. Moving to the blood pressure, capsaicin when injected in non-exposed group produced a classical triphasic blood pressure response characterized by initial transient hypotension, a compensatory hypertension, and a delayed hypotension. Now, filtered exhaust exposure attenuates this hypotension from 32% to 13% of baseline, and it completely abolished this triphasic pattern of response. Now, similarly, moving on to the heart rate, filtered diesel exhaust exposure attenuates the bradycardic response from 35% in non-exposed group to 4% in filtered diesel exhaust group. Now here the green line represents the responses in N-acetylcysteine treated group, and the blue line shows the responses without N-acetyl treatment, that is only with filtered diesel exhaust exposure. it can be seen that N-acetylcysteine pretreatment significantly prevented the attenuation by filtered diesel exhaust exposure on respiratory frequency, respiratory minute volume, and heart rate, which indicates the role of oxidant mechanism mediated damage to these nociceptive fibers. However, the attenuation in blood pressure did not significantly differ between the two groups, which suggests that certain other additional mechanism might also be involved in the filtered diesel exhaust mediated modulation. Now, to summarize, the gaseous pollutants of diesel engine exhaust attenuates the protective nociceptive cardiopulmonary reflex responses, which is minimized by an antioxidant, say N-acetylcysteine, that proposes the potential prophylactic or therapeutic roles of antioxidants in mitigating the pulmonary diseases associated with gaseous air pollutants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravind. That was a wonderful presentation. Now, session is open for discussion.
Dr. Raven? Hello?
Yes,
was there anything that you
Yes,
did
ma'am.
to check the oxidative stress in the rats? Because you have continuously been exposed them to the diesel, no? You've only given the antioxidants.
Yes, ma'am. This is
So,
the
one
first time we tried. So we started with using a antioxidant which has an acute effect. So we also tried with vitamin E, C, other antioxidants, but they took longer time for it to produce the effect. As far as quantifying the oxidative stress, we are currently working in quantifying the SOD activity and other enzyme activities, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, you had given the your pollutant exposure through the
Yes, ma'am.
apparatus, right? Why were you giving capsaicin also? I mean, what was the role of capsaicin? Did you have another group for capsaicin? Only capsaicin induced?
Yes, ma'am. Only capsaicin here in our experimental model was just used as a nociceptive tool to elicit the reflexes. So there were a separate group of rats where we just gave capsaicin and then studied the effect without any exposure and with clean air exposure also, like only clean air.
Fine, fine. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Revant. If there is any other no discussion, we can go to the next presenter. Before going to biochemistry, we will complete the physiology part. Dr. Renu, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please share your slide.
Yes. So, is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, we can see it. Please start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience and good afternoon, everyone. The topic for my presentation is understanding the effect of Drishti Beda, the eye movements in Indian classical dance on critical flicker fusion frequency and auditory threshold. Introduction. As you all know, Bharatanatyam is one of the traditional form of Indian dance that portrays complex facial expression, hand mudras, and physical gestures. Okay. In Bharatanatyam, eyes plays a crucial role in conveying the emotion. Drishti means eye in Sanskrit. Drishti Beda, the eye movements, helps to convey the meaning and narrate the story to the audience. It consists of 8 components. That is Samam, I have the video here. I don't know why it's not playing. It include 8 components. That is Samam, that means looking the eye straight. Alokitam, meaning, sorry, 1 minute. Samam, meaning looking the eyes straight. Alokitam, moving the eyes or rolling the eyes in a circular direction. And Sachi is looking at the corner of the eyes. Pralokitam means side-to-side movement. And Nimalitam, looking towards the heart, moving the eyes towards the heart. Ulokitam, moving the eyes upwards. And Anuvritam, moving the eyes up and down rapidly. Avalokitam, that is moving the eyes downwards. So these are the 8 components of Drishti Beda. So this practice of Drishti Beda is similar to practicing your eye exercise. The benefits which is obtained from the eye exercise or strengthening of ocular muscles, intense eye focus and concentration, improves the visual attention, it causes visual cognitive motor coordination, and it improves the build strength, body flexibility, and precision. So the effects of these eye exercise can also be established by practicing the Drishti Veda. So critical flicker fusion frequency is a measure of the frequency at which a flickering light source is perceived as continuous. It is a sensitive indicator of visual processing speed, and it reveals detail in sensory function. Pure tone audiometry measures an individual ability to hear specific tones at various frequencies. It provides insight to auditory health and capabilities. Coming on to the aims and objectives, aim to understand the effect of Drishti Veda on vision and audition by measuring the critical flicker fusion frequency and pure tone audiometry among trained Bharatanatyam dancers. Objectives, to find out the effect of Drishti Veda on CFF and PTA threshold value in steady group, to find out the effect of Drishti Veda on CFF and PTA threshold value in control group, that is non-dancers, to compare this value and to analyze the results in both steady and control groups. Material and methods. Study design, it is an observational study, study type, analytical cross-sectional study, study place, Department of Physiology and ENT, sample size is 60, and study duration is 3 months. This is how I calculated the sample size by power analysis, and minimum 25 participants were needed for each group. Coming on to the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria, trained Bharatanatyam dancers for a minimum period of 10 years, aged between 18 to 30 years with normal BMI, dancers who are actively participating Bharatanatyam at least 3 to 5 hours per week. Exclusion criteria, people with refractive errors, ocular problem, hearing defects, neuromuscular disorders, psychiatric illness, thyroid disorders, and patients who are taking medication which affects vision and audition were excluded from the study. Coming on to the study population, after attending the institutional ethical committee clearance, I have taken the informed consent from all the participants. Around 66 were there, 6 were dropouts, and they were divided into 2 groups. Group A consists of 30 female dancers who underwent training in the Bharatanatyam for a minimum period of 10 years, and Group B, age-matched control group, consisting of individuals who are non-dancers and no history of previous eye exercise or dance training, and demographic and anthropometric details were obtained from the participants. CFF and PTA threshold value were recorded for trained dancers and non-dancers. So the study tool, I have used the CFF M1 models from Mavums Private Limited, and I have used the software, Netra software, for measuring the CFF frequency, and pure tone audiometry was calculated by RS1 digital portable diagnostic audiometer for measuring the auditory threshold. This is from Sounds Good Hearing Care Company. And coming on to the results, I have used unpaired t-test for comparison of CFF value in the study and the control group. Here you can see in the image, the dancers have higher CFF value when compared to the non-dancers in both the eye, which was statistically significant. And the second table shows the PTA threshold value in the study and the control group. When comparing the results, the pure tone audiometry threshold value of the dancers is less when compared to the non-dancers. That denotes that they have a higher auditory sensitivity, which is also statistically significant. Coming on to the discussion part, the higher CFF in dancers is because of the improved ocular muscle strength and control. That is, the dancers, they have precise control in their eye movements because of the better circulation in the eye muscles. It causes improved ocular muscle strength and control, and it improves the training will improve the attention and also the working memory, and it causes the mirror neuron effect, that is the neural plasticity between the visual centers, and it causes synchronization of the visual as well as the motor coordination, and overall it enhances the visual processing in the individual. That is why there is an increase in the or higher CFF value in the dancers, and a high auditory sensitivity, that is low PTA value. This could be due to focused attention and sensory integration between the visual as well as the auditory component, and cognitive adaptations, the same mirror neuron activity. And there's an area called as the action neuronal observation network, which is present in the occipital, temporal, and parietal region. This produces the enhanced temporal processing in the individuals who are having a trained Bharatanatyam. And coming on to the conclusion, higher CFF threshold value and better auditory discrimination are seen in trained dancers. These findings provide novel insight into cognitive benefits of Indian classical dance and its potential application in training for sensory processing disorders. Implications with this traditional practice, we can bridge the gap to the modern science and we can enhance in the sensory functions, and dance can be used as a therapy for neurorehabilitations in neurodegenerative patients like Alzheimer's. So future direction, dance as a therapy of well-being, because nowadays kids are more addicted to mobile phones. They have a defect in the vision, audition, etc. By encouraging the kids to learn the Bharatanatyam at the younger age, we can inculcate improved vision and audition and the upcoming future generations. Limitation of my study is male dancers were not included in the study. And these are my references. Thank you. And this is the case performed.
Thank you, Dr. Renu. Now the session is open for discussion. If there is no questions, I have a question.
Sir.
What is the future perspective of this study apart from the translational? Do you have any plan to research further in this topic?
Yes, in cognition, I want to assess the cognitive aspect also. So, which part of the cognitions, whether the memory component or which component is helping for overall sensory and motor integration, I want to assess that, sir, by giving some cognitive scales.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Renu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Meenakshi madam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, Meenakshi.
Yeah, I'm there.
So we'll go to the next presenter, Dr. Kirtika.
Yes, sir. Sir, are you able to my voice, sir?
Meenakshi, do you have any question for the previous session, ma'am?
As such, no, but then if she is around, Dr. Renu, are you there? Yeah, Dr. Renu, an interesting piece of work. Because your method was to bring back the old method, traditional method into functionality. But one thing is there, the eye frequency, the critical frequency which you have measured, CFF, it is obvious that it will be high. It will be better, right? It is like any other eye movement exercises. Is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
So
it's the effect is similar, no, ma'am. So we can instead of because nowadays after this COVID, most of the peoples were addicted to the screens, no, ma'am. So obviously they will have some kind of refractive errors, even the kids also. So if we and moreover the physical activity, the people's has been drastically reduced, ma'am.
Yeah.
So this simple exercises can the benefits which we
Yeah,
have been applying from this eye exercise, we can incorporate from our traditional methods.
Yeah, I agree with you, because it will be entertaining also at the same time, because most of the time the exercises, regular
It not
exercises,
only
is
improve
not.
the vision, ma'am, overall the
Yeah.
body coordination and the
I
sensory
agree
motor
with you.
coordination can also
Agree
be.
with you. Interesting work.
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Kirtika, are you there?
Yes, sir. Are you hear my voice, sir?
Yes. You are audible.
1 minute, sir. I will share the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. Please start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, all. I am Kirtika, tutor in Biochemistry Department in Savitha Medical College, Chennai. I presented to influence of serum ferritin on altered lipid profile causing atherosclerosis in chronic kidney disease patient on hemodialysis. So in the introduction, most of the CKD patients are suffering the cardiovascular disease in the worldwide. So this study, I focused on the renal insufficiency and the lipid profile changes in undergoing hemodialysis patient. So the most important part, anemia is a common complication observed in the renal patient because administration of intravenous iron or oral iron recommendation from the Pretty Disease Outcome Quality Initiative Clinical Practice Guidelines. So the too much of iron can act as a pro-oxidant factor, thereby contributing to the lipid peroxidation. So this lipid peroxidation is lead to atherosclerosis in hemodialysis patient. So the aim is to correlate the serum ferritin and lipid profile in CKD patients on hemodialysis. So the objective to determine the serum ferritin in CKD patients on hemodialysis and assess the lipid profile to CKD patients on hemodialysis patient. So in the methodology, the inclusion criteria is a concern. The chronic kidney disease patient undergoing the hemodialysis, the age between the 40 to 70 years of both male and female. The exclusion criteria is emergency hemodialysis patient and cigarette smoking or alcohol consumption. Then other acute or chronic infection or inflammatory condition patients are excluded in this study. Otherwise, in the research design is case control study, the sample size is 90. So the control is 40 and the CKD patients undergoing the hemodialysis is 50 members. So under the guidelines of KDGO to 2024 guidelines, I collected the blood sample from the CKD patients on hemodialysis in Savita Medical College and the nephrology department. So this study is taking the 2.5 months period for sample collection. So this refrigerated at the minus 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, the parameters, biochemical parameters, is first one is the RFT, that means the renal function test. So it is under for urea, creatinine, and protein creatinine ratio. Then other part is a lipid profile. So that is represented in the HDL, LDL, VLDL, and triglyceride cholesterol. So then the serum ferritin. So serum ferritin is the important parameter. It is only represent for the main parameter for to assess the iron status in the body. So these three parameters I tested with the use of Vitros 250 dry chemistry analyzer. Then other important part, we analyze the oxidative stress. So this malonyl G aldehyde. So this is one of the oxidative stress marker. So this marker I used for in the ELISA method. That means a competitive ELISA principle method. So these are all the major biochemical parameters. So in the statistical analysis, the data are expressed in the mean standard deviation and the student t-test in the parametric variables and the Pearson and Spearman correlation coefficient I will use. Then the statistical analysis was performed using the SPSS 19 software. Finally, the result, the demographic and anthropometric characterization in the participant is represented in the age, BMI, and risk circumstances. So this is under the both patients, so the patients of hemodialysis and the control group. The other important part, the biochemical parameters in the hemodialysis patient. So this RFT, urea, creatinine, and protein creatinine ratio. So these are all the most significant in the hemodialysis patient. The most important part is the ferritin. Ferritin is also the significant in the hemodialysis patient. So other than lipid profile, triglyceride, and the HDL and the LDL and VLDL. So these parameters are mostly significant under the hemodialysis patient, except total cholesterol. In my study, the total cholesterol is not significant. So then the hemoglobin level is also significant. So then the malonyl G aldehyde. So this malonyl G aldehyde is also significant in hemodialysis patient. So the correlation of ferritin and lipid profile in the hemodialysis patient. So this cholesterol correlation is represented in the negative correlation. So this is for minus 0.36. So this is representing the negative correlation. Otherwise, the positive correlation in the ferritin is LDL, triglyceride, and malonyl G aldehyde. So this is the result in this study. So the correlation between the LDL and ferritin, because the lipid peroxidation basically is focused on the LDL. So the LDL, I compared the patient per also divided it according to the ferritin level. So less than 500 nanogram per deciliter and 500 to 1000 and more than 1000 nanogram per deciliter. So those with ferritin value higher than more than 500 nanogram per deciliter had high level of LDL. So the LDL level is increased in the hemodialysis patient. So next part is the MDA, so the malonyl aldehyde. So this is one of the oxidative stress markers. So this is also same like the MDA level was significantly higher, in those ferritin higher than more than 500 nanogram per deciliter. So this correlation is represent the high level of ferritin as a strong predictor of lipid peroxidation in hemodialysis patient. Conclusion, the patient with chronic kidney disease who are receiving in the hemodialysis, the elevated serum level is caused lipid peroxidation and oxidative stress. So it is also changes in the lipoprotein metabolism. It lead to atherosclerosis. So therefore, the monitoring the serum ferritin level and assessing the administration of iron carefully in the hemodialysis patient to prevent lipid peroxidation and cardiovascular risk in hemodialysis patient. Thank you.
Dr. Kritika, just tell me
Yes,
one thing. This is quite expected that high level of ferritin would lead to atherosclerosis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
This
this is known
ferritin
already.
is
Yeah.
yes,
So,
ma'am.
how your work was, what was the novelty of the work? If you can give something.
Yes, ma'am. Is nowadays most of the CKD patients are only testing in the renal function test and the electrolytes. Otherwise, it's testing the HB level, hemoglobin level. The most of the people are not tested in the ferritin. At the same time, the CKD stage 4 and 5, this stage of people only is going to the hemodialysis condition. So most of the people are suffer in the lipid abnormalities. Some people are checking the lipid profile, but what are the major reason we don't know. So the anemic is also common causes in the hemodialysis patient for the blood transfusion. So not only for the HB level is most important, but they also included the ferritin, because increasing the ferritin maybe is lead to the oxidative stress. This oxidative stress is one of the cause of the lipoprotein abnormalities. So only we have to test the ferritin also, including this common test. It's not bother about the cost, but the ferritin, previously we have to identify the ferritin level. It may be prevent for the lipid peroxidation in the stage 4 and stage 5 CKD patient. It prevent the cardiovascular risk.
Okay.
Dr. Kritika?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you choose ferritin as a marker of inflammation, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
oxidative
Yes,
stress,
ma'am.
so which is
Yes, ma'am.
contributing to dyslipidemia in CKD patients, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
when there are a lot of inflammatory markers, why choose ferritin? Or did you get a history of iron overload in the cases which you choose? Because here ferritin, you have told that it is because iron supplementation is given, so ferritin level goes high, right? So my
Yes, ma'am.
question is, in your inclusion criteria, did you add those patients who were on iron supplementation, or rather, why didn't you check for the iron levels?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. In the further study, the next level of study, we have to include the iron status and transferrin status, ma'am. And I asked to the nephrology department, so some SR and assistant professor. So this doctor reference only is given from the iron dosage already is generally is given from the hemodialysis patient for anemic condition. Some people is not taking the good healthy food, so it is also lead to some anemic state. So the iron deficiency we have to monitor with iron supplementation. So only I taking the particular iron supplementation taking peoples in the hemodialysis. So that particular peoples are having the more than 1000 nanogram per deciliter ferritin level is increased. At least 700 to 1000s are increased in the particularly iron dosage peoples.
Hey, maybe you could have
next
included
level
that in
studies.
your inclusion criteria, no? Like
Yes,
the
ma'am.
percentage of people who are taking iron. You included only those patients who are on iron, so that the ferritin is there, so that is influencing and it acting as an acute phase reactant.
Okay,
Or rather, you could have also tested for the iron and DIBC and transferrin and so on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The next level study, we included the iron, serum iron and transferrin and saturated ferritin level, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there is no other question, we can move on to the next speaker. Dr. Kitika, can you please stop your screen sharing? Okay. Dr.
Thank you,
Viveka, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there, sir.
Okay.
Shall I share my screen,
Yes,
sir?
please share your screen, start your presentation.
Okay. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, madam, it is visible.
Okay, sir. So the topic of my presentation today is investigating the concentration of nitric oxide and neurotropin 3 with cognitive function in schizophrenia spectrum disorder. I had guided the student, MBBS student, Kanikesan P, and my co-investigators are Reena Roslyn ma'am and Josephine ma'am, who are HODs of psychiatry and biochemistry respectively in Velamal Medical College, Madurai. So schizophrenia, it affects 1% of the population worldwide, and the prevalence in India is a disorder. And it is a chronic, severe, devastating, heterogeneous mental disease, often leading to compromised quality of life. In fact, it reduces the lifespan by 10 to 20 years, and it is most common and important contributor of disability globally. And it has multifactorial etiology, both genetic and environmental factors. The pathogenesis which I am going to concentrate is dysregulation of synaptic plasticity mainly and neurotransmitter release. So here, actually, the cognitive decline remains the hallmark feature of schizophrenia, which precedes almost a decade before the onset of psychosis, but still we are focusing on the psychotic symptoms. And in our study, we had estimated the concentration of serum nitric oxide, neurotropin 3, and we had done cognitive assessment questionnaire scoring systems like MOCA scoring and ACE3 scores. And our study objectives were to assess the serum levels of nitric oxide and neurotropin 3 in schizophrenia patients and healthy controls, and to study the association of serum nitric oxide and neurotropin 3 levels with the cognitive assessment scores, that is MOCA and ACE3. And it was a prospective observational study. The study was carried out in two groups. Group 1, cases with schizophrenia spectrum disorders, and Group 2, I had taken age, gender, and BMI matched controls because this nitric oxide can be influenced by age, BMI, and all. So we had done the matching. And the estimated sample size was 43 for each group of the study. Inclusion criteria: age more than 18 years of age were recruited. And the schizophrenia spectrum disorder diagnosed by DSM-5 TR criteria. And we have recruited only drug-naive and drug-free cases. We have not recruited any patient on treatment. And exclusion criteria: pregnancy, lactating women were excluded, and pre-existing medical conditions like diabetes, cardiovascular or neurological, liver, renal diseases, and any other psychiatric disorder and or substance abuse were excluded. Study procedure: patients with schizophrenia and age, gender and BMI matched controls were recruited. Detailed medical history, including demographic data, presenting and past history, were recorded. Cognitive assessment by ACE3 MOCA scoring was done. Then venous blood sample was collected, serum was separated and stored in minus 80 degrees Celsius for further analysis. Serum nitric oxide was estimated by colorimetric assay kit and serum neurotropin 3 by ELISA. And ACE3 score, the maximum score is actually 100, and it includes attention, memory, fluency, language, and visuospatial disabilities. Maximum score is 100. And we had also done another scoring, that is MOCA. The maximum score is 30. But in addition to ACE3, it includes the subdomains of executive functions, conceptual thinking, computations, and concentration. And statistical analysis: first we had done the normality using, assess the normality using Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. Then we had represented the demographic variables as median interquartile range or mean plus or minus standard deviation. Unpaired t-test or man-Whitney test was done to compare the cases, study parameters between cases and controls. Correlation analysis by Pearson's and Spearman correlation was done. And to assess the clinical accuracy of study parameters, we had plotted ROC curve also. And results, we had recruited 86 cases for 86 patients, that is 43 cases and 43 controls, which females are more because the males mostly they were excluded because of the alcohol or alcoholism or substance abuse, and mostly they were unemployed. Like 79% were unemployed, and they had most of them had sleep disturbance, and only few had suicidal ideation. So antipsychotics used in the cases in our hospital was most commonly like haloperidol, which is typical antibiotic, the antipsychotic, and this risperidone, which is atypical antipsychotic. And the study parameters, when we compared between the cases and controls, we had seen all the parameters were reduced. Like serum neurotropin 3 and nitric oxide, which are indicators of the synaptic plasticity, were reduced in cases. Likewise, the cognitive scoring, like ACE3 and MoCA, were also reduced in the cases very significantly. And while doing the correlation analysis, unfortunately, we got a significant positive correlation between serum neurotropin 3 and nitric oxide only in controls, not in cases. Likewise, correlation of serum NT3 with cognitive assessment scoring also didn't show any correlation except in controls MoCA for MoCA. Likewise, for with nitric oxide and cognitive score assessment scores also, we didn't get any correlation. Like MoCA, we can see borderline, somewhat it is correlating. So serum NT3 showed, when we had studied correlated with the subdomains, we found that serum NT3 showed significant negative correlation with visuospatial delayed recall and attention, that also only in controls. Likewise, also nitric oxide showed negative correlation with these, that also only in control. So unfortunately, we didn't find the correlation findings in cases. While plotting ROC analysis, we had seen like ACE3 and MoCA, they had showed the higher area of curve, that is more than 0.9, whereas NT3 and nitric oxide we didn't get. Likewise, sensitivity and specificity are also better for the cognitive assessment scores. So discussion. See, neurotropin 3, nitric oxide, which are synaptic plasticity markers, were reduced. Likewise, the cognitive scores, ACE3 score and MoCA score, were also reduced. Both the NT3 and nitric oxide did not correlate with both the cognitive scores in cases, but correlated with controls, with MoCA scores in controls. Moreover, NT3 levels do not correlate with nitric oxide levels in cases, but a positive correlation is observed only in controls. And the limitation might be it was a single center and time bound study and small sample size, lack of post treatment follow up, and non uniformity in the sample size of drug naive and drug free cases, and symptom severity scoring of schizophrenia. PAN score was not done as it requires clinical expertise. Actually, in previous studies, it was shown like that NT3 was correlating well with the depressive symptoms. Since we didn't do the SPAN score, we are not able to sort out those cases. Future prospects, conventional neuroleptics, both typical and atypical, are inefficient in relieving cognitive defects in schizophrenia. The study paves the way for development of novel therapeutic agents that alleviate cognitive deficits. Novel neuroleptics, which can modulate neurotropin 3 or nitric oxide levels, can be used, and the further studies are warranted. Conclusion, overall, the findings from our study suggest that the ability of serum neurotropin 3 and nitric oxide to predict cognitive decline is not optimal. So these are my references. And thank you. Actually, it was an ICMR STS project which was guided by me in the past year. The student was not able to present as he is having model exams. So I volunteered to present, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. The session is open for discussion.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Viveka,
yes, ma'am.
Why did you use two cognitive scale, ACE3 and MoCA? Because both of them are more or less similar.
Ma'am, actually, AC3 is more valid. We had consulted with clinical psychologists, ma'am. They were considering AC3 as more valid scoring system compared to MOCA. But still, I thought MOCA is having more executive functions, conceptual thinkings. Even though the maximum score is less, 30 marks, it is having more things, ma'am. And from our findings also, we can see MOCA is showing some correlation, at least in controls, ma'am.
In controls. Because in the experimental group, your patient group, it did not show any kind of correlation. However,
Yes,
did you get the cognitive decline in for both ACE3 and MOCA in your patient
Yes,
group?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. In cases,
It
it
was
was very
significant?
significant, ma'am. Like 0.001 significance we got, ma'am.
For both the tests, right?
Yes, ma'am. Both scores,
Both test scales.
both scores were reduced in schizophrenic patients.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
But this was the first study to correlate the neurotropin 3 with nitric oxide, ma'am. I thought if we are establishing this, then nitric oxide can be used as both endothelial dysfunction marker as well as this cognitive synaptic plasticity marker. We can validate that. But unfortunately, we didn't get the result.
No, it's okay. I mean, you should not call it unfortunate. This is your finding. It's not unfortunate. You have to defend your finding, but you can't say it is unfortunate.
Yes, okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay, right. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, doctor, that was a very good study. But one doubt that I had was like, why did you choose drug-free groups? Maybe if you would have chosen those patients who are on drugs, then the cognitive assessment, the assessment of the cognition would have been much better, and then might be you would have got some correlation of the nitric oxide with the assessment.
Ma'am, actually, the drugs, psychiatric drugs especially, they are causing more side effects, ma'am. So it can affect the nitric oxide concentration, ma'am. Likewise, cognition also, it can be improved after therapy, ma'am. I thought if I'm including those patients on treatment, I won't get to the actual thing about the nitric oxide also, and also the cognition also difference I might not see, ma'am. And we have not recruited any patient who is aggressive and all, ma'am. Like after settling them only, we had assessed cognition, ma'am. That also didn't interfere with our findings, ma'am.
So what I felt was like maybe you could have studied the pattern of the cognition worsening in the patients. Maybe like you could have chosen a cohort study or something like that.
Yes,
so that
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That correct, ma'am. I had showed in the study limitation, like I am not able to follow up those patients because it is a time-bound study. It was ICMR STS project, ma'am.
Maybe you can think of it in future so that you can get
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
results of
Definitely,
it.
ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
that
Definitely, ma'am. In
you can
future,
follow
we
the
are trying
patients
to
and
do.
then correlate the nitric oxide and the neurotropin 3 so that you can get a good results. Actually,
Yes,
a very
ma'am.
nice
Yes.
study. Good. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Viveka. Is there any other questions? If not so, I think we can wind up the session. We have completed all the sessions starting from anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. I thank all the participants and the respected judges for sparing their time for this conference. Thank you so much. We will meet in future in another conference. Thank you, madam. And thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.